Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fam, it's beautiful to see you here tonight on this Monday evening. Yes, indeed. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here, but first some shout-outs. Hermetologist Trevor Borins and Big Jerry123 on the YouTube chat. My window up, we're close forth. Young Chris, also here. Arvin Trevino, Morbius, Omega Star, and Ducky over on Twitch. As mentioned, a lot to talk about tonight. White House panicking over the possibility of a Situation Room tape leak. Primaries happening tomorrow in Oklahoma, and more next week in Maryland and New York. Of course, we got the incredibly corrupt White House UFC event that has somehow become more corrupt. At least I have uncovered more corruption between then and now. What else is new? We haven't had a chance yet to talk about Elon Musk becoming a trillionaire. And the Iran war, is it over? Let's find out.
Turning now to leaks, an extraordinary new concern from the White House. Let's go put F1 up here on the screen. Trump aides fear that Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan have obtained Situation Room tapes for their new book called Regime Change inside the imperial presidency of Donald Trump. So we have actually shown you two of the excerpts from their book here on the show. One of them was how the U.S. was taken to war with Iran. It famously included the exact quotes out of the Situation Room, what the various leaders said about going to war with Iran, who and exactly said what. It even included Situation Room, basically exact quotes from Marco Rubio talking about Israeli intelligence being, quote, bullshit. It included, J.D. Vance saying that he opposed the war, but then said he would back Donald Trump. It included Trump, and many of the reasoning for why he decided to push the U.S. forward. It included the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff very tepidly warning the president about what was going to happen.
This is quite a revelation, if true. It still hasn't been there's a lot of rumorings about this, but there's no full confirmation yet. But if this is in fact true, which it's feeling more and more like it is, you gotta wonder. The only thing I am struggling to focus on anything else. All I can think about is who leaked it? Who went into the Situation Room, which is a secure, right? It's a secure. We just got done talking about this yesterday, right? Wasn't it yesterday? It was Friday or like this week. We just got done talking about how the Situation Room is literally like a skiff, like the highest classification of room that you can possibly get in terms of security. Somebody had a fucking phone in there, recorded this shit, and then leaked it. Who? I need to know who is doing it. It is insane. I am just, I'm racking my brain over it. Because there's so many loyalists, but also so many opportunists, right? Like people who are, they're loyal right now. But, as we've seen, loyalty only extends so far, especially in the Trump administration. And I'm just trying to figure out, because these people are all opportunists, right? Like almost like half of them were all like vehemently anti-Trump at one point, and all accepted jobs, right? Like go down the list. From the vice president to the director of national security, Tulsi Gabbard, who literally called Trump a threat to national security. I'm just trying to figure out when and who, more importantly, who was in there. And it sounds like it may have been on multiple occasions. I feel like the timeline will help, but most importantly, we just need to find out who's doing this. I mean, I'm not saying that they need to be like held accountable. I think it's fucking hilarious. But I just, is anybody else as intrigued by it as me? Because I really am genuinely fascinated by it. This sort of, we know about all this, we've heard all about this sort of infighting within the Trump administration behind closed doors. The claim that there's like Trump-free situation room meetings over the Epstein files. No, and puppies who need treats. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying it's interesting.
If the U.S. were to be taken, curious what you think.
Yeah.
My assumption is this was a Bob Woodward style like a reckoning, as in he interviews like 15 people who are all on the.
You think it's JD? I've been also thinking to myself that JD is high on the list. Pretty high on the list. I gotta say.
You reconstruct the dialogue. You put in a note to say these are based on the recollections of those who were involved. However, what they note here is that in many cases, the words.
You think Keg's breath? I don't know. I've never seen you before, stay curious, but I don't know about Keg's breath. He seems like one of the least likely ones to be doing something like this. He's like, I mean, it would be really weird because on multiple occasions, like, he's been one of the people who have been most vehemently against leakers. Although I guess it could be a situation of thou dost protest too much, right? Where he's like overcompensating for the fact that he's in fact the one that's leaking. But I feel like he's basically come out and said, like, we need to, we need to like charge leakers with like treason, basically. So I feel like he's like low on my list of people who would be the one. You saw the video. What the video? What video? What are you talking about? Now I'm curious. See what I did there? Because your name's curious. I'm curious now, see?
So exact and so on point that they fear that it's impossible for it to be anything but a direct recording, which I should note is an extraordinary breach.
Oh, Megan, thank you for the gifted sub. For that BDB. Maybe it was his wife or babysitter. You think like his wife got a hold of his phone? Like he's been recording meetings like for his own purposes and then they leaked it? There's so many possibilities. We could sit here and opine on the matter for hours. All sorts of possibilities, really. I mean, Susie Wiles, Ice Queen. Maybe she feels like she hasn't gotten enough credit for all the terrible stuff that's happened under the Trump administration. She hasn't gotten as many accolades or mentions. I don't know. It could be little Marco. Because he feels undermined for not being utilized for his literal job. right? Like, I mean, like, seriously, there's so many people with so many reasons for why, right? Like, I mean, how many times has Marco been looked over? Whoa, what is happening? How do we have a what? How do we just get a hype train?
Do you know what we're here for?
Peevel! Peevel with the raid! Welcome in, Peevelers. How did we just get a hype train from one gifted sub? I mean, I'll take it. That's awesome. Let's do it. 4.5 minutes to complete that hype train. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, it could be anyone. Like, how many times has Marco Rubio been looked over and watched fucking Steve Witkoff, the Secretary of Commerce, and Donald Trump's son-in-law, a man not in government, Jared Kushner, go to Saudi Arabia, I mean, wherever. Like, they've gone to every, like, name a diplomatic meeting. Those two dudes were there. Marco was not. Right? Like, I mean, I think a lot of people probably have their own internal frustrations within the dynamic at play here.
But a direct recording, which I should note is an extraordinary breach. The Situation Room is a skiff. You are not allowed to bring in your phone. Traditionally, they're all checked right before you even enter the secure area. I mean, this is long-standing policy going back 25 years.
Honor amongst thieves. I mean, we all saw how that went in the D&D movie. And by everyone, I mean like 3 of us.
So, same at the Pentagon. However, we do know that between Signalgate and a lot of these other things, the administration has played very fast and loose, I think, with classified information and others. And it's possible that somebody did bring in a phone and taped it. What makes it even more extraordinary is that somebody brought their phone in, taped it, and then leaked it to a New York Times reporter for these exact, comments that are there in the Situation Room. What they
Yeah, they've been lax with security, but what, they're just letting people in with phones now into the skiff? It's like, don't worry about it. What? Since when? Oh, good God, Omega Star gifting subs. I didn't even start the galactic content goal yet today, I don't think. Unstarted goal. You're already in here. Gifting like crazy. I think, did that get us to level 2? Yeah, that got us to almost to a level 3 hype train. 5 sweet gifted. CD Unk. Travert. D Coral. Big Ben. And Just Bender. Thank you so much, Omega. I really appreciate you. You can get voice recorders that look like ballpoint pens. It's true. It's true. I'm just saying, like, these things, I mean, you can't get into the airport without getting, like, x-ray scanned. You're telling me people are getting into the skiff with fucking, like, ballpoint pen recorders? Like, that's a technology that's existed for, like, 60 years. They haven't figured out a way to get to prevent those from getting in there. You see what I'm saying here? Like audio recorders that could exist at the end of a pen have existed since what, like the 60s or something, maybe a little later. I mean, I'm trying to think, but like, you're telling me that the White House, the government, hasn't found a way to screen for those on the way into the most highest classified room in the entire government? I find that hard to believe. Are you following me on this?
Too, is that not a single piece, not one piece of exact dialogue, which has been quoted by the authors, has been disputed yet by the White House, out of fear that if they were to dispute it, they could say and point to direct tapes that they...
It's for my birthday week? Aww. Thanks, Omega. I appreciate that. At least somebody remembered my birthday week.
are in possession of from the Situation Room around the most sensitive things that are being discussed in the White House at the very, very highest level.
I mean, it's some extraordinary reporting. Either
That's
way,
good.
if it was
Yeah.
it's so accurate that the White House is afraid that they literally have the verbatim tapes. I mean, that's pretty incredible, and I think provides a lot of credibility to these accounts, which you always have to take with a grain of salt because it all depends on who is leaking to you and the way they want themselves to be portrayed. I still suspect that it wasn't recorded. I still suspect that it was that they just had good sources in the room who were able to provide them with quotes that they were able to cross check and get very close to how it actually unfolded is still, my assumption. But the very fact that the White House fears they have tapes sort of is a direct validation of what they reported out here. The other thing that's really interesting though is
Yeah. Yeah, no. Crystal is absolutely right about that. Right? That the fucking White House is concerned means that it's possible, right? I mean, that's what it means. It means that they don't know, that they can't say one way or the other whether, and the fact that they cannot say with certainty that this didn't happen is crazy. Oh, God. And we deal with so many bombshells, and there's been so many, like, botched cover-ups, and of course the Epstein files. You got the Atlantic thing. Like, at this point, it feels like this sort of thing has become sort of par for the course. But I mean, this is really fucking wild. That it's possible that this has in fact happened. And maybe we'll get I'm sure we'll get an answer to this at some point once this book comes out from Maggie. Maggie, and who is it? John Harwood? I forget who the other person is.
I think most people assume it was JD Vance or somebody in the JD Vance world that has been leaking to them most extensively. But it's not like either the Epstein cover-up piece or the Iran war piece makes him or literally anyone else look good. Normally that's the way you have to look at these accounts is like, okay, well, who is this trying to paint in a favorable light? Who is leaking to them so that they can get their story on the record and help to establish for the historical record, like, oh, well, I was the one who knew what was going on. I was the one who had the right decisions. I was the one who was opposed to Iran. I was the one who had the correct strategy with regard to Epstein. But it is a little bit hard to tell because everybody looks pretty bad based on how this went down.
Yeah, totally. It's your birthday as well, BDB. Wow. Happy birthday. Yesterday. Your birthday was yesterday. So you share a birthday with Donald Trump and Boy George. Very nice. Okay. Now today's birthday. Now we're celebrating everybody's birthday but Donald Trump's. I think he would approve of that. He's not a deranged megalomaniac. And of course today is the birthday of a number of different people, including the great Ice Cube. Damn, Ice Cube is old as fuck. 56 years old. Born June 15th, 1969 in Los Angeles, California. He's been married for, my God, look at him. Look at Ice Cube. 34, is that 34 years? It's impressive. It's impressive. When you think about it, great job. Happy birthday, Ice. Happy birthday. Big Ben, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Oh, one of those gifties went to a new viewer. Very nice. Just going to skip ahead a little bit in this conversation.
obviously he's going to say that, but to say on the record and to have, or to basically say, you know, to have a tape or a recollection of saying you oppose something and then you come out publicly and support it, that doesn't look good, right? Whenever you're the vice president. But then let's take people like Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino, some people were like, oh, he must have leaked the Epstein cover. Just put F2 just so people know what we're referencing, where Bongino screamed at the, you know, at the White House chief of staff and all of that. Well, yeah, he might have screamed at that and said, oh, you guys are screwing all this stuff up. Well, he came out afterwards and he supported it. And he said he stood by all of the work he did while he was in the administration. Same with Kash Patel, who publicly, or at least privately, had said a few things and acquiesced to the infamous Epstein memo of nearly 1 year ago. I mean, I could go down the list. I can't think of a single really public official in any of these deliberations who actually comes out looking better. You can give some credit to some of those who said, hey, this is going to be a big problem. But in basically every case, I'm like, this is a real problem. I would say F3 in particular, the one about how Trump took the U.S. to war with Iran, there is not one person that comes out of that looking good. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs looks like shit because, as I flagged to everyone earlier, they did not talk to Trump in the way that they're supposed to from their congressionally mandated role. They did not tell him the truth. I'm not absolving Trump at all. It also showed clearly how Bibi manipulated Trump and the Secretary of State and the entire CIA intelligence, and how even the Secretary of State and others were like, hey, quote, literally, this is bullshit in terms of the Israeli assessment. So what does it say about Trump that he believed it? It shows how there was very little pushback inside of the NSC and others once Trump had made up his mind about how to take the U.S. to war with Iran. I mean, really, it's a breakdown in the entire U.S. chain of command and the way that any of this type of decision-making is supposed to work. So that's part of the reason why I'm kind of mystified genuinely as to why anybody would have leaked any of these conversations in the first place. It really doesn't make them look good.
That's why I think it's got to be somebody who's out of the administration now. And who would have been in those meetings? I'm leaning towards a Tulsi situation, unless it's JD who wants to separate himself from this increasingly unpopular. I feel like those are the two most likely, right? You've got the director of national intelligence who's now been ousted from her job, who was already a Trump critic before coming into that job. Or you got a guy who called Trump Hitler at one point, who's now the vice president of the United States, who's probably smart enough to know that this administration is going down in flames, popularity-wise, with the American people. And if JD ever wants a fucking future career in politics, which is literally all he's good for, you know what I mean? He's not even clear that he's good for that. But he certainly doesn't have any other skills. And it's like, because I look around at the other people, and like, it just doesn't make as much sense for a Susie Wiles or even for a Marco Rubio to do it, right? Although it makes a little bit more sense because I could see, because Marco has been one of the other people getting floated right now, aside from JD, as a potential future run. It's like those two and like Tucker Carlson or something right now, right? I feel like he's third. For whatever reason.
Wait. Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Nancy Mace? But why would Nancy Mace be in those rooms? What is her job right now? Isn't she still in Congress? Isn't Nancy Mace still in Congress? Yeah, she's still good in South Carolina, 1st District. Yeah. Why would she be in those rooms? Why would Nancy Mace be in those in the Situation Room, right? Yeah, I'm on the fence. I'm genuinely on the fence on who this was. I've been racking my brain on it, honestly, for the last, like, 3 or 4 hours. There's really, I mean, this came out, like, 7 hours ago. Haven't had a ton of time to parse it yet, really. like I got inklings. I got vibes. Definitely got vibes.
Absolutely juicy bombshell reporting coming out of Axios. Audio from White House Situation Room was leaked. Pop this up. Scoop. Top White House officials believe New York Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan obtained audio recordings of Situation Room meetings for their new book. Such a taped leak would be a shocking breach of one of the most secure settings on Earth. And here's, when you dive into it, here's another thing that I've read into it. The White House is freaking out because they don't know what it's about. Is it about their Iran war? Is it about Epstein? Is it just Trump in there being demented? Is it all of, Stephen Miller talking about crimes against humanity? I mean, the array of crimes that could be recorded it's just staggering, because we all know that this White House, this executive branch, is a crime syndicate run by dirty cops, complete incompetent dirty cops. And this is also an interesting little tidbit from the article. Pop this up. Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel joined on speakerphone. So it's interesting that they weren't in the Situation Room. And it tells you that everything I've always said about this cabinet, like they try to present this, we're so united behind President Trump. He's the, ushering in the golden era. He's a genius. He's the best president we've ever had. Behind the scenes, it is cat fight, rat fuck, everybody throwing everybody under the bus. And there's no question that a lot of these people are operating under the assumption that they are going to get a pardon from Donald Trump. And there's been reporting to that effect. But before Trump's white trash birthday party yesterday, he says that he made a deal with Iran. And I want to remind you, this is really important context, that Barack Obama made a deal with Iran because a black man did it. And Donald Trump is obsessed in a really creepy, weird way with Barack Obama. He wants to undo everything Obama did and then redo it himself, which always makes it worse.
Yeah, that is true. He does have a strange long-term obsession with Barack Obama, but not just Barack Obama. Black people in general, right? It goes back a long time. Some people forget Central Park 5, whom he took an ad out against in, what was it, the New York Post? Basically demanding for their executions. He's always hated black people, right? His family has a history of not renting to black people in their fucking apartment buildings. These guys are corrupt and racist. Honestly, there's a Donald Trump. Most of these guys have just a whole host of vices and or negative character traits. But Jennifer is right. If those tapes do exist, what is on them could be incredibly important and possibly damning, right? Like criminally damning, right? Liable for some kind of consequences. If there are admissions of war crimes, we've watched the war crimes, but if they, for instance, like the girls' school in Iran, right? If in fact they did know, and instead and went ahead with that strike, how high that went up might be literally on recording. It's just one of a whole number of different examples I could think of right now. I would love to hear what exactly went on. Could be Pam. You think Pam Bondi? I'd be surprised by Pam, but you're right. It could be Pam. She's quite fastidious. She seems quite fastidious. At least in some ways. Like the person who would certainly, like, be collecting recordings on her phone. Okay, you know what? Let's move on from the Situation Room audio leak. So we still don't know for sure. Still just speculation. But I figured we'd start it off with this big bombshell rumor going around right now. Get the show started off with a bang. All right, now let's move along to the primary elections that are happening the next 2 weeks. We're going to cover, I'm trying to cover more ahead of time. I'm going to do my best to cover more ahead of time on these primaries, get ahead of these things. Since we are going to be having a lull in July, hopefully that will give me ample time to be covering all the elections that are going to be happening in August, some in September. That's right. Primaries go straight through into fall. And I'm going to be talking about all of them, goddammit. I'm not giving up. If you were thinking, oh, maybe he'll give up. That was silly of you. You know I believe you know the expression.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Maybe it was Kid Rock in the ballroom with the candlestick. See, now we've gone off the rails. Now we've gone off the rails. When it was clearly Mr. Plum with the rope in the library. Okay. Hold on, let me look at my list here. Don't do that. I don't want that. Yesterday we talked about the primaries in New York. I still haven't done work on the Utah primaries. I really got to do that. That's next week. New York, Utah, and Maryland are all next Tuesday. Tomorrow, Oklahoma has a primary. They're the only state with a primary tomorrow. So it's gonna take. We will cover the primary live tomorrow, but it won't be. It won't be taking up the whole night. It's just one fairly small state with like how many 4 elections we got to cover here. So it's not incredibly. It's not the biggest state, right? It's important, but I think everybody gets what I'm saying. It's not going to take up a ton of time. In the 1st district of Oklahoma, you got no challenger primary for the Democrats. John Croissant is running. I don't actually know if that's how you pronounce it, but it's basically spelled like that. Croisant. In the 2nd district, though, we got a race on our hands.
I'm staying in the race.
My preferred candidate here is going to be Eric Turwey. Here he was speaking at a No Kings protest in a little place called Bartlesville.
The most important right that we have in our Constitution. Thank you to those organizers. We are here today because we all recognize that something is very, very wrong in our country. We have lost control of our government to a class of billionaires who care very little whether you, your friends, or your family have a fair shake in this country. So today we gather today to say no kings in this country, no kings yesterday, no kings today, and no kings ever. We will never submit. Listen, the system we have was built by the rich and for the rich. And I don't mean those of you with $100,000 in your bank account. I'm talking about the people with $100 billion in their bank accounts. And they do not care whether you make a living wage. They do not care whether you have health care. They do not care whether your children are educated. They do not care if seniors have access to Medicare or Medicaid or Social Security or any of the other entitlements that they spent their lives working for. They do not care about that 90%.
By the way, at this point, his mic goes out. He continues to scream, which I found rather inspirational. I was like, okay, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. No giving up.
Never give up, never surrender.
You work hard. You put up with the law. Our roads are crumbling. Our bridges are falling apart. And our politicians are doing nothing to help us. And it's time for us to stand up and say, you
Okay, that's where I'm going to pause it because the audio is rough. But the dude, he keeps going, and people there, I think, could hear him, but the audio on the phone, they struggled to pick it up. It is in a large space. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up multiple things here. Wait, why is this not coming up? Huh? Oh, there we go. So it'll be shocking to all of you, I'm sure, to find out that a Republican currently represents Oklahoma's 2nd congressional district here. Here's Eric's website, turwayforcongress.com. Congress should look like us. Half of the members of the House of Representatives are millionaires. That's a problem. Oops, there we go. He's got a great platform, I think. Fairly strong. Wants to fix the healthcare system. And the Forever Wars, and a number of other things. And for Oklahoma, it'd certainly be an improvement from the Republican politics that have dominated this district. Now, unfortunately, I think it's going to be tough. It's an uphill battle in Oklahoma. I think it's been at least a few decades since you really saw Oklahoma going blue. Since before 2000, I know that much. I mean, if you look at the voting record, it's Bush, McCain, Romney, Trump, Trump, right? That's like, since the year 2000. in that second congressional district. Now moving it along from Eric there to the third congressional district, we got a lady by the name of Jules Robertson fighting for Oklahoma. Oh wait, hold on. Is this
You're right. This midterm does matter. Okay. Because did you know that we do not have kings in the United States of America?
Hold on. What did I just do? Oh, they're in the wrong order. Sorry, I gotta go to this one. I have to skip ahead on this one too.
Hello, it's Jules Roberts.
Okay. Let's skip the lead up to this. Let's just listen to some of what Jules has to say here.
Hello, my name is Jules Robertson, and I'm running to be your future elected Congresswoman for Federal House District number 3.
The video,
this
yes,
primary,
it is
been a
tiny.
really long time coming. I first started.
I am sorry. I wish I had a better format for everybody. I guess we could. Let me see. Let me think. Is there a better? Only for horizontal. You can see it slightly better. You can see it slightly better on horizontal, chat.
For this seat all the way back in July of 25. You know, I had my very first appearance the very next month in August. You know, I was so nervous. I stumbled so many times through that first speech, but I still found a very warm and enthusiastic reception from the many in attendance at that Payne County Democrat monthly meeting. You know, though nearly a year has passed, my mission remains the same. It is to give Oklahomans a real choice. I'm a leftist. I'm progressive, socialist, whatever term you want to use for somebody on the left. Know that my alignment is with the likes of AOC, Bernie, and Zoran.
Okay, because the audio is so rough and it's only one channel, I'm just gonna go here. This is Jules's page, OklahomaFight.com. Vote for Jules Robertson, Congressional District 3 of Oklahoma. Meet your Congresswoman, Jules Robertson. Pro-food, pro-farmer. Too many Oklahomans face food insecurity, so society must advance and hunger must be defeated. Farmers deserve real solutions, not just bailouts. They represent the lifeblood of our country. Talk to me, farmers. I want to hear from you. Universal health care. Health care is a basic human right. Stand with the tribes. Fight the hate. Your body, your choice. Let them play. Go broke for woke. No money for countries that have committed genocide. Abolish ICE. Prosecute ICE. No war. Peace must reign. Protect the Republic. Save our democracy. Want more? Click here. Yes, go there. Click if you want more info on Jules, who I think is your best candidate. Oklahoma's third. Currently represented by Frank Lucas, another Republican. And Jules is up against Susie Bird. It's a two-woman race here for Democrats in the primary coming up tomorrow. But if you haven't figured it out, most of these districts in Oklahoma, they vote Republican. They vote Republican over and over and over again in the general. As with Oklahoma's 2nd district, Oklahoma's 3rd congressional district has been voting Republican over and over again for the last 20 years, from McCain to Trump. Although I don't have the results going back to 2000 on this one. Going back to 2008, it was McCain, Trump. And it would be once again good to get somebody actually make some changes. Make things better. And not continue to just give corporations more money and billionaires more money. Just coming up with ideas. Oh wait, it's Mitchell Jacob, not Jacob Mitchell, right here. Okay. Now to second to last in these races we got to talk about. Mitchell Jacob in Oklahoma's 4th. Unfortunately, I did not have a lot of great choices clip-wise for these candidates. Social media for Oklahoma Democratic hopefuls right now. Not as great as one might hope. This is a clip from 2 months ago, a speech given by Mitchell Jacob at a No Kings rally in Norman, Oklahoma.
You're right. This midterm does matter. Because did you know that we do not have kings in the United States of America? Did you know that we do not have kings in the United States of America? We said that in 1776 when we declared to a watching world that governments derive their power from the consent of the governed, not from bloodlines, not from wealth, and certainly not from the barrel of a federal agent's gun. We wrote that precept into the architecture of this republic with the deliberate, hard-won strokes of men who had lived under a crown and said, no more. That founding refusal, no kings, is not a slogan. No kings is the oldest law of this land. So look at what is being done in the name of the United States right now. Masked men with no identification, answerable to no one, moving through American airports and American neighborhoods, pulling people from their cars and terrorizing communities that pay taxes, love their children, and simply ask to be left in peace. And we have troops, United States troops, being deployed to the streets of American cities, a thing our founding fathers called tyranny, a thing our Constitution was written to deny. And the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act was not engineered to protect our elections, but to suppress them. The SAVE Act seeks to make the ballot box a privilege of paperwork rather than your birthright of citizenship. And we have a war in Iran launched without a declaration of war from Congress, without the consent of the governed, without even the courtesy of a notification. It's almost as if they believe that Article 1 of the Constitution is a suggestion rather than the supreme law of this land. And then there is Minneapolis. There is Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother, a poet, a woman who went with a whistle in support of her neighbors, shot 3 times by a federal agent who walked away free of consequences. There is Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old VA nurse who spent his working life supporting veterans, shot at least 10 times by masked cowards. Both of them 37 years young, both of them ours, and both of them were killed in broad daylight and on camera with impunity. And that impunity, my friends, is not accidental. It is the message of this administration. And it is quite simple. They are not afraid of us.
Hey, this is Mitchell's website here. MitchellJacob.com. Got a lot of good policies on. Oh shit, it's gonna do this to me, isn't it? You know, hold on, I gotta do this. There we go. I don't know why, but the Oh, this thing is being stupid now. Really extra stupid. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. What is it about this website? Some certain websites just completely break down when I try and put them on screen, and I don't know why. It won't let me do it. Oh my god. It won't let me look through the page. Son of a bitch. I'll just read some stuff off of his website for you. He believes in healthcare as a human right, in releasing the Epstein files because it's the law. That's how he wrote it. Here, or whoever wrote this, it does sound like him. Like a lot of these things. I think he might have made his own website. Wants to fund our education system. Refuses to accept PAC money of any kind. And wants to end the system, the mass deportation system that we currently have been witnessing. I think he would be a great change in the 4th district of Oklahoma. It's probably shocking to everyone once again. Also occupied by a Republican. It would be this guy, Tom Cole. Mitchell's up against this guy, Jeff Pixley. Neither of them have perfect policy platforms, but suffice to say, Mitchell, huge improvement over Tom Cole. Tom is terrible. And as with Oklahoma's 3rd district, this is another McCain, Trump district. A triple Trump. Triple Trump district. But will triple Trumpers this midterms give up on voting altogether? Who knows? I'd like to think so. Because I don't really care about them coming over to our side. I think they got a lot of work to do, personally. For me to be like even interested in having any of those people as actual allies. I think it'd just be better if they just sort of disengage politically. Work on some other shit. Still wind up with the same result, technically, right? I'm just saying. You still, I mean, if they vote for, or if they, right? If they don't vote for Trump, if enough of them don't vote for Trump, you don't need them to vote Democrat. I don't need to hear from Democrats later. Oh, look at all the Republicans who voted for Democrats. I don't want to hear about it. I don't even want to hear about it later. Is there people following me here on this? Like, we've heard that too many times. I just don't want to hear it again. Because we all know that generally speaking, in like every single fucking election, like for the last like 12 years, it has not worked out that way. We got one last election, I think, in Oklahoma. Yes. Oklahoma's 5th. Trey Martin is the galactically preferred candidate here. Whoops, don't do that. Here's a clip from Trey's YouTube channel from 2 months ago.
What do you think about politics?
I think it sucks. Seems like both sides have lost their minds. Politicians are getting...
Hold on.
What do you think about politics?
I think it sucks. Seems like both sides have lost their minds. Politicians are getting rich, and insider trading is supposed to be against the law. Politicians who have never even shot a gun trying to tell us how to use them. You've got two sides that are talking about children's private parts more than actual health care. And unless you're a billionaire, no one cares.
And my wife got sick a few years ago.
It nearly bankrupted us. And do our politicians care? No. I was 19 when I started my ironworkers apprenticeship. Now I've been doing it for 20 years. In a union, you learn to take care of one another. We know each other's families. We're friends. We share the fight for what's rightfully ours. We believe the people who do the work should have more power than the bosses. That's why I'm running for Congress. Forged in iron, I'm not scared of a bunch of corrupt politicians with soft hands who have never worked a day in their life. I'll take on the billionaires who own me. Fix the tax code for working people, and not like corporations that we fund and build hide profits in other countries. Big pharma, big tech, big bosses, they're not bigger than us. I'm Trey Martin, an iron worker, a husband, and a dad. I've won tough union fights. I hate politics, but I love Oklahoma. I'm running for Congress because it's time for Washington to learn who's boss.
Oh, this guy, I think he could actually win if he gets into the general. I gotta say, he is up against Jenna Nelson here in the primary. I wonder how triggered Republicans are right now about this guy. Steelworker, who's calling out politicians who've never worked with their hands. Incumbent Republican Stephanie Bice looking to hold on to her seat here. I think he could take her out if he manages to get there. Here's his website. God damn it. These websites load so slow. There's something about putting them, like, having the stream software, like, looking at it, makes it load slower. I don't understand why. Okay. There we go. Platform. I mean, this guy's got some great policies here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Here's his website. He's not running to play politics. He's running because the system is broken and working people are paying the price. He wants healthcare that doesn't bankrupt you. He will fight for universal healthcare, expanding access to care, reducing medical debt, protecting Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Higher wages and stronger jobs, raising the minimum wage. It's been a while since the federal minimum wage went up. Strengthen unions and worker protections. National security without needless foreign wars. Keep America safe by focusing on real threats, not unnecessary foreign conflicts. Yeah, that's what I say. This guy be a huge improvement over the current representative of Oklahoma's 5th District, which is once again a triple Trumpy district in Oklahoma. I know you're all shocked to hear that. Amanda with a 130 stream streak? How did I not... When you hit a streak that large, I should get like a notification. You know, like a sound, like an alert. Because that's crazy.
This is ridiculous!
130 streams in a row. All right. Well, let's give you a preview of one other primary election happening next week, and that is the Maryland primary, where a number of candidates are looking to get their way across the finish line into the general election. Hopefully I have this in the right order. No, I do not. Oh, wait, no. It's because I don't have a video for this guy. That's why. I see. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. Thank you very much. Sorry, I gotta get two things ready. Every time I do these, I gotta have the Wikipedia and the Ballotpedia open for reference. At least a couple of things, as well as the candidates web page, and especially in this case, because this guy does not have any social media, real social media, freaking presence at all. Sad but true. All right, Maryland's first district, Victor Gaitis. Running for our future. Lower cost of living, universal child care, universal health care, restoration of constitutional rights, employable skills for high school grads, and universal universal higher education. We need doctors, scientists, educators, philosophers, artists. Love this guy. Yeah. The tax-driven universal healthcare system will put money in our pockets and ensure healthcare for all people of all ages. One of the greatest costs to young families is childcare. It affects every aspect of their lives. Their ability to contribute to the workforce is greatly diminished when one parent or more must choose to be at home as a result of being unable to afford childcare. We need doctors, educators, philosophers, artists from all walks of life, not just the upper class who can afford higher education today. Scholarships are not enough. Higher education needs to be accessible and free for all to pursue. Oh! Yeah. Suffice to say, Victor would be great if we get some of that stuff done. Maryland's first congressional district, currently represented by this guy, incumbent Andrew Harris, a Republican. And Victor, god damn it, this is really not working out well today at all. Come on, don't be a dick. Victor's got some serious competition here in this race, and I think there's definitely, I didn't look at it, but I'm fairly certain there's a lot of money in this race here in Maryland. Now, this Maryland district is also triple Trump. It's also a triple Trump district. It's on the bay here. I always forget what the name of this fucking bay is. It's the East Shore of Maryland, Harford County, Baltimore County. Staying in Maryland, moving on from Victor's race here, going to Maryland's second district to a man by the name of Clint Spellman Jr., also running as a Democrat. Here he is in an appearance on a channel called Community Media Center 2 months ago. What's happening? Okay, there we go.
My name is Clint. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives because of the people of the Maryland 2nd District, and working families across this country deserve leadership that actually fights for them. For too long, corporations, billionaires, and political insiders have written the rules while everyday people left struggling to survive. I'm running to change that. I'm running because I know what it means to stand up to powerful interests and win. I'm running because the working class has been ignored, underpaid, and pushed aside while the cost of living skyrockets. I'm running because families shouldn't have to choose between rent, groceries, or medicine or electricity. I'm running because justice, dignity, and opportunity should belong to all of us, not just the wealthy and the well-connected. I'm running because America made a promise that all people are created equal, that we welcome the tired, the poor, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Their promise has been broken. If elected, I intend to make sure this country keeps it. For more than 30 years, I've worked directly with individual families and small businesses, helping them to protect what they've built and navigated through all of the hardest moments of their lives. I've seen up close how economic injustice crushes opportunity. In 2009, I stood up in Spellman versus AX, fighting for fair wages, fair treatment for workers who were being exploited. That fight taught me something important. When you challenge powerful corporations on behalf of working people, you better be ready for a battle. But you can win. And when you win, you don't just change a policy, you change lives.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at Clint. And his website here. ClintSpellmanJr.com. Meet Clinton. Born and raised on the northwest side of Baltimore City in the early 1970s. After his parents' divorce, his family changed dramatically, and at 10 years old, he came to face poverty. Despite his mother working 2 jobs and his father paying child support, it still wasn't enough to sustain their household way, a story too familiar to too many people. He joined the United States Marine Corps, and after serving honorably returned home with a renewed sense of purpose, doing every job imaginable. Busboy, janitor, retail manager. Boy, oh boy. Where does he stand on the issues? Pro-choice, common sense gun legislation, wage garnishment reform, which he thinks is a hidden contributor to homelessness. Good point. Raise the federal minimum wage to $23.85 an hour. How nice that would be. Veterans and social safety nets. As a veteran, I understand the sacrifices made in service. We must honor that by caring for our veterans and ensuring robust support for all Americans in need. Universal health care for the people, for real change. Clint Spellman Jr. Shit. He's up against a guy by the name of John Olszewski, an incumbent Democrat. I think been receiving the vast majority of donations in this race, the big money backing that guy. It is a fairly blue district, voting Obama, Clinton, Biden, Harris. In the last 5 elections, or whatever that is. It does seem like Clint is a better candidate, certainly better policies than John. Next candidate on our list is in the 3rd district of Maryland. We got a good candidate in all 8 districts of Maryland today, which I'm pretty impressed by. We've had a bunch of situations where we have no primary elections happening at all. Incumbent Democrats just going straight to the House with nobody complaining about it, which I find disturbing. Austin Dykes, I think that's how you say this. That's how it's spelled, okay? I don't know how you're supposed to say this. Austin from Maryland from last month.
I'm running for Congress, and so I went down the road from my home to talk to Marylanders about their opinions on our representatives.
What do you think is the most important thing we need to do?
That's a lot. I don't know.
We're gonna do it all, dude. We're gonna do it all. What do you want me to start with?
I got a 6-year-old, so
Okay.
I'm gonna say free school lunches,
Yeah, absolutely.
universal pre-K.
I do care about the environment. I think road first way is
Yeah.
kind of stupid. Ice is not good for people. You should care about everybody, no matter where they're from.
If I get into Congress, what would you say? Man, you got to do this right now.
Oh, for sure, Medicare. Well,
Medicare for all? Yeah.
Yes.
And I 100% agree with abolish ICE. Like 1,000%.
See, nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all stopping.
Meeting people and listening to their concerns is the central focus of my campaign. My name is Austin Dykes, and I'm running for Maryland's 3rd Congressional District.
See, I said it right. That is how you say it. That is how you say it. There you go. Austin Dykes running for Congress here in a very hotly contested race, looking to oust Sarah Elfreth in 3rd District of Maryland. Here is his website, austinformaryland.com. Got some great stances. Medicare for all. Tax the wealthy. $25 minimum wage. Protect workers from AI. Overturn Citizens United. Ban congressional stock trading. Palestine and AIPAC. I oppose unconditional military aid to Israel and will never take AIPAC money because foreign lobbying arms should not be writing American foreign policy. Shall we continue? Or you abolish ICE? I mean, where do you want me to end? Reproductive freedom. Like the guy, universal housing, universal food programs, and the Cuba embargo. He's got this guy, he has been incredibly thorough. I gotta give Austin serious props for the thoroughness of policy. Because I go to websites where I'm like, I could have used some more information on what you believe. He was either too vague and not to the point enough, or just not enough information. This guy is straight to the point and just an utter cornucopia of all of the possible opinions you could want. And if you're in the, what did he say, 3rd District of Maryland, do consider voting for him. Get Sarah Elfreth out of here. I am your nighttime news. I'm glad. All righty. Maryland's 4th District. Jakia Johnson. Looking to oust Representative Glenn Ivey. Here's a clip from her YouTube channel 4 months ago.
I'm Jakia Johnson. I'm a mom, a policy advocate, and a community organizer. And I'm running for Congress in Maryland's 4th District to put power back in the hands of working families. I've advocated for Maryland and Prince George's County families for years, advancing reproductive rights, building mutual aid, and holding systems accountable. Because our communities deserve leaders who deliver. My campaign is funded completely by small donors. My only special interest is you. My opponent, Glenn Ivey, has received over $7 million from AIPAC. He's voted time and time again to fund genocide in Gaza. In the country's second most democratic district, we can do better. We can build a government that actually serves everyday people, but we can't do it without you.
Okay. Here's Jakia's website. JakiaJohnson.com. Built for this fight. Unbought, unbossed, unafraid to fight for a government that finally serves everyday working people. Issues. Every American deserves access to affordable, high-quality health care, no matter their zip code, income, or background. Immigration. Everybody deserves a chance to live, work, and raise their families in safety. Environmental justice. We need roads, energy grids, and water systems built for the climate realities we face not the world we lived in 50 years ago. Reproductive justice, gun violence prevention, disability justice, labor and workers' rights, cost of living, and more. And as was mentioned, Jakia's competition, or at least the current incumbent Democrat representing Maryland's 4th, is a man by the name of Glenn Ivey, who, as noted, received millions in AIPAC donations. They really want him to hold on to this seat in the primary. Good reason to get you out there and vote. She's also got 3 other people. So this is a hotly contested race. So basic human rights is progressive now? Almost. Basically, it kind of feels like that, at least when it comes to Israel and Palestinians. But out of all the candidates there, she does seem to have the best platform. Hopefully she can take out AIPAC Dem Glenn Ivey there in Maryland's 4th. Now, on to the next district. Oh, but just to point out, Maryland's 4th, if you hadn't figured out, with the incumbent Democrat here, it's voted Obama, Clinton, Biden, Harris. Blue, no matter who. In every general election between 2008 and 2024, it will most likely go blue again in the general. So it's really all about right now, who we get in there. Let's hear a little bit more from Jakia. PGCTV 2 months ago.
We are now less than 3 months away from the 2026 primary elections, and in the next coming weeks, CTV News will bring you exclusive interviews with the candidates.
And joining us today is a candidate from Maryland's Congressional District 4 seat, Miss Jakia Johnson. And Miss Johnson, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
And we're going to get right into it. Miss Johnson, you describe yourself as an activist, and you also describe yourself as a nonprofit leader. Why do you think it was time for you to run for Congress?
Yeah, I think I made this decision because I felt like our leaders were not meeting the moment. We found ourselves in this moment where we are facing really unprecedented times, and our leadership is acting timid. They're waiting for permission to act. We live in the second most democratic district in the entire country. We should be on the front lines of every single fight. We have both that right and responsibility, and I didn't feel like we were seeing that, and so I thought it was time for some new leadership.
One of the things you're fighting for is federal labor policy. Why is that so important to you?
I think labor is the backbone of everything this country stands for. I think for a long time now we've exploited labor, and it hasn't benefited us as a people. I am a proud former SEIU member. I served as a shop steward and got the opportunity to work with my coworkers to really make sure that they were our employer was valuing our labor properly. I think we'd be much better off as a country if those same principles were applied across the board.
Hell yeah. See what I mean here? I think she would be the best candidate. I listened to this whole thing. I mean, the first sentence that she says is what we need out of everybody. This is what we need. The sort of thinking in our most bluest of districts. We should be on the front lines. Shouldn't have people like, Chuck Schumer and fucking Hakeem Jeffries and assholes like that. You following me here? Like, it doesn't make sense how it's become this. In these, I think to some degree it does, right? Those people have continued to remain in their seats through the decades, haven't really shifted their positions, and have sort of calcified, right? Like become part of the scenery almost, right? Part of the machinery, right? And it just, that needs to stop. We have to oust those people who are on the front lines, who want to push for changes, right? On every issue, right? They shouldn't be the ones who are most capitulating to Republicans, making the most concessions. But I feel like to some degree we see that too much. Like in fucking San Francisco, with goddamn what's her face? I mean, she's gone now. I mean, she's leaving in like 6 months. But Nancy fucking Pelosi. It's like one of the bluest districts in the country, and yet that woman is behind the curve on every goddamn social and economic issue that Democratic voters care about. Okay. Sorry, I needed some hydration over here. Been talking a lot. Oh, God, I forgot to start the galactic content goal. Thankfully, we've already made some progress on it. Thanks to the great generosity of...
So hot right now.
People. I can't do the math right now on that one. I'm just going to start this. Just to keep track of it. It's actually not 4,000 bits for everybody who's looking at it. It's lower than that. I can't do the math. I do know how many subs we've gotten at least, so I'll go to 8. Right? Is that right? I think that's right. Moon Day. Yes, indeed. So we haven't been doing a lot of Moon Day streams lately. Just felt like the day to do a Moon Day stream. Alright, Galactic Content Goal has started. And even though I know people can't contribute on YouTube, please do consider contributing in the other places we have available to you. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, and of course Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Or perhaps if you want to send me a birthday present, Throne, great place to do that. Added a bunch of items over there. Restocked the throne shelves, if you will. All sorts of things there. Drinks, snacks. Some new undershirts. My undershirts are so old, there's like filled with holes, and they're falling apart because I refuse to throw them away. Stuff like that. Random things that would, help me out. Nothing crazy. All right. Moving on to Maryland's 5th District. Harry Dunn. And if that name sounds familiar to you, it's because it does. It's because he is one of the Capitol police officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th and has become quasi-famous for those efforts in the last 6 years. And I guess he's done waiting for change.
We have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol!
I will never forget that day. The shouting, the pounding, the sound of glass breaking, the shattering of American democracy. January 6th was violent, lawless. A lie turned into an attack, and Donald Trump lit the fuse, and he never put the match down. I wore the badge with pride. I trained hard to earn it. As a Capitol police officer, service came before self. And on January 6th, we held the line. Here's the thing, lawlessness isn't always a mob. Now it comes with a title, a budget, a badge, a weapon, and lies from behind the podium. We've all seen it. I see the same aggression in ICE agents that I saw from January 6th insurrectionists. Unchecked force, American citizens murdered, and lies to cover it up. That's not safety. It's power without accountability. I once told Congress, I did my job. Now you do yours. Well,
Yeah. Now, like I said, I think a lot of people are familiar with who Harry Dunn is, but we should probably take a look at some of the issues. That he is standing for. Well, on healthcare, he supports Medicare for all. And protecting and expanding the Affordable Care Act, at the very least. Hold on. Oh, God, it stops working. Climate change is an existential threat to our planet. Donald Trump and Republicans deny its reality. Harry not only recognizes it as real, he understands that we must take urgent action to combat it or put our planet at risk.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now this is a district represented by Steny Hoyer, incumbent fuckbag. I don't know how long this guy's been in this seat, but it's been a long... Oh my God. Dude, this guy. This guy has been in office since 1981.
I'm staying in the race.
Good fucking God. This guy is part of the Democratic establishment that has brought you Donald Trump and Israel and the genocide and literally all of the worst stuff that you hate. All the worst stuff that you don't like, Steny, he's on it. All the failures of the Democrats, you can thank Steny and his ilk, you know? He's basically Joe Biden. Steny Hoyer is basically Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi. It's like if Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden had a baby, that would be Steny Hoyer. I think he's slightly younger than them, right? No, he's older than them, actually. He's 87. Good God, he's almost 90 years old. Now, what's fascinating is Steny, actually, I'm just realizing Steny has dropped out of the race. Holy shit. And the number of Democrats, oh my God. Steny Hoyer has dropped out of the race. Oh my God. And now there's 37 Democrats running in the primary. Holy shit. All right, not 37, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like there's like 20, there's at least 20 Democrats running. Holy fuck. There's a lot more than I thought there was. Good God. This is going to be fascinating. See how this thing goes down. This is a very blue no matter who sort of Democrat district. If you hadn't figured that out yet, seeing as they've had the same Democrat there for 46 years. Figure that's probably a clue. Guys over here talking about lunch. Make me hungry. All right, let's go to the next district on my list. Maryland's 6th district. Slightly less contentious race here. Good God, 20 fucking candidates. That's going to be wild. That is going to be interesting, to say the least. That's next week's. Just a reminder, everybody, the Maryland's elections are next Tuesday. We got 1 week. And I think it's possible early voting in Maryland's already open. I know it's already open in New York, which is also next week, Tuesday. But each state has its own voting rules, so I really don't know. Ethan Wetchlook. Wetchlook? I forget how you say I forget how you say this guy's fucking name. Ethan Wetchlook in a slightly less contentious primary, but still very crowded contest in Maryland's 6th, which is currently represented by April McLean Delaney.
I'm Ethan Westchlook, and I'm running to replace April McLean Delaney, who now says that she regrets her vote for the Lake and Riley Act, a vote that helped enable a nationwide reign on terror carried out by ICE. Unfortunately, that regret comes too little, too late. When the Latino community warned you what was coming, you dismissed them as too angry. You told them that wasn't how change happens. You shut them out of events, and then you abandoned them when it mattered most. And then you voted to thank ICE at the height of this terror. This isn't regret, it's damage control. You didn't speak up until you faced real accountability and real challengers. I'm Ethan Wetchlook, and I will never vote to bring fear and violence down on my own community. Check out my platform to see.
Yes, let's check out Ethan's platform at ethanformaryland.com. Affordability, accountability, community. Oops. Platform. The system won't change itself. Washington's gotten too comfortable serving the rich and powerful while the rest of us are told to wait our turn. I'm running for Congress to fight for the people who actually make this country work for our rights, for our planet, and for our future. We deserve better than politicians who chase photo ops, cozy up to wealthy backers, or treat public service like a stepping stone. We deserve someone who lives in our communities, knows our struggles, and shows up to fight for working families instead of themselves. Affordability. Raise the minimum wage. Ooh, corporate consolidation has gone unchecked for too long. That's so true. Small businesses. Corporate America he gets bailouts while local business owners drown in paperwork. Yep, we gotta stop giving bailouts to corporate businesses. Healthcare for people, not profit. After working on the... God, why does this thing do this? This is very annoying. After 8 years working on the healthcare insurance marketplace, it's clear that we need to move towards a single-payer healthcare system that guarantees coverage for every single American. Increase funding for rural healthcare and telehealth. Invest in training, education, and retention for doctors, nurses, EMTs, and allied health professionals. Legalization of marijuana. Yeah, a lot of great stuff in here. Check him out if you're in the 6th district. District that is once again fairly blue. Go on Obama, Clinton, Biden, Harris. The last 5 presidential elections currently represented by April McLean Delaney, who has been there since 2025. Okay, so this is her first term. Oh, wow. The Baltimore Sun describes McLean Delaney as the wealthiest member of Maryland's congressional delegation, with her disclosure forms including 3 joint investments worth $5 million to $25 million, and bank stock in Forbright Inc., a holding company founded by her husband, valued at $25 million to $50 million. Oh my God. So she's a centimillionaire. Wow. Okay, moving on to Maryland's 2nd district, currently represented by Kwesi Mfume. There's a guy who's been in office now for a while, I think, like since like the 90s or something, right? No? Why do I think... Oh, he used to be the president of the NAACP back in the 90s. I see. He took Elijah Cummings' old seat in Maryland's 7th district. Where he now has a challenger in Mark Conway.
WSNT_me just subscribed for 5 months.
Wasn't me with the resub. Thank you, wasn't me. Helping us out with that goal. Making some progress there. Yeah, let's see. This was like kind of, I think it was like a debate between Mark Conway and Kwesi Mfume.
That's too much, man!
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Was it me? I think it was you. Dark Sparkle getting that sub.
You don't tell me what to do. Let's get that straight, okay? Let's just... No. I mentioned also earlier today this group violence reduction strategy and how it's working. Let me tell you something. I don't sit here and take credit for this. I don't. The mayor did that, the state's attorney, it wasn't a committee or anything else. It's important to keep that in front of us because sometimes we want to take credit for everything. No. What happened there was a miracle that's starting now to be replicated all over the country.
It was not a miracle. It was a lot of hard work by folks in the field. It was a lot of oversight. Oh, well, no, Mr. Congressman, Congressman, don't interrupt. As chair of the Public Safety Committee from 2020 to 2026, I oversaw the improvement of the GVRS program after I identified areas where it failed. And I worked with Monty to address those areas. Now, my job on the city council is not to just shake my head and do whatever the mayor asks. My job on the city council is to be honest about the needs of our community. And that means going in the community and talking about what the issues are and where we failed and where we need to improve.
Allowed to go back and forth, so I didn't go back.
Congressman, this is not that. Anyway, my point being, and if I can get some more time, because I've been interrupted now 3 times. Anyway, the rules are you should let me finish my answer.
No.
So. Thank you. So on to so one, we are doing phenomenal work here in Baltimore, and that takes oversight. It takes not just throwing money at the issue, but also making sure that the money is spent well.
Don't I get the 2 minutes that I gave up that was against the rules for the rebuttal?
Congressman, I believe you would be able to answer the rebuttal in the next question.
You don't tell me what to do. Let's get that straight, okay? Let's just... No, I'm asking a question as calmly as I know. So we don't need those who come here to rally and make noise. So I presented my question in a decent, fair way. That's all.
We don't need people here who come to rally and make noise. We don't need people coming here to rally and make noise. It's literally a political event. I don't understand what the objection is. Look at Mark. Now, Mark is already an elected member of city council in, I think, Baltimore City, is it? Wait, Baltimore? Yeah, Baltimore City. In fact, his Baltimore City .gov profile is what comes up first on his Google search. But here's Mark's website, Fighting for the Future That We Deserve. ConwayForCongress.com. Apparently, Mark is running for Congress to take on systems that put corporate profit ahead of Baltimore families and to deliver real accountability, affordability, and opportunity in every neighborhood. Cheaper energy, fighting utility monopolies and lowering costs. Affordable housing, putting homes back in the hands of families by stopping speculation, strengthening oversight, and investing in safe, stable neighborhoods. Universal health care, building a patient-focused healthcare system that puts people over profits. Mass transit, creating a bold regional transit vision that drives economic growth and ensures people that it can access the jobs and opportunities that they're ready for. Yes, indeed, he's got a lot of good policy prescriptions. Here in Maryland 7th, as we just mentioned, represented by this guy right here, Mr. Complainy. Will I be able to rebut right now? I'd like to rebut, please. There's 2 other people in the race, but I think Mark is the best of them all. Hopefully he makes it to the general. Because if he does, that would make him if he wins in the primary, this is a blue district, right? Obama, Clinton, Biden, Harris in the last 5 elections. Once again, currently represented by Kwesi, who is a Democrat. Baltimore, very, very blue district. probably want somebody more like Mark than Koasi because unfortunately, Representative Mfume has taken a lot of corporate money, and I think APAC money too. He generally sucks. Rewind that rebut. Is it GSL's birthday today or this week? Oh, who's to say? We're just celebrating the birthday week, right? A lot of big birthdays this week. We're just celebrating everyone's birthday. My birthday. Yesterday we celebrated Boy George's birthday. Today we celebrated Ice Cube. Tomorrow it will be Tupac. And who knows? It'll be next. You know, I could throw a curveball your way. We're just celebrating everybody's birthday this week except for Donald Trump's. That's the most important aspect of this week's celebrations. Now, unfortunately, in Maryland's last district, the 8th district, my preferred candidate does not have a great social media presence. And the fact is the current incumbent here in Maryland's 8th district, he's not the worst Democrat, but he's not the best. So one guy's trying to change that. One of a number of guys. It is all guys. Boris Velasquez trying to unseat Jamie Raskin, who is another example of a Democrat who has taken corporate and APAC money, voted for funding weapons to Israel, and a number of other sort of disappointing things that he has done on a number of occasions. No clip. I do have a website for Boris. Policy platform. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, he suspended the it's over. He's already given up. No. Well, that happens. That happens. Things are fluid in politics. Thankfully, I didn't have to put too much effort into Boris. I didn't even... Thankfully, we didn't have to do too much. God. Well, there you have it. I don't have a better suggestion to you. Vote whoever you want in the Democratic primary. I don't care. On the 8th, that being on the Maryland's 8th. Fuck, I mean, vote Jamie Raskin if you want. I don't know. I mean, honestly, J.D. Kumar and Stephen Leon, I don't know enough about them. I can't remember their platform, but I don't remember them being all that good. I'm not prepared to do a deep dive on that. And go back and compare, like re-compare the candidates. That feels it's too impromptu. Can't do it. But we had seven of 8 Maryland's congressional districts, decent candidates, all. I'm actually not that shocked that Boris suspended his campaign. I could not find any social media presence for this fucking guy. He had a website, which is better than everybody else's. Not all campaigns are made equally. You know? As has been proven here today. Alright, we're 2 hours into the stream. But I'm still moving kind of slow, so I think I'll take a break at like 3 or 4 hours. We'll stay talking about the different races going on right now. A little bit. And things keep getting weirder and weirder in Louisiana with the frickin' primaries here. I am afraid. Wait, why can't I look at my... Wait, what just happened?
I'm Ethan Westchlock, and I'm running to replace April McLean Delaney.
Oh, everything's fucking up. Don't do any of these things. What in the fuck is going on with my browser? Yo, wait. What? Sorry. Hold on. Something really weird just happened to my browser. I've lost... How does this happen? I've never seen this happen. What happened? I don't understand. No, this doesn't make sense. What's happening? I'm so confused. Oh, I've lost the back and forward tabs on my browser. I don't understand how that's possible. This has never happened. It's unprecedented. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah, wait, what the fuck? Wait, why is this happening? This is actually annoying to me. What the shit? Okay, there we go. Okay, so things that are getting more and more confusing in Louisiana. Okay, now this is working. The original date, if you recall, for the Louisiana primary was way back in May 16th, which was canceled because Louisiana decided to gerrymander back to old like Jim Crow era fucking like racist maps that disenfranchised black voters in the state from the representation, or at least that they're trying to, and canceled the primary, then said, actually, we'll have the primary in fucking November, 3 days before the fucking actual election. But they're still having early voting that's already underway. And like an election that's happening on June 27th. It's all confused. I'm genuinely sitting here like fucking confused at this point.
Early voting wrapped up today, but will continue next week for the June 27th election. On the ballot is the runoff for the U.S. Senate primary. On the Republican side, it's Congresswoman Julia Letlow against State Treasurer John Fleming.
I just figured it out.
On the Democratic side, it's Gary Crockett versus Jamie Davis. Treasurer John Fleming. On the Democratic side, it's Gary Crockett versus Jamie Davis.
I just figured it out. So, and this is what's so fucked up. And hopefully, so this is why I wanted to talk about this. Right. I'm just remembering what's going on here. I actually had figured this out before and somehow forgot it because this is from like a couple of days ago. And so what's going on here is that the primary for the House was canceled, but there was one open Senate seat, or there is one open Senate seat in Louisiana where there's going to be an election for it, right? In the general, but but since the Senate is a statewide election, are you following me here? Since it's a statewide election, they held the Senate election but canceled the House election. So people still had to go to the primary voting day, the normal primary voting day that was canceled for the House to vote for on that day. I did not know that this happened, right? Like I did not realize that this had happened on that day and that I thought all of the elections got canceled, including this one. But no, this one happened, but neither of the candidates got, I think you have to get 50%. Or otherwise it goes to a runoff. So now there's a runoff election. Early voting is already happening, and the actual voting for this runoff will happen 11 days from now, on the 27th of June. Louisiana is just creating a clusterfuck. And vote for Jamie Davis, by the way, in the Senate runoff. This guy, I don't have a video for him, but we talked about him earlier in the year. He is the candidate. He's the galactically preferred candidate in this election. And hopefully he beats this guy out and goes to the Senate. That would be huge. Okay, really. Oh, what did I just? Oh no! Oh shit! Oh god! I just knocked over a drink. Oh god. I forgot that was there. Oh god. That's like How is it this much? I'm gonna unplug the soundboard. Let's see it. No, yeah. Hold on.
So hot right now.
Terrible. We need to get a cup holder, yeah. Yeah, something like that.
So hot right now.
Yeah, I'll put a cup holder on throne. That's a good idea. Now let's go to Wisconsin, which the primary is happening in 2 months from now, August 11th, but the attacks against the governor's race candidate, the galactically approved governor's the attacks against the galactically approved governor's race candidate have already begun. Francesca Hong in the crosshairs. Let's see how those attacks are going.
People have asked us to have Francesca Hong on the program. Is she DSA running in Wisconsin? I don't know if she's like technically DSA. Maybe she is. We don't weigh into the governor's stuff that much. I think I don't know if I've mentioned this in the past, so we may or may not, but at least in terms of like interviewing, but maybe we'll do. It's just hard to know from a distance, like what are the politics in, different states. And if we start doing Wisconsin, we got to do other states. But this segment is so fascinating to me because when they try and scaremonger,
I love this.
This is with Representative Brian Steele, a Republican from Wisconsin. When they try and like scaremonger in this way, it really does make you believe that, like, oh wow,
Oh, good. We've got a deranged APAC bot in chat. APAC is defeating a lot of alt-left anti-Semites. Oh, yes, the alt-left anti-Semites. Yes. Like Sam Cedar. Right? Is Sam an alt-left anti-Semite, would you say? What would you say, Sophie? Do you think Sam here, alt-left anti-Semite?
Must live in just the thickest possible bubble in the world.
This is a vintage Fox News bit right here.
If this is going to be a factor in the midterms. I mean, here we are in primary season, Congressman. Socialist Democrat Francesca Hong is running for governor in your state. She's been endorsed by Congresswoman Elon Omar. Her policies include free child care, a minimum wage of $20 an hour, publicly owned grocery stores, obviously increasing taxes on the rich and the highest earners. And she wants to ban the construction of data centers, Congressman. Your thoughts?
Well, the Democratic primary for governor in the state of Wisconsin mirrors Democratic primaries in my congressional seat and others across the country. Radical Democrats are moving further and further to the left, and that's where the base of the Democratic Party is. You can look no further than the mayor of New York City to recognize where the base of the Democrats are. And so it's these types of policies that we're working against, and we need to make sure that we're out there working through this midterm to overcome these types of radical Democratic proposals, is why I'm actually really excited. President Trump is coming to the state of Wisconsin this Friday to talk about the reforms that we're making at the national level. He's coming to Derek Van Orden's district, another competitive seat that is going to be our opportunity to hold the House and to continue to advance President Trump's agenda nationally.
I'm glad you didn't repeat what the policies are that you're fighting against.
Look how scary this is.
Yes, you're going to fight against. We're gonna stop this free childcare, and this $20 minimum wage is so radical,
so unpopular.
A publicly owned grocery store.
Jesus Christ!
Oh my God!
There's children listening.
Tax hike on the rich.
A communist.
Banning the construction of data centers. Like keep that list up there. I would say the polling on all of those. I mean, yes, I would imagine if you look at just Republicans, the best you're going to do, well.
Honestly, I think on a lot of this stuff, Republicans would actually be fine with it. Like, I think publicly owned grocery stores sounds too much like communism to them. Right? But like tax hike on the rich? Like, and if you get real specific, like on billionaires, I think that gets pretty high, right? And people hate that. The hatred for data centers is so bipartisan right now. It's crazy. And childcare is fucking expensive for everybody. It doesn't matter who you vote for, technically. Still costs thousands of dollars.
I bet you that you're getting at least 20% support from Republicans. I'm on almost all of that. Maybe in the teens for the publicly owned grocery store, because that's full on communism. If you like, as opposed to like, how many people walk into the grocery store and even know who owns it? But everybody else, independents, Democrats, all of that stuff, I would say minimum 75% support.
Actually, groceries are a newfangled concept. Nobody's ever heard of it. It's a new thing called groceries and affordability. Affordability. Everybody's saying it now. But it's not just Francesca. We haven't even really talked. We should be talking about her already. I haven't. She's literally on my list over here. Actually the only candidate that I have down for Wisconsin right now. I think Galactic Viewer recommended her to me in the Discord like a month ago. This is why your contributions are important. I'm like, oh, I know who this is. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this situation. Well, but it's not just Francesca Hong who's getting attacked. Media smears against leftist candidates. Well, they're happening all over the place. Let's talk about it. Staying with the majority report. However, we're switching from Sam to Emma, who used her Majority Report day to bring in Hassan Piker.
All right, back to actually real things. So tonight, you and I are going to be at this DSA rally introducing the New York slate of candidates for DSA.
Yeah.
Just a phenomenal slate, and we're about to be talking after our conversation with Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. I
Yeah.
struggle with it, but I think I got that out. Who's running in New York's 13th district? She's a part of that slate. I just reflecting, I think, could you reflect on the rise of DSA here in New York specifically and what that means for creating progress across the country nationally?
Yeah, I mean, New York is leading the way, but there is a lot of appetite for necessary change in this country. And the DSA system has been so successful in this city in organizing that they got some really solid and very popular politicians with national prominence from both, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez all the way to, Zoran Mamdani. And they're banking off of those victories to put more numbers on the board. I've already interviewed the DSA slate last time I was here. I was very, or not even the last time I was here. I've been here a lot,
right?
But I'm very familiar with them. I've done some work with all of them. From Claire to Dari Lisa to the lower, like the local races as well. And I wanted to highlight every single person and make sure that they get a little bit more shine right before early elections start, because I think it's very important to show this success and to continue building on this momentum, especially at a time when people are looking for alternatives.
Yeah, and I also, even just to quickly talk about the Knicks, it's almost like there's a little bit of class consciousness even in that conversation too. Seriously, because people look at what contrast Zoran up in the nosebleeds with Trump shutting down the whole goddamn thing for himself. I don't know. I think that's like instructive for the jocks that care about the NBA, for example.
Sure.
Let's radicalize them.
No, I think so too. I mean, you got Dolan.
Yeah.
Trying to actively wage war with
Emma can't help herself right now over the Knicks. Can't help herself. I'm gonna do it for us. She's gonna do it for us. Try and stay focused on the serious things. Whoa. Whoa. A lot of duck songs going on in the chat right now. Nice new hat. Thank you, Matt. Yes. My birthday hat. My birthday week. Celebrating my birthday and everybody else's birthday. Just not the president's. Go fuck that guy.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
You can stick it to him by donating to me and the Galactic News Network. Real birthday gift. Any and all. Super appreciated. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Throne as well. Maybe he'd like to send me a birthday present that would arrive at my door down on Earth. Throne gives you that opportunity. Get like snacks and drinks and stuff like that you would know are helping me out in real life. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Yes, indeed. I gotta move this along. Where do they start talking about this? They talk about the Knicks for like 5 minutes, I swear to God.
Back to Zoran for a second. Part of the goalposts keep shifting about what he represents. First, during the primary, it was like, oh, this avowed anti-Zionist Muslim man can't win in one of the most Jewish cities in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Of course he can't, with his stance on Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he ended up winning the primary. And then it was, well, and then he ended up winning the mayoral election overall. And then it was, oh, well, this is New York City. It's a bunch of commies. It's way too far left. You know, that's not replicable everywhere. Look at Spanberger here. She also won on this same primary day. She's just as equally exciting, this centrist. Well, her approval rating is in the tubes. Zoran's approval rating is skyrocketing. And then we move to Plattner. And I think why there is such a freak out about him in particular is they can't, if he ends up defeating Susan Collins, they can't make that argument anymore that it's just commie New York City.
Yep.
No, this kind of politics can translate anywhere in the country.
Yeah.
And the Democratic consultant class that makes all of their money on commission with big television and digital ad buys are existentially threatened by the idea of people-powered campaigns, in addition to the fact that I'm not sure how much you've covered this, like, you know, New York Times story about Plattner. It's basically backfired, but it's a coordinated Zionist smear campaign from both the right and the center of and right of the Democratic Party to take down this guy for what he represents.
Yeah. No, these guys would protect their sinecure to the death. They would allow, and when I say these guys, I mean like the Neera Tandons of the world, the consultancy class, the people that have made a great deal of money connecting corporations with Democratic politicians by consistently telling them that you need to moderate, you need to pivot to the center, and you need to keep getting money from corporations, and you need to keep defending their interests, the interests of profits, and you need to place that over the interests of the people.
Yes, indeed. In this primary season, we've been trying to support as many candidates that do the opposite of that. Support the interests of people, that support the interests of humanity, right? Oh, thank you for the birthday wishes, Janelle, Duck. We don't have a birthday command. We should have a birthday command, though. We need a hype train for GSL's birthday. Didn't we have a hype train today? I feel like we started off with a hype train. We got to like level 2. Wasn't bad. Still haven't completed the galactic content goal yet, though. Or the galactic deficit, which I keep looking at, like out of the corner of my eye, and just getting a little bit more concerned about what waits in the future. Only a third of the way through it, and half of the way through the month of June. The math is starting not to math. And suffice to say, that's alarming.
Wow.
Till the bitter end. So it was devastating. Tuesday was devastating for me.
Thank you for supporting women.
Yeah. But I mean, Janet Mills was a representation of this attitude. The idea that in Maine, the only way to win, the electability argument favors the moderate. I mean, she's a popular governor of the state. And all of a sudden, this outsider comes in. He's an oyster guy.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. And it's a blowout. Right? So what centrists have to now do is undermine this candidacy and undermine this campaign, even if the alternative means a Republican majority in the Senate, because if Grant Plattner wins, that shows that the electability argument actually favored left populism all along. To say that you're against Israel, to...
Yeah, Hassan has been 100% right. You know, it's a shift, but it's only a slight shift. It's a shift from trying to defeat it outright in the election to realizing it can't be defeated in the election. Janet Mills dropping out, and them just going to, okay, this guy just has to be defeated no matter what. Because it's not about ideology for them, right? It really doesn't seem to at all be that way for most of these incumbent Democrats, certainly not for these big money groups. Right, they're more concerned about corporate profits and the state of Israel, right, than they are ideology, right? You know, George Soros. I'm not George Soros is a bad example, but you get what I'm saying. Like billionaire Democrat donors, right? Reid Hoffman or whoever isn't interested in Medicare for all, right? Isn't interested in United Healthcare continuing to make record profits. Have government money go directly to them, and or you know, like whatever else. Like none of these like big money donors going to Democrats they're looking to prevent that kind of stuff from happening, right? That has been their job for too long, is to basically be playing prevent defense on the issues to prevent the people from getting the stuff that they want, right? Because more and more, you know, the Democrats and their policy decisions butt up against the like the desires of, like you see it in the polls, right? Like over and over again, the Democratic voter wants this, and the Democratic politician does that, even when they're in power, right? Completely opposed now at this point, almost, right? It's really gotten out of hand. I mean, Israel's the biggest, most glaring example, but really, I mean, on everything else, even on everything else, like Democrats tend to just try and either do piecemeal reform or nothing at all. Just leave the goalpost where it is. Defend the status quo. And that needs to end. Like, everybody, I think, is sick of that kind of politics, which is why these primaries are so damn important. So we can get new voices in there and not let these fucking Democrats go straight to the generals. And you're seeing a lot of them are starting to step down. Steny Hoyer dropping out. Right, I'm starting to wonder how many others will, like, you know, but like Steny's gone, Dick Durbin's dropped out, right? Nancy Pelosi's gone. Like, you got a bunch of them are starting to, I think, like, actually see the playing field for what it actually is now, right? Like that these efforts are happening right now to push them out, and I think that's why we need to double down. Right, like I think we're seeing the dam breaking on this, and even if this election doesn't go in every single way that we want it to, like I've been trying to temper our expectations on how the general will go. Like I do expect like at least half of these candidates to fucking lose, right? But if we can just get half of them in there, it would be huge. This can't happen like all overnight, especially because once again, like I still don't think we as leftists, like as a group, put enough effort into it. Like I've seen efforts, piecemeal efforts, but I'm talking about like communal efforts to some degree, right? Like, and I'm talking about like online creators, because that's sort of the group of leftists that I most identify with, I guess. And I put that on myself. I'm part of it. I should have been reaching out to people more, and honestly, it's not over yet, so I can be doing that. I gotta try. Honestly, Hassan's been doing a great job. Majority Report's been doing a pretty good job too. Honestly, both of them have been doing like fairly good jobs. I just feel like we need to like triple down on these efforts, right? Like Majority Report and Hassan should be doing like a primary show every. Like, I know it's a ton of work. Like, you know, like do a Kornacki cam. I mean, I'm the one who's supposed to be doing this. I'm not doing a good job of it. It's partly my fault. Because I said I was going to start doing a Kornacki cam situation. And I still feel like it's not as well produced as the Kornacki cam, and that's my fault. I'm just saying, like, it's actually pre-Kornacki cam stuff that's important, though, right? That's like showmanship, right? Like that really isn't the important part, because the election has already been decided once you're reviewing the election results, right? It's about the pre-shit. It's about like determining who the best candidate is, even if they're not fucking perfect. Getting out there and being like a certain level of pragmatic about just like moving the needle forward on issues, broadly speaking. Like, do you know what I mean? Because if you can get in 50 decent candidates that move the needle forward on like a whole host of different issues, right? In one election, that's huge. If you get those people reelected, if you get like, I don't know, 75% of those people reelected in the next term and more people reelected in the next term, right? Because next term, I mean, considering everything, it will probably be another Democrat win in the general in 28, right? So like in the aggregate, like over the aggregate, right, over time, cumulatively, like I'm saying, like, if you can do like 50 candidates, keep like 75% of them in the next election, but add on top of that, like double in the next election, because you have already been putting into place like more and more systems, more and more like networking and whatever kind of efforts, marketing wise, like reaching out to candidates and stuff like that, right? Like, I'm not saying, once again, these guys are doing fucking like more than I am on that, honestly. I'm not reaching out to candidates enough. I'm not reaching out to anybody enough. That's my big problem, is I'm terrible at the fucking networking. Like, when it comes down to it, like for the stream, like I'm too busy thinking about actually putting the stream on to think about like reaching out to somebody for like a snippet of a show. Just thinking about like how I'm gonna like fill the full 8 hours and feel like I've already prepared enough for that. God. Hassan's basically a celebrity now. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he is. He really is. And honestly, the mainstream media is making him bigger and bigger by like doing the hit pieces on him and stuff. Trying to call him terrible. And then he comes out in his like little suit and tie. He's like, I think people should have health care. Yeah. But yeah, I just can feel it like in the water right now. The incumbent, ancient, ossified, dino Democrats, the do-nothings that we constantly talk about. I think they can see. They can see it. They can see it happening right now. And they're thinking to themselves, maybe now's a good time to retire before I lose in a general election. You know, I can step down, you know, and act like it was for family reasons or because I've had, you know, I've had a great career or something. I can write a book. I can do like, you know, $1,000 a plate dinners and talk to people about stuff. Just get out, like get out. I'm hoping that they are starting to see that. Like, I'm not expecting them all to just like throw their hands up and quit. But like, for instance, I don't expect Chuck Schumer to run again in 28. That seat's going to be open. I think a lot of the centrists can see that they can't continue democratic politics as usual, right? And that, sort of broadly speaking, Democrats object to money in politics. The very thing that has kept most of them in power, right? It's all of the PAC money that has been getting funneled to people like Steny Hoyer, that has kept him there. But the base hates that. They're in a lot of cases they're rejecting APAC funded candidates, even though the overwhelming amount of money is going to them. You know, in a number of cases, you're seeing, you know, APAC funding races 5-10 to 1. Those plates were $1,000 in the 90s. Okay, you get what I'm saying. They're way more now. Yeah. $1,000 standing room only dinners. You know, I agree. Hassan is great. I think he's taken a big step this year in really focusing in on the primaries. I continue to applaud him for that. Because he could just continue to do whatever, you know? Like, he'd still continue to make, like, just as much, probably more, right? He'd probably, he'd probably have more sleep, more energy, and more money. But he's doing it anyway. Right? Like, dude's flying around the country, doing live streams at political events and rallies for candidates that he supports. Who knows how much that's costing him? The flights? I mean, have you seen inflation lately? He's paying for flights and hotels to go and do like political shit for free. They're not paying him to go, right? Like, everybody understands that he's not getting paid to go to these places, right? Like, that, I gotta give him one of these for that. Sure, he's got the money for it, but a lot of people with the money for it aren't doing that. The one thing I keep waiting for, which I feel like is an underutilization, is for Emma to start doing rallies, like rally appearances, like interviews. You remember that? Like when she used to do that for TYT? Like, I want her to go back to doing that to some degree. Like, not to like stop doing what she does, but to like also like, I don't know, like during the generals or something, be like the Majority Report on the ground correspondent. Because I always thought that she was really good at the interviews. She used to like go to what like Trump rallies and stuff back like 10 years ago. I think that would be a welcome addition to the Majority Report. It'll be extra work for Emma, but just saying. That would really add something. A little je ne sais quoi. All right. Let's go to California. Not to talk about the election, but to talk about a man who is now under fire. Wait, where? Don't I have another clip? Oh, right. No, first we're not going to California. I forgot. Okay, first we're going to Capitol Hill to talk about a man in California who is under fire. Todd Blanche was sitting here with Senator Chuck Grassley. Oh, this whole thing is fucking hilarious, actually. Oh my god, the way this all goes down is wild. Okay, I've started this all wrong. Okay, let's go to the office of Senator, I think this is the office of Senator Chuck Grassley from Iowa, the country's oldest senator. There's like a 9,863 years old who was meeting with Donald Trump's attorney. I'm sorry, Donald Trump's attorney general. It's really both, isn't it? Todd Blanche is running around Capitol Hill meeting with senators because he has to get the green light. He's still technically the interim AG. Many of us, I feel like, are just as, kind of letting him go by the wayside at this point, since he's just been acting AG for well over... How long has it been now? I'm just trying to... Has it been like 2 months? 3? When did Pam quit? Does anybody remember when Pam quit? February 20th. This is from February.
The Dow right now.
If that's from February 20th, that was. Wait, was she still? That was that. Was that after she quit, or before she quit, or was she fired? There's been a lot of movement in the. It has to have been at least at least 4 months, I think, since she was fired / quit, whatever it was. And yet he has not yet been actually approved by the Senate. He's still just a guy. He was asked about his office's decision recently to start an investigation into somebody.
I want to congratulate you on your appointment.
Thank you.
Look forward to the hearing.
Me too.
To the discussion.
But actually,
today.
Honestly, I did not keep it in here for his answer. To be perfectly honest, after watching this, it just made me realize how badly we need to get guys like Chuck Grassley out of Congress. You know, like 100-year-old dudes who just seem like they're living on a different fucking planet. You know, he's literally just he should be like on a back porch somewhere sipping lemonade on a goddamn rocking chair, not in Congress, right? Not a fucking state senator. Like, this guy's mind is stuck in like 1940. He sounds like he's not even aware of what's happening. He's like just talking to Todd like he's his grandson. Just like listen to the way that Chuck talks to Todd. He's literally talking to Todd like he's his grandson. Oh, great to see you, Todd. I'm really looking forward to your nomination hearing. Should be really exciting.
Appreciate you taking the time. I know it's a very busy time of this season. Yeah, it's good to be here. Sorry. Beginning of a busy week for you guys.
Hey, hold on.
Thank you.
Look forward. I want to congratulate you on your appointment.
Thank you.
Look forward to the hearing.
Me too.
To the discussion we're having today.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I know it's a very busy time of this season. Yeah, it's good to be here. Sorry.
You bet.
Beginning of a busy week for you guys.
Yeah, you bet.
You bet.
Yeah.
So, how's things going? Pretty good.
I'm going to your state fair in August.
What day in August?
I'm not sure which day.
Because I get.
What day are you going to? We could go together for the state fair. Sounds fun, Todd. It's a good time. Get yourself a candied apple and some funnel cakes. That sounds really fun. You could throw a ring toss.
I can plan my schedule around your reading day.
We told your staff, so I think we're going to do that. Yeah, I'm excited. A fun 2 days, although I'm told it's hot.
This guy's the Attorney General.
General Blank. Is Justice Department investigating Gavin Newsom? Can you explain that?
I'm not here to make
This is not a news conference. This is just for whatever you
want to do. Accusing you of political retribution and president.
As it goes. I will say.
Am I right, Claire?
Am I right, Claire?
Thank you very much, everybody. Can you address that? Can you confirm?
Do you see what I mean? He does not know what's going on right now. The room is filled with news cameras, and the second somebody asks a question and it interrupts their very important discussion about the state fair. I don't know which state fair. I couldn't quite make that out. To interrupt their very important discussion about funnel cakes. And Chuck goes, "This is not a news conference. Hey, everybody, I don't want to wait. Claire, is this a news conference? I don't know where I am. Am I at home? Where am I? Congress, you say? Am I still a senator? Huh. Weird. I thought I was talking to my grandson, Todd. Is it Todd? Are you not my grandson?
Can you explain the nature of the investigation, sir?
Well, I'd like to get the meeting going here, so leave, please.
Yes. All right, thank you guys. Thank you for coming.
Ready?
The anti-weaponization fund
Oh my god. Todd looks uncomfortable. Chuck looks like he's still living in a fucking kind of different planet. I don't think he knows where he is. He literally had to ask his secretary whether or not this was a press conference in a room filled with cameras. Like, that's how out of touch he is that he doesn't even know when he's in a room filled with cameras. Claire, is this a press conference? Claire, am I right? Is this a press conference? No? What's happening? All right, everybody, get out of here. He's not ready to talk right now, okay? Everybody, thank you. Thank you, get out. Every fair will have funnel cakes for all time. Exactly. But the question the reporter was trying to ask the attorney general there, who was talking to the senator of Iowa about funnel cakes, was about the DOJ's apparent decision to start an investigation into the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. That's right. Here's Microsoft Now. I'm sorry, MSNBC.
Mentioned a moment ago, we have breaking news from California where Governor Gavin Newsom says he and his wife are being investigated by the Department of Justice. According to Newsom, the DOJ has, quote, not found a crime. They are simply trying to find one. Joining us, White House attorney in the first Trump administration, Ty Cobb. He's also a former federal prosecutor. Thank you for joining us, first of all, Ty. It's really good to have you. I just wonder,
my pleasure.
On just the face of this, are you surprised that the governor would announce this?
No, I'm not surprised that he would announce it. I think that's a smart move. There's no reason to hide it. We know that this president has targeted people with whom he has disagreements.
I guess more to the point, are you surprised that he might be investigated by this DOJ?
Oh, not at all. I mean, the DOJ and Hegseth went after Senator Kelly from Arizona, a potential presidential candidate. Newsom's a potential presidential candidate. I think most presidential candidates, just like most presidential candidates, should expect that they will be met with abuses of this sort. I think we know that the elections themselves are a singular target of this administration, and they're after voter rolls that they're not entitled to, and they're keeping the Insurrection Act alive as a possibility to interfere with the election.
Yep. Yeah, Donald Trump continued to use the DOJ against his perceived enemies and as a way to get policies enacted that states are refusing to do. Just an example of the myriad acts of corruption Trump has taken under his second term. Speaking of acts of corruption, let's talk about all the different architectural, what do you want to call them? Additions Trump has engaged in, undertaken since coming to office. Of course, we've all seen them. So many of them, really,
This
when
morning,
you think about it.
new
Hey,
renderings
ma'am,
of what
I
President-
need you to shut your mouth. Thank you. We've seen them all, most of them, right? Rose Garden paved over. Wall of shame. Presidents with their own golden framed photos and long-winded, supposedly Trump-written biographies. Of course, can't forget the gold filigree that's affixed to every surface in the White House. Nor can we forget the destruction of the entire East Wing and the impending ballroom to be placed in its stead. But of course, these are only some of Trump's changes in DC. He also wants to build a giant arch blocking the view of Arlington Cemetery, covered in gold and weird statues.
This morning, new renderings of what President Trump's triumphal arch will look like. Trump announcing construction crews will work 20 hours a day for up to 3 years to finish it before he leaves office. The 250-foot arch will be just outside Arlington National Cemetery.
We're the only important and major city that doesn't have one. We don't have a triumphal arch.
The FAA
Everybody has
requiring
them. Every single city has them, aside from DC. I think we all know inherently that that's not true, but I am tempted to like bring up a list of cities without arches just to prove that this is a stupid fucking statement. But really, is that worth our time?
lights on the top as a safety measure for planes taking off and landing at nearby Reagan Airport. But there could be other red lights for this project. A lawsuit is asking a federal judge to block the plan, arguing the arch should be approved by Congress. Many veterans are also concerned it will block the view of the cemetery.
Now, potentially, a gigantic arch will cast a shadow on my resting family, friends, and leathernecks, as vanity is rewarded with a momentous symbol of selfishness.
Not far away, another Trump project.
Momentous symbol of selfishness. Yes, that's actually an apt description. Momentous symbol of selfishness. It's exactly what that fucking statue is. It's so stupid. Oh, it's so stupid and unneeded, and nobody will ever fucking, oh god, so dumb. Nobody wants this. 3 years of construction, how much is that going to cost? It's got to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't know the exact, what the current estimates for it are, but there's no way they're correct. And it's got to be like 10 times more than that. Just like with that pool. Just like with that pool we were just talking about. Which is supposedly finished. Or last week. Like 5 days ago. They completely finished it. And now it's perfect. And it will never need to be redone ever again. Before and after. Painted. Oh, it's so glorious. Oh my gosh. Look at it, blue. It was green, now it is blue. Oh, does everybody see the gloriousness? Well, you better keep that image in your mind. Because I'm afraid the $15 million that just got spent on trying to turn this the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool blue, it lasted about 4 days. Yep. As it turns out, images of floating algae in the reflecting pool started surfacing on social media. Within a very short period of time, going from that regal blue color to sludgy and green.
immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah.
The algae is back. Exactly, and it's probably never going to go away, regardless of who's president and who's pushing. But I like it a little gamey, to be honest with you, and realistic.
The water in this area is very high phosphate.
Oh my God! Look at
and
it.
it is prone
What a waste of what
algae
a waste
bloom.
of money.
And in order to
What a fucking waste of money. 15 million for that. Trump's pool guy apparently couldn't get it done.
prevent that, you have to treat it like a swimming pool with chemicals, chlorine, etc. And that's not what this pool was designed for.
I knew they were trying to make it blue. For me, I think it's an impossible task, having a pool myself. I know what it takes and what an environmental wreck it is to keep dumping those chemicals in the water to keep it blue. So I was kind of relieved, actually, to see that it was sort of a natural green. And I could still see the reflection of the Washington Monument in the pool itself. So I'm really glad about that.
Well, absolutely. It was 100%.
So you're saying it didn't need to be blue? Huh. So it was a complete waste of money. That's good. So the pool back to exactly how it was before, aside from the fact that it's now been... Now $15 million has been spent on it. The reflecting pool has returned to its former glory. No matter what the president wants. Nice to know that we're not going to have to go back and repaint it. Because I was thinking to myself, God, it's going to be inconvenient to have to drain that thing again and repaint it just in spite. But looks like nature had its own plans. Had nothing to do with the water being blue. A natural green, exactly. I think she just meant it in pools. But yeah, I see what you're saying. It's fascinating. But that wasn't Trump's only architectural loss this week. I'm not afraid. Not only did the pool turn green, of course, Trump's name was taken down. I mean, this is all. Let's not forget that story. That's from 2 days ago. Okay.
Do you know what we're here for?
Pep Talks TV. Thank you for the raid on Twitch. Much appreciated. Are my YouTube raids turned off? Did they not work? I've been wondering about that. Because I don't see people raid me on Twitch, on YouTube, but I get raids on Twitch all the time. Anyway, welcome in Pep Talkers. Hope the stream was good. But, yeah. So, pool turned green on Trump's birthday weekend. And on the day before his birthday, his name was removed from the Kennedy Center.
Aww. I did everything right and they indicted me.
As the scaffolding went up, the chants echoed out. Take it down, a reference to the new name plastered on this old institution. The letters spelling Donald J. Trump began coming off just past 3 a.m. after a federal judge ruled the controversial renaming.
Hey, there's the YouTube raid. Thank you, Pep Talks. Welcome in, viewers.
Of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center was illegal.
Now this tarp, that's a Trump thing. You know, covering it up, not wanting the public to see his name come off of this vanity project that he has created.
President Trump made the national institution a centerpiece of his vision to transform Washington's cultural landscape into his own image. But to his critics, it represented yet another example of executive overreach. But for all the political battles the president faces at home, it's his actions abroad that keep world leaders up at night. The non-interventionist president seemingly forgetting his election pledges again, launching strikes at Venezuela last night, executing the leader of one of Latin America's most notorious criminal gangs, known as Niño Guerrero. But to the most pressing of deals, yet another promise of an imminent breakthrough with Iran was bolstered earlier today by chief mediators Pakistan, whose prime minister suggested a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could arrive in the next 24 hours.
Okay, we don't need all the rest of this stuff. I just wanted the part on the Kennedy Center sign coming down. Now, what's fascinating is that they left this tarp up. It still apparently remains. And I think I know why. I think it's just an incredibly petty move. They're currently trying to appeal the decision to have it taken down. Even though I think they already did once. I think they're like taking it to the Supreme fucking Court or something like that. But it's wild.
You can't really tell, but the president's name has been on that building for much of the past year, and it was taken down.
Like, I think they're leaving up this fucking tarp so that, like, it's like, just think of it this way. Like, in the mind of Trump, what do? It's like, all right, it's your birthday weekend. They want to take your name off a building. You go, okay, well, if I can't have my name on the building, well, then nobody can. Nobody can, and we'll block it. Okay? It'll just be a building. It'll just be the arts. It'll just be the performing arts. Nobody's arts. If I can't be on the building, nobody can. Fuck John F. Kennedy. Fuck that guy. Yep, and that's a picture of it, I think, from earlier today. This was Forbes breaking news clip from 8 hours ago. We don't need the whole thing, but there's just a picture of it still there. The John Arming Arts. You can't see any of it. It's so stupid. It's so petty. It's so petty and childish. But it's not really shocking, is it? When you think about it. The pettiness of our president knows no bounds. The self-dealing of Donald Trump has no limits. I mean, he had a birthday party on the front lawn of the fucking White House, erecting a monstrosity and bringing in his friends to put it on and live stream it, giving them exclusive branding rights. Something that people tried to stop.
A federal lawsuit has been filed to stop the upcoming UFC fight card at the White House.
But that never happened. As we all fucking know.
The UFC spectacle at the White House this weekend on President Trump's 80th birthday. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. And this is going to be quite the spectacle. This morning, they are putting the finishing touches on the massive arena that they have built here on the White House grounds, this towering claw on the South Lawn. Overnight, they were testing the lights, the sky over the White House ablaze as they get ready to host 7 fights here on Sunday. 4,000 spectators are expected to watch in the arena, with 120,000 watching from the ellipse nearby. The event is
120,000 people from the ellipse nearby watching on television. I don't think they ever got those numbers. But as I pointed out yesterday, when we were watching this, Paramount was given exclusive rights. The Trump donor and now CBS owner, Larry Ellison, who will soon be the owner of CNN, was given the exclusive broadcasting rights to live stream on Paramount Plus and drive people to his fucking platform. It's disturbing. And then Trump's other friend, Dana White, seen here, is the guy, of course, putting on the event, UFC TKO. I bring up the UFC parent company, TKO, because I've learned some stuff about that recently, which we'll get into in a little bit. But first, let's go here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get a little patriotic. This country's 250th birthday is happening in a couple of weeks. And
I can't wait.
Very excited. You know, honestly, it is a bummer for me because I mentioned that I was 9 years old when the country turned 250, 200, I should say. And, you know, I went to the Freedom Train was riding around with a copy of the Constitution underneath glass. And we did all sorts of like stuff in school around it. I think like at my camp, we tried to set the record for the world's largest hot dog on July 4th or something like that. And it didn't work out, but
it's the most American thing I've ever heard.
That's what they told us anyways, that we were doing. And
like, to your point, it could be an opportunity for young kids to be engaged with the history of this country.
Yes. And you know, there was like, I remember buildings in downtown Worcester were painted like with bicentennial stuff. And there was a sense of excitement.
I thought this was
America. And this time, 250 years. Now, I know it's not 200, so maybe it's not as big of a deal. We've got to wait for 300. But things seem to have been cheapened a little bit.
It's my birthday party. Why don't you treat me better? We're going to do bare knuckle fighting on the White House lawn.
Okay, well, let's listen to Marco Rubio talk about the wonders of America, the things that you can't even anticipate about it.
So I have a couple reasons why I think is very powerful. Here's the first. The first is America, and the ideal behind America is the impossible. That someone tells you can't do that, or that's never going to happen. The whole idea of America is audacious. The very idea that America, that you could have a country where founded on the principle that your rights come not from your government or from your leaders, your rights come from your creator, it was an audacious idea. No one else believed that at the world at that time.
Wait,
and
hold
that's
on.
the foundation. But
come from your creator, so he's just completely lying about the nature of the foundation of America. He's trying to say it was a Christian nation and its founding. Is that what he's implying? Also, like the American Revolution, it's so boring in the reasons that we split off from Britain. It's not like this glorious thing, the no taxation without representation thing. Like a lot of it was settlers wanted to expand even further out west, and the British were like, no, and they're like, it's our right to do it. That was a big part of the reason.
I'm inclined, though, to like to just give them the benefit of the doubt and appreciate the things that were different. Our Constitution, and whatever your creator may be, or your creator could be just
our
like
parents.
Science or time. No, you know, time or whatever. The fact that you exist gives you certain inalienable rights. And that, you know, we had a couple authors on here a couple of years ago talking about the Constitution is very much an anti-oligarchic document, which was new. Like the king was the oligarch. And the dukes were the oligarchs at that time. They had all the money. They had all the political power. And this country was like an audacious. There's a lot of like settler colonialism and a lot of indigenous killing, but you know, if you were to disaggregate, I will agree that was a very audacious thing. The idea that we have rights. We don't necessarily always measure up to that, but that was audacious. Let's hear what else.
Time, and that's the foundation. But then beyond that, everything we've done since then as a nation, time and again. Now, how can you achieve some of the things? You know, we're going to put a man on the moon. When President Kennedy announced that we were going to put a man on the moon and return him safely to the earth, no one thought that was possible, and we did it. We are a nation founded on doing what no one else dared to do and no one else aspired to do. And at some level, that's what this whole company, what UFC has been. You see, mixed martial arts is not new. It's been around now for about 30 years, I would say, maybe 35, but there were no rules or structure. I remember the early fights, I used to watch them back in the day, and it was, you could get like a 170-pound Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy fighting a 250-pound heavyweight who was a striker. It's like, how do you put this?
Just to be clear on what's going on here, because
The concept of fighting is new. Wow. Wow. Little Marco is struggling over here.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
So, the Constitution, right? These are the three things that really make America great. The Constitution, going to the moon, and the UFC.
imagine many people listening to what we just heard are in a state of shock right now. The three audacious things that America has brought the world. The idea that we have inalienable rights, that our rights are not derived via the king, but rather by virtue of being a human being, we have inalienable rights, even though we haven't necessarily measured up to that. Right. But that idea.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, MLK had a dream. You guys are right. This is like his fourth or fifth dream, but it's one of them. You know, the United States could be a place where we could have mixed martial arts fights. You could have a Brazilian guy fighting a guy from Thailand, and we can all watch that, and that's monetizable. I mean, that's America. Thank you, J-Bo. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Now, two young women, actually don't know their ages, but two young women who refer to themselves as the news girls. Well, they did the unthinkable. They actually went to this fucking thing. Here is a clip of that.
Hey everyone, welcome back to News Girls. Ren and I are right now reporting live from Washington, D.C., where Trump is about to host his UFC fight on the White House lawn, and it's like honestly pretty crazy here.
It's crazy. There's so many fans, a lot of people wearing red, white, and blue, looking very patriotic, and we're not even outside the actual match. We're outside the Ellipse, where 85,000 fans are attending FanFest to watch it on a screen.
No, and there's like so many tents everywhere, so many people. We hear like a bunch of country singing in the background.
The wind is crazy. The weather, they said the weather might shut down the event, so we'll see.
Yeah, there's supposed to be like a storm. Right. We have an umbrella.
Yeah, we'll be safe. We're going to try to talk to some people about what compelled them to come attend this today.
Okay guys, the craziest thing in the world just happened to us.
We are inside the UFC Fan Fest with 85,000 other UFC fans.
Like, these are limited tickets. We did not have tickets. These three random people came up to us and were like, wait, we have extra tickets. Do you guys want to come?
They had exactly 2 extra tickets.
And now we are in the belly of the beast, everyone. We are in this. It's so crazy. They made me throw away my tripod, so, you know.
That sucks.
But, oh my God, we're literally
here. This is insane.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. I'm gonna skip ahead The middle here. What part did I think. Yeah.
On the grass.
Yeah, so of the people we talked to, most of them are bigger UFC fans than Trump fans, but most of them still really like Trump, and so it's kind of the combo that brought them out tonight.
Yeah, and it's been interesting. They're all like very avidly watching the match on these like huge screens. Joe Rogan is like reporting live and asking fighters questions and stuff. So we're just watching with everyone else here, and we thought we'd give you some like very interesting research and details that we found out about this event.
So it cost an estimated $60 million to put on this whole thing. So that's this fan fest, the claw, the fight, bringing everyone in. And the UFC is paying for that. So that's not coming from taxpayer money for once. But 7 government agencies have allocated significant resources and manpower. It's being overseen by the National Park Service. So it still takes government employees to put this on, which is taxpayer funded and like salaries.
Yeah, there does seem to be some like conflicts of interest when it comes to the money involved in this, because Trump apparently owns a stake in the UFC parent company TKO Holdings. So he is kind of benefiting from this fight. We've also seen reporting that the UFC fighters that are fighting tonight will...
What's crazy is that was the first time that I heard this. I was like, wait, I'm sorry. What? What? And I looked into it, and it's true. I mean, it's not a massive stake, but Trump invested in TKO, the parent company of UFC. He is now financially invested, and he did it 2 weeks before the event. It's at this point, it seems like every time that Trump makes any decision in life, he just thinks to himself, and maybe he like asks the people around him, is like, what's the most corrupt thing I could possibly do? We have this birthday party going on. What should I do? Oh, you can invest in the company, the for-profit company that's hosting the event. Perfect. I love it. Let's do that.
Bonus payments in Trump's crypto company, which is like crazy. Just that his family's financial company is being tied to this like official government event. So there's just a lot of things that we don't know the details about, but critics are calling out conflicts of interest.
I mean, yeah, that's insane. It's also kind of a crazy split screen to have this like giant newly constructed claw right next to the demolished east wing of the White House. It almost, and even walking here tonight, it almost felt dystopian to see all these like fans out, and it was so moody because the weather was supposed to be really bad, so it was very gray.
And what's weird is that this fight isn't being like broadcasted everywhere. We were wondering, can you watch it on YouTube TV? Like, are people going to have access to this fight? And it's only being streamed on Paramount, which is just so funny. Obviously, Trump has ties to Paramount owner the Ellisons, so this is all just so crazy. Like, all his best friends are benefiting from this. The Ellisons, Dana White, who's the CEO of the UFC, Trump's family. It just seems like this very close-knit Trump inner circle event that's being coincided with America 250. This is supposed to be an America 250 event. Of course, it's also Trump's birthday.
Yes, so Trump turned 80 today, so he's only this.
Yeah, and it just happens to be that all of Trump's good friends are some of the richest people on the planet. And they're all benefiting. All of their companies are benefiting. And it turns out Trump himself, not just by getting a free birthday extravaganza, but by way of being financially invested in the parent company that's holding the event itself. I mean, it's bonkers.
President ever to turn 80 while in office.
This is what we're dealing with.
People are very, very spirited. And it's such a stark contrast to Biden. When he turned 80, he did a private brunch with his family at the White House. And Trump is doing all of this and even conflating his birthday with the 250th anniversary of America. So let's just make it as big as possible. But analysts are saying UFC is such a good metaphor for the way that Trump approaches politics. He likes political cage fights. And they're also saying this is kind of just a distraction from everything else going on. And it's kind of a successful one because we're here, everyone's talking about UFC and not the Epstein files or Iran or inflation.
Whoopsies.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
His horrible approval ratings.
No, it's true. It's crazy that this was even allowed to kind of happen in that way. Apparently there were some lawsuits, one major federal lawsuit that tried to stop this from happening, but a judge eventually allowed it to happen. And all of the people we've been talking to tonight seem to really think that this is a good idea. This is a way to bring the nation together because sports and the UFC does that. But Reuters reported that only 16% of Americans support the fact that Trump is throwing this event. So we're talking to like a very, very rare slice of the population.
Yeah. It's bringing together 16% of America. An incredibly male demographic. Look at the... Oh my God. I don't think I see a single woman here. I'm looking... Oh, there, I found one. There's an Asian chick right here. Who's here with, I think, her boyfriend. Because she's got a hand on her shoulder. She's holding that thing. A heavily male demographic in the audience.
That came from all across the country to see this.
But a very emphatic slice of the population. It is mostly men, but we're seeing some women. There's like a fair amount, I would say 20% women.
Yeah.
A lot of UFC shirts, a lot of flag shirts.
A lot of like young men. We've been seeing a lot of young men in groups, very like bro-y energy, very UFC diehards.
And they got tickets months ago. So they've been planning this for months, unlike us who just
happened to waltz in
like an hour ago.
And I have so much respect for him. I've, had that for a long time.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from Missouri. He's from Georgia, living in Texas. He's from here.
Baltimore, Maryland.
Wow.
And a couple more friends.
So from all over.
All over.
How long have you guys been looking forward to this?
Probably
Since it got announced.
Yeah, literally. We were
Since
the day they announced it, I bought my ticket.
Wow. Okay. And are you guys big fans of President Trump? Is that also why you're here?
Huge UFC fans. I don't think politics has a lot to do with this. I think I have to put things aside and just sometimes look at the history that's going on right now. So you have all these people gathered together on the lawn, trying to have a good time, trying to put politics aside, put their differences aside, and watch some guys compete to the best of their ability and live out their dreams. And if you ask any of these fighters, what's the greatest thing that's happened?
I can't. I have to stop it. Oh my God. His answer is it's incredible. First off, this dude is absolutely a Trump supporter. I know he's trying to play it like he's not because he's on camera right now. He knows how unpopular the president is. At least that's the vibes I get here. I could be wrong. But he starts it off with, first, not here from the president, okay? We're here for the history, okay? Look, lady, I don't know your name, but look, listen. History is happening, okay? You got a bunch of bros and also dudes who are trying to chill and have a good time, okay? And that in itself is historic when you think about it, okay? It's like the act of those bros and dudes chilling and trying to have a good time, if I haven't yet made it clear, is what makes it fucking historic, okay? I've got a beer, my bro's got a beer, this guy's got a beer, you don't have a beer, that's okay. Look, totally fine, still historic, okay? But we're all chilling, it's vibes, and it's non-political, okay? I bought my ticket 4 months ago, but this is not about politics, it's about history. The history of chilling. Hard chilling. It's never been seen before. Unprecedented levels of chilling happening here, which you can clearly see. Thank you very much.
Politics aside, put their differences aside, and watch some guys compete to the best of their ability and live out their dreams. And if you ask any of these fighters, what's the greatest thing that's happened in their life, they would most likely say competing on the White House lawn.
Yeah.
And you want to ask me why?
Well, I want to say that it is the America 250 anniversary. No, that was really good. But it is like for the America 250th celebration, so there is a bit of like American politics
There's a bit
that
of
are part of
history.
it.
Yeah. You want to come to the White House and watch the best fighters on earth fight.
Mabel and I genuinely thought we almost just died. We were walking between buildings, so we couldn't really see what was above us, and it was just this loud, like, booming sound.
The loudest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. That was so loud.
It, like, shook our bones.
It was so scary.
I thought, like, a bomb was going off.
But never, like, looking up at the sky, like, grabbed her hand.
It was
We were,
so
like,
loud.
so scared.
And then, like, 10 seconds later, like, another, like, clearly military, like, plane flew over, so they were just doing another flyover, but it was...
Nobody else looked phased. Ren and I thought we were gonna die.
Loud.
There you have it, news girls on the scene. On the scene here of the UFC Freedom 250 Trump birthday extravaganza situation. Now, this whole thing was fucking stupid and deeply corrupt, as we've seen so far. And we'll go back to the corruption in a second. But since we were just down on the ground, experiencing the show for ourselves vicariously through the news girls, I do feel we should talk about this thing that happened at the show. How do you describe it? Despicable and horrible. I'll get to describing it in a second. Let's hear it directly from the individual himself. You know what I love? Actually, I'll get to that in a second.
Official weight 231 from Mr. Hogan.
Wait, I could have sworn I had the clip in this one. Did I? Is this one not have the clip? I'm losing my fucking mind. I think it's because I put these up next to each other. This guy. He's old. This guy. This dickbag. Josh Hokit. As said here, repeated a false conspiracy claim about the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, claiming that she was a man. Because he's a pea-brained moron, I assume.
Tim Pool has a very different perspective on this.
Interesting.
Do you want? Are you?
Do tell. Yes, let's see.
I am interested. I'm sure that Tim was in favor of this display of, militaristic masculinity here, which he embodies so well.
Last night we saw UFC at the White House. Around 100,000 people showed up for this incredible event. And I gotta say, with the flyovers, the patriotism, this is America. We are back, baby.
Wow.
It was absolutely incredible to watch. I am deeply inspired. I find hope. And I must say, watching these libs, these lefties, be apoplectic over
Pause it for a second.
sporting event.
I just want to be.
Oh, Tim is so inspired. It's wow, what it must be to be Tim.
These libs, these lefties, be apoplectic over
Pause it for a second.
sporting
I
event.
just want to be clear. This is why they did this. They were so desperately hoping that there would be this massive outcry against it. And frankly, honestly, when I came into work today, I had to look up to see if it happened.
I did too. We work in this. We do this every day of our lives, and I didn't even see a ripple.
But that's why it's so good that Trump. I prefer that the Knicks didn't sweep, and that they went 4-1, and they lost the one game that Trump went to, just because also what it did. Not just did it show that he's so rancid and his energy of this like 80-year-old pedophile freak ruined the Knicks for a little bit. Showed, and then Mamdani's energy is what uplifts the Knicks and uplifts the city. Not only was it good propaganda for that purpose, it made it so that the Knicks won the title on Saturday, overshadowing everything on Sunday for this stupid event. No one cared about anything else.
No. I mean, the news was
Knicks.
dominated by the Knicks, and for that I am grateful. No, I
could. I'm sorry, but I could have sworn I had this clip somewhere. I guess I put it in the wrong place. Is it in this clip? Did they play it? No, they don't play it. Anyways, fucking Tim Pool is pretending like his manhood has been somehow increased. I'm afraid of saying certain words here, but you know, as if it even exists. But it's kind of sad that he's so obsessed with this, with these events. He doesn't really do all that much manly stuff that I'm aware of. I just think it's strange that he takes so much enjoyment from seeing others do manly stuff. Right? It's like he's living vicariously through them because he's not doing manly stuff. Right? Like, I'm fairly certain if Tim Pool tried to fight somebody, he would have a bad time. But suffice to say, there was a clip of this fucking guy. I think I just added the wrong thing. I somehow added the wrong clip to my list. I mean, it happens. Not that many times, but geez, that was an important clip. I don't know how I did that. I was watching multiple clips, and I probably just got confused. All right, let's go back to talking about the fucking the corruption part of all of this. Yes. So not only does did Donald Trump go ahead and 2 weeks before his birthday party buy a stake in TKO, the UFC parent company, and give his personal propagandist, which is Larry Ellison, the exclusive rights to stream this event. There were other people at this shindig, if you will, right? And I don't know if you were ever a child that had like an overbearing parent, one that was, perhaps withholding. And you gotta find a way to what's the word? Fulfill yourself in other ways. Well, look no further than young Eric Trump. And by young, I mean, how old is he now? 50? Yes, Eric Trump apparently been dabbling in little, sports gambling. But not the regular kind that you're thinking of.
Streaming service, of course, David Ellison running Paramount. He was also there, and so he's getting in on the cash grab here. But we also have this very strange thing that happened in advance of the event. So Daniel Cormier, which you can tell me, Luke, he's like one of the top UFC announcers, correct? Sort of alongside Rogan. Is that the idea of who he is?
Yeah, former two-time member of the Olympic team, former captain of the Olympic team in wrestling, and yeah, he is MMA royalty, something like that.
Got it.
Okay, so let's put this first element up on the screen. He posts, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for bringing this to light. However, I refuse to stay silent. The UFC is a sport I am deeply passionate about. I will not tolerate this type of insider behavior. Shame on anyone trying to ruin this beautiful event. And attached to that are screenshots of what appear to be a conversation with the president's son, Eric Trump, where he says, hey, Daniel, I'm going to be attending UFC 250 tomorrow. Saw you were casting. Hope to see you there. He responds, yo, Eric, didn't expect a DM from you. Excited to meet you and the family. Much love, brother. Eric replies, anything you can tell me about the fighters tomorrow? Who you got winning? Daniel replies, haha, I like to stay unbiased, but I love to watch the nickel fight. Let's go on to the next ones here. He says, not you placing any bets. Nah, I'm actually not allowed to bet on any cards or anything. Makes sense. Are any of the fighters injured that you know of? Eric Trump, according to these screenshots, wants to know. I'm not quite sure why you're asking me this, but I think they're all in good shape. Then Eric Trump says, I'll just cut to the chase. Are any of the fights tomorrow rigged? I've been eyeing the Lopez fight, and I think an upset would.
Looks like the art of the deal must have made its way down the old Trump family lineage. Look, I don't have time for any of this. I'm trying to do something corrupt, okay? Is that clear? Oh, he just runs out of patience. He's like, all right, forget it. I got no time to be asking you these very specific questions. I'm trying to ask if any of these fights are freaking rigged. Okay, can I get in? Can I get a little inside information, please? You guys must be doing corruption. Tell me about it. I mean, that's basically what he's doing, right? He's like, come on, you guys must already know who's gonna win these fights, right? Because you're probably, skimming off the back end or placing bets at the bookie yourself.
Be too unrealistic. $sign. And then Daniel replies, no, none of our fights are rigged. And honestly, I am appalled that you would even ask me something like that. So after this, Daniel posts something to the effect of, a lot of people are really stupid out there. He deleted this very quickly, but I think we pretty much confirmed at this point that he did post this and the screenshots. Eric Trump put up this denial. He says, we are aware of the fake AI-generated screenshots being circulated online. I have never spoken to Daniel. He has since deleted his post, which confirms it was clearly fabricated. That also inadvertently confirms that he did post this thing, so it wasn't just something that was completely created out of thin air. So, Luke, what is going on here? What do you make of this? What can we say about what...
I love that he just comes out. He's like, it's AI. It's not real. Oh, my God. Sure it was, Eric. Sure it was. I'll bet it was. I'll bet Eric was just hoping that Daddy would notice. Yep, that maybe Daddy would be proud.
but I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
Okay. Just a reminder, everybody, we are running out of time on the galactic content goal. Stream might come to a sudden end if we don't somehow complete it. We were doing pretty good early on, and then things came to a grinding halt. Not exactly sure how far we've made it, but I know not far enough. I know that much. So, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right. So yeah, I think we all see just how corrupt the UFC event at the White House was. I mean, they sold. Actually, did I mention that part? I forgot to mention that part because I also found out that that UFC was advertising a company that is illegal in the United States, cannot do business. Crypto.com. Like they were literally advertising. Like it is insane that they would do such a thing on the White House grounds. It is brazen. They're apparently paying. They're giving people like the opportunity to buy like $1.5 million like packages. It's hard. Hold on, let me look at. Make sure I have this right. Yeah, it's confusing, but it seems like some people paid like as much as $1.5 million, $1.5 million to watch the fight on the White House lawn. And all the free tickets that we were talking about were at the watch party that weren't at the White House. So it's entirely possible that many of the people who were sitting there paid $1.5 million each. This is a money-making event. It is fucking insane. And supposedly it costs $60 million to put on. But you sell 40 tickets at $1.5 million a piece? That's $60 million right there, paid for.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It probably came with the handshake too. Yeah, you're probably right. Who knows? What I do know is that there's no way this should have been allowed to fucking happen. Now, if you recall, yesterday we talked about how CBS, Paramount, desired to acquire CNN, Warner Brothers, CNN, whatever, HBO, was cleared by the Justice Department, run by Trump's personal attorney. And another media consolidation is now is now in the works with Fox, the Murdoch empire, looking to buy up Roku for $22 billion.
Fox Corporation has agreed to acquire streaming platform Roku in a $22 billion cash and stock deal. The deal will give Fox access to the Roku channel, first-party data, and more than 1 million global streaming households. Roku said Monday it will continue to be run as an open, partner-friendly platform. There appears to be no immediate changes that customers will see. Fox oversees a massive...
Yeah, they say that. But you know what this does? Because Roku is also automatically installed on TVs across the country. And what this does is allows them to do all sorts of fucked up shit. I actually happen to have a fucking Roku TV. And, you know, if it updates, it could, you know, they could put Trump's face on my fucking TV if they want to. You know, they could prevent certain apps from being downloaded on their devices, right? Like if you're like, oh, we don't like XYZ, right? And just prevent those apps from being downloaded on Roku devices, TVs, or the physical little boxes. What's preventing? Nothing is preventing them from doing that, actually. Absolutely nothing.
Media giant Fox announced that it's buying Roku for $22 billion, betting that the streaming platform will strengthen its advertising business and expand its online reach. The deal gives the parent company of Fox News access to Roku's more than 100 million households, potentially helping the legacy cable and broadcast company better compete for eyeballs, target its ads, and reduce reliance on traditional distribution.
100 million households. That is intense. Yep, and now the Murdoch Empire will seemingly have a reach into those 100 million households, which who knows how many people that is. Could be 500 million. Yep, media consolidation continues in the most disturbing ways. Yay. Actually, I should be doing it in this order, shouldn't I? That actually makes way more sense. Don't know why I didn't think about that. While we talk about media consolidation, we should talk about the consolidation of power vicariously through AI. As the AI oligarchs continue to try and put people out of jobs, seize infrastructure for their own compute power, and, you know, infuse their technology into literally everything so that they can, you know, suck up all of our data. Did everyone like the stream yet? Good question. And of course, in the end of it, it really is all about money and control. And more AI companies are going public, looking to get their hands on some sweet, sweet investor cash. OpenAI filing for U.S. share sale in the wake of the Anthropic IPO filing.
OpenAI has filed for a US share listing. That was according to a statement from the company on Monday. The ChatGPT maker did not disclose the size or terms of the offering and said no timeline had yet been set. Reuters has previously reported that the firm is targeting a valuation of $1 trillion, with a market debut as early as September. At that valuation, OpenAI would set the stage for $3 trillion IPOs in quick succession, posing a massive test of investor appetite for high-growth tech stocks.
Yeah.
MIDI Doctors just cheered 101 bits.
101 bits. MIDI Doctors, thank you very much. Helping us out a little bit with that galactic content goal. Now, the CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, was asked earlier this week about how Claude was used during the Iranian school strike and could not answer the question. He does not know and does not have access to how his models are being used once they've been given over to the US government. That's what we should be assuming with all of these things. There's zero oversight on what these things are going to fucking do once you implement them. It'll be very hard to keep track of what's going on from outside of the immediate circle. Now, one woman is looking to help people with fighting back against these AI companies that are moving their data centers into their communities. Data centers that they claim are going to bring jobs, but bring nothing other than higher gas bills, higher energy bills, higher water bills, and decrease, actually, in water drinkability. We've been seeing some very disturbing reports of people's water supplies turning brown when data centers show up in their backyard.
When the blasting started, it went on a couple of months. My sister-in-law's ceiling come crashing down.
Nobody from Amazon has bothered to say one word. It was 3 blasts a day, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable.
What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that no one should cover this?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I'm on a Social Security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your ceiling.
No, I didn't.
We wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless,
and raise your hand if your electricity bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
from the black suburbs of Atlanta.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta plug my phone in or it's gonna die.
Are the local politicians supportive or what?
To conservative rural communities.
This is not a party issue, this is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are, it's wrong.
How are voters going to respond to a Democratic socialist from New York?
People want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers,
The AI race is a big deal. The construction of colossal data centers. We have to get this stuff built.
where does that leave regular people, like Beverly Morris?
Well, I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized I just think we got to show up in these places and see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us? There's been some damage to your house?
Of course. Yeah, sure. Come on.
Yeah. Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first initial thing I saw was the crack in my porch. Wow. All the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out they're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than a mile from Pamela's home.
You can still see where the paint is ripped all the way up my stairs. I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction, so
Oh, he did?
so if I look like I'm really sticking my nose in here,
I don't care.
because
I
I'm
want you
taking
to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We're all sending letters out to the blasting company.
And what are they saying when they deny it?
They said my house was settling.
Oh, so everyone here's house is settling at the same time.
At the same time.
Pamela's neighbor also came by and insisted we see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Makes you want to cry. No one's listening. Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is investing $600 billion in data center infrastructure through 2028. OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even the real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion funding round.
If these tech folks love these data centers so much, put it in your backyard.
That's right. That's right. Or
You put it in your backyard.
Put it away from people's homes.
This is why we're saying we need to slow the roll on this, because they're moving fast. We're just saying pause it so that we can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your...
But far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There's some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met her, I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall view, very fringe left.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
How are your politics evolving? And
They're evolving.
I'm not real impressed with the politics.
You hear how fucking terrified these people sound like of AOC? Like, they are constantly being fed fear-mongering about AOC like she's the devil. Oh, she's the devil. She's a socialist, leftist, Marxist, Antifa. Oh, she's gonna come and take your jobs and your Medicare.
on either side.
we first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water, a charge which Meta denies.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipes, too. They should be responsible for that, not us.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
It is it's frustrating to live in America, I feel like. You know, because there's just this huge number of people who have been like indoctrinated into this way of thinking. And anybody who wants to give you health care or like some help is like the devil, right? Like Fox News has been telling these people out here like for decades that people like AOC are basically like criminals, right? But she's like, you know, but like she's just a normal woman who wants to help out, and that's been vilified time and time again. So that these people like they hear AOC, what? You ain't gonna bring her here, are you? She's a communist.
I worry about using the water for everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water
Communist.
for cooking anymore. I did for a while, you know. I thought, oh, you know, I've got to use it.
Right.
I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank the water here in
I mean, it should
years.
be, I mean, this is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone. Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
This is the sediment that it's picking up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad. You cannot take a shower and wash dishes or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So.
And you used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
I think typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't.
No, not and be able to get the value that we've put into our home.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet that's coming.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting.
Yeah, so it's pretty incredible that you know, that woman, anybody for that matter, could have a data center coming to their area and not be able to find out who's building it. It's a weird world we live in.
Facebook or Amazon or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go sniffing around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it, but the manner in which they're going about it is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
I don't blame Amazon. I don't blame those businesses. I blame our government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me. My commissioner should have been looking after our community. Our governor should be looking after our state, like it goes up. A business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people.
Right.
They don't, and that's a shame, but they're greedy and they don't
That's
care.
the way it is, yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to come hear about it, because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect your power bills and water bills, and keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrises, a group of residents successfully pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data center project.
Now, wait a minute. Where do I know you from?
I'm a congresswoman from New York.
Oh, come on.
Okay. And there you go, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Out there trying to fight for people and hear their concerns about data centers. More and more of them popping up in people's communities, sucking up all the energy and water, claiming to bring jobs, but providing few. Some people calling it a new form of imperialism.
We
We begin today's show with how the AI race is impacting the environment as big tech companies like Amazon, Google, Meta, and Microsoft, along with other AI players and governments, are racing to build the massive data centers that power artificial intelligence. We hear a lot about what AI technology might mean for society and much less about what this global infrastructure looks like as a material system with measurable environmental impacts. A new investigation by UN scientists aims to change that. The report warns AI's water use in 2030 will match the needs of 1.3 billion people, while its power use will be triple that of Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nigeria combined, countries with a combined population of 650 million. Already in 2025, global data centers consumed an estimated 448 terawatt hours of electricity. If treated as a nation, they would have been the world's 11th largest electricity consumer, behind France and ahead of Saudi Arabia. The report also frames this as an environmental justice issue. 90% of AI computing is concentrated in the U.S. and China.
I mean, that is utterly fucking insane. Okay? Like, for AI data centers to be taking up more energy than 185 other countries is fucking insane. Okay, for them to be 11th most energy consuming planet, if they were to be considered, I mean, come on. I mean, I know it's not like that. It's not an actual one country, but I mean, to be putting this much energy into this one thing that we still don't quite understand why we're doing, aside from to replace labor. Because that is really the basis of all of this, is for computers to be able to do what humans can do. Artificial intelligence. Right? Whether or not we ever get to the point that some people think is going to get to, you know, it's fairly irrelevant when we're spending this much money on it and putting this much energy into it. Like, we need to stop and think about what in the hell we're doing. This is, I mean, it's monumental in fucking scale. And it's all really seemingly in the goal of eliminating the need for most of human labor and thinking, apparently. We'll just sort of hand off all of our thinking and work to the machines and hope that they do it right, I guess. At some point, that's the world that we're looking to create, I guess. But, of course, that sort of presupposes the question of if that's what we want.
While the rest of the world, as well as communities within those countries, disproportionately bear the cost. Minerals extraction, e-waste, water shortages, and more. The investigation was conducted by the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment, and Health. It's titled Environmental Cost of AI's Energy Use, Carbon, Water, and Land Footprints. We're joined now by Kaveh Madani. He's the director of the Institute and a co-author on the report. He previously served as the deputy head of Iran's Department of Environment, and earlier this year was awarded the Stockholm Water Prize, often referred to as the Nobel of Water. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Kaveh Madani. If you can start off by summarizing what you have found.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for your interest in this very important topic. So what we know is that we are facing the fourth industrial revolution that is changing our lifestyle, the way we work and we live. And when it comes to AI, most people understand AI as a digital technology, as a virtual thing, as something that is in the clouds and up, somewhere out there. What we tried to do in this report was to remind people that there's some physics to all of this, and there's a massive infrastructure and material supply chains that back this service or this innovation. And if we want to understand our impact, we have to think about that very long supply chain that starts with the extraction of critical minerals in the poor areas of the world, leads to the manufacturing of all the technologies and the hardware, then construction of the data centers and other infrastructure, then operations of that infrastructure that requires massive amounts of energy and has major footprints. And then at the end of the life cycle, we have to deal with the e-waste. In this particular report, we focus very much on the operations and the massive energy use of the operations, meaning that our day-to-day interactions with AI tools result in a lot of energy use. And producing energy, as we know, not only comes with carbon footprint, but as we remind in this report, also with water and land footprint and other ecological impacts that often we don't pay attention to, especially when we keep talking only about the carbon element. We wanted to remind people about those local impacts, what is happening. And then when you look at the numbers, you see massive numbers, major numbers, enormous use of energy, and that means that we have to deal with a major challenge. If we continue using AI in the way we are, and it seems that that would be the case, then we would need to satisfy the power hunger of AI. A lot of investments are happening in renewables, but as we discuss here, if the increase in
yeah, you look at this graph over here. Down here's the legend. The gray is fossil fuel and the red is nuclear power. Green is renewable. Here's the US, the number one data center hub of the planet right now, with over, I think, 60% fossil fuel, 10% nuclear power. UK, about 50-50 nuclear fossil to renewables. China, boy, oh boy. I mean, this is all bad. India is even worse. 80%. I mean, it's all just going terrible. And they're all these things are mostly plugged into the grid, using whatever energy mix the country is using. You know, not creating their own like solar arrays or other sorts of renewables.
Investments are happening in renewables, but as we discuss here, if the increase in power consumption results in this stopping the retirement of fossil fuels, the decarbonization process would be halted and compromised, and that's not something good for the world. Yet we clarify in the report that AI is not bad. AI is a technology on its own. It's like a knife. You can save a patient's life in the operating room with it as a doctor, or you can kill people with it as a murderer. The way we use AI would determine if this is going to be a good technology for humanity or not. And we say that we have to proactively manage things and think about those impacts.
And there are serious impacts to all this. And unfortunately, we are seeing a lot of these data centers getting put into places that are of low economic value, right? Where people who are on the lower income scale, right, like on the lower income level, right, are the ones who are being hit by these data centers most. right? It's much more likely that if you make like 50,000 or less, that you're gonna have a data center put like right next to you. They're not putting them in their own backyards. Like it was made, like the point was made during that More Perfect Union video, right? Like Mark Zuckerberg isn't building one like on, you know, on his private island, or like you know, like Larry Ellison didn't put a data center on Lanai. I'm not saying he should. In fact, I'm not even saying, I don't even think Larry should own Lanai Island. But I guess he could build one in his home in California. But it's just, you know, these things are enormous. Like some of the ones that are being built right now are just insane in scale. Should put data centers on Mars, yes. We'll have Elon build them. Now, the United Nations has been calling for urgent action over the ever-deepening ocean crisis.
June 8th was World Oceans Day, a day to remind everyone that the ocean covers 70% of our planet and produces at least 50% of the world's oxygen. In short, we depend on it. But according to the massive Third World Ocean Assessment UN report released on Monday, we are poor custodians of our lifeline and need to change course.
Climate change, pollution, overexploitation, and habitat degradation are putting the ocean under pressure from many sides. They are disrupting fragile ecosystems on which we all depend. The message is really simple. We have the knowledge, and we must act.
Among other concerns, the report warns that global warming could make the Arctic ice-free as early as the 2030s. Arctic warming could accelerate processes that contribute to long-term sea level rise, and is already reshaping geopolitics as global powers compete for shipping routes and security assurances.
Yeah, and it's fucking deranged, I would point out, that countries are fighting over who's going to use the Arctic shipping routes, that if our climate does completely collapse, will be created, in theory, by the loss of the ice sheet, you know, between Canada and like the and like Asia and the actual Arctic. Oh, it's just so deranged. Oh, and I hate it. But that's how they're acting. They're like, oh, this is a guarantee. We should already start working on this shit. And it's like, guys, maybe we should start working on not making that happen. Right, like the fact that they're planning with great intention, like as if this is an opportunity and not a crisis that we should be working together on, rather than competing over who benefits from the collapse, is deranged when you think about it. Like, to compete over that. It's like, you know, when the world, like when the apocalypse comes, like we're going to have control of the fucking shipping routes. It's like, are you kidding me right now? If all that ice goes away, we're fucked. New York's underwater. You know, fucking like half of the East Coast is underwater. And they want to fight over shipping routes. It is deranged. It's what a lunatic would do. We do have lunatics in charge right now. Donald Trump, for instance.
Cyclone Cheeto.
The Trump administration gutting the vital ocean monitoring system. You know, keeping track of how our oceans, our vital oceans, are doing. Treating it like some sort of garbage dump, rather than the bounty of life that it truly is.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Trump administration has begun dismantling the Ocean Observatories Initiative, a network of more than 900 ocean floor sensors that collect critical data on marine ecosystems, ocean currents, and global climate data. The deep-sea sensors were installed a decade ago at a cost of $370 million funded by the National Science Foundation. The independent NSF board has since been dismantled by the Trump administration. The decommissioning of the sensors has already begun and is expected to be completed
immediately,
next
if not
year.
sooner.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration's push to expand deep-sea mining and loosen fishing regulations. The closure of the Oceans Observatories Initiative was recommended by the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 playbook for Trump's presidency.
So just to be clear, I don't know how long they've been working on that, on dismantling this thing. I think it's been over a week, though. I mean, that's officially, at least. I don't know when it technically started, but that means if it's going to be done by next year, it means it's going to take 6 months to undo this project that was benefiting not just the United States, but humanity broadly. It's the most selfish, stupid, inane decision you could possibly make. And they do it every time. They look at a thing and they say, how can we make this as worse as possible? How can we worsen this? Somebody. Anybody got ideas? I don't know. We could dismantle a project that critical to scientific research.
Scientists warn the move will severely degrade efforts to monitor changing climate patterns and could negatively affect weather forecasting and extreme weather alerts. For more, we're joined in studio by David Helvarg, Executive Director of Blue Frontier, an ocean policy group, co-host of the Rising Tide Ocean podcast, and an author. His latest book is just out, Forest of the Sea, The Remarkable Life.
What is incredible about this stuff is that these guys just don't understand the science. And we've seen over and over again that they've actually realized that fact, like, in post. I'm trying to think of some of the instances. But, like, it's all been very, like, hush-hush. But, like, the rehirings, like, in the wake of the Doge situation, has happened all over, like, you know, all sorts of different agencies of the government because they realized, oh, we need those people, right? Or, or, like, realizing that the screwworm program was preventing screwworm from popping up in the United States, right? Or, like, any other number of fucking scientific programs, health programs, and whatever else, like, in the United States that exist for reasons, right? It's like they don't realize it until the mistake is already made and the consequences start coming for them. And it's a deranged way to lead. It's not leading. It's not even leading. It's the opposite of leading. It's like it's just reacting. You're just reacting to shit without thinking. It's terrible. And then you're having to, like, make up for those mistakes after the fact. Oh. It's idiotic, reactionary mindset that is driving us down this stupid path we're on. You know, I'm just confused. I'm just confused why they can't learn faster. They refuse to learn, though. And they refuse to even admit when they've been wrong, and that's part of the problem. How do you learn when you can't admit that you're wrong? And you're just pretending all the time that you're right. It's not good. It's not a good thing. But like, something bad's gonna happen. I keep saying it, like, but like something real bad's gonna happen. It's gonna affect a fuckload of American people, and then they'll realize that like one decision was wrong, but they'll only solve that. But they won't even solve it. They'll like try to, they'll pretend to solve it. Like a bunch of people will be affected or like die or something. I don't know. I'm just waiting for it. You know? Because they completely shuttered FEMA, basically. Right? Like FEMA no longer exists. And we don't have some sort of like backup agency. Right? Like the closest thing that would have existed to being a backup agency to FEMA would have been USAID, but that's gone now too. Oh, right. There's another example. We got rid of USAID, and now there's a fucking massive Ebola pandemic happening in Eastern Africa. Central Eastern Africa. And, you know, it's almost like somebody could have told you that was going to happen.
Imperiled future of kelp. Well, we won't be talking as much about kelp today, David, though we have to have you back on to talk about that. But right now, the dismantling of this nearly $400 million deep-sea sensor network. Talk specifically about what it means.
Well, specifically, the Congress refused to allow the administration to defund this project for the last 2 years, so now they're disassembling it. And
it's completely insane. It's deranged. It's not like they're going to be able to resell it. Are they going to resell? Are they going to? You think they're going to resell it to some other? Maybe they will. I take it back. Maybe Europe will buy it, or Asia. Maybe some more sensible continent will buy this deep sea sensor network. Of course, they have their own sensors. We're just taking ours down. We just don't want to. We don't want to do the science so badly. Like these guys hate science so bad. I don't know if it's because they all got bad grades in science class, or if it's just because they hate that it disagrees with their own personal feelings about stuff, like ideologies and like religious beliefs. But this is out of control. It's out of control. There's utterly no reason to do this. Right? Like, we're not going to like turn around and sell this. It's just going to go, I don't know what they're going to do with it. I honestly don't know what they're probably just going to, I hate to even say the word, they're probably just going to throw it away. Throw away a $500 million sensor network because they're feeling petty. And for only that reason. It doesn't help anybody. It wasn't costing that much to keep functional. I think it was like $10 million a year or something to like monitor and keep functioning. It was the initial investment, like in putting them in place, that cost all the money. That's why it's gonna take 6 goddamn months, because they're out in like the deep ocean. It's insanity. It is utter insanity. It is such a waste. Oh my god, they're gonna spend money to undo it. They're gonna spend money to undo something that's genuinely beneficial. It's the same as with Trump paying to shut down solar panels, like solar farms and windmill, construction, because he just hates windmills and solar farms. Something that would have benefited society. Things that were already in the works. Some of it were already like more than halfway constructed. It's just shooting ourselves in the foot on purpose to spite ourselves. Like that is literally what we're doing. It is the most deranged.
the cutting edge eyes and particularly ears of science in the ocean. This was scheduled to continue as the most...
Whose birthday is it, Dark Sparkle? It's my birthday week. We've been celebrating since yesterday. Because we're celebrating birthdays this week that aren't Donald Trump's. Mine happens to be this week as well. So I got the hat. Got the hat going. Think I look fancy. Yesterday, on Sunday, we celebrated the birthday of, I think, Boy George. Today was Ice Cube, or yesterday, Monday. Because it's technically now Tuesday, which is Tupac's birthday. Oh, other people too, I think. Who else did I see on the list? Phil Mickelson, I think, the golfer. Who else?
Advanced system for understanding the deep ocean, the circulation of the ocean, the warming of the ocean. It's supposed to continue for the next 15 years at least. And as you stated, it was the Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's overall plan for creating an administrative authoritarian state, which includes a strong focus on essentially developing the ocean for offshore oil drilling and for deep sea mining, basically as a gas station and a garbage dump. And the result is, they said it was the instrument by which NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, was promoting climate hysteria. And what they mean by that is accurate science that reflects the reality that the burning of fossil fuels is overheating our ocean. Last year, NOAA reported the ocean's been the hottest in recorded history going back to the 1880s. So we have these extreme marine heat waves that have huge effects on coastal hazards.
Yeah, and now we're just not going to know about them. It's just easier if we just don't know about them. I mean, for them, right, for like Republicans, until it, becomes an even bigger problem they can't ignore when their home, their city is underwater. But, I mean, it's insane. This is so irresponsible. It is so deeply irresponsible. These people they have no responsibility to the rest of humanity, other than to themselves and to their bank accounts. They see nothing. And they have a deep hatred, actually, of absolutely everything other than their own self-enrichment. Like, I'm not sure that Trump even, like, you see it. I don't think Trump even derives any joy from anything. Like, you see him at his birthday parade, he falls asleep, right? He goes to the Knicks game, NBA Finals, falls asleep. UFC fight on the front lawn of the White House, still falls asleep, dude. Like, I mean, nothing. It's only his own personal, ego. Like, the initial thing, it wears off for him. Like, especially, I mean, seeing as he's a billionaire, I figure he's probably done just about everything he can to, feed that ego of his. Is it GSL's birthday? Yes, exactly. That's why I'm wearing this hat. This is a hat not obvious. Speaking of birthdays. Oh my gosh. We still haven't even completed the galactic content goal today. And we're 4.5 hours into this puppy. But seeing as it's birthday week, I'm not going to end it. I'm just going to keep it going. Just going to assume the best. I'm just going to assume the very best. Plus, we got to make some progress on this list of mine. I've still got, I'm still so far behind on so much shit. I need to get through an entire list all the way through so I can reset a full reset. I keep having rollover stories from the previous stream, and it's a problem. They just keep adding up, and then they get less and less relevant. That's frustrating. Did we take a break? I can't even remember now. You saw a modest mouse for your birthday. That sounds fun. Okay. Very cool. All right. Now, while we're talking about the oceans warming, and the Trump administration's decision to just stop monitoring that warming. Getting hotter year by year, and this year is going to be no exception. In fact, if anything, it's going to be exception to the upside. Seeing as El Nino season is officially here, it's been officially declared as of this week. Temperatures in the Pacific hit what was needed for scientists to determine that the El Nino had officially started. People are saying it's supposed to be a historic one of nearly unprecedented level, potentially. What's being called a Godzilla super monster, Ultra El Nino. Pick one. Scientists fear the worst. Here's DW News from Friday.
U.S. forecasters say El Nino weather conditions have arrived, and this year's event is likely to be one of the strongest ever. El Nino is a natural phenomenon that warms surface water temperatures in the Pacific Ocean, changing global wind and rainfall patterns. Scientists expect it to reach historic intensity in the coming months. The UN is warning the world to prepare for the impact of extreme and erratic weather. Matthew Capuccio, we are happy to bring in. He's a meteorologist, reporter, and storm chaser, and he joins us for more on this weather phenomenon. Matthew, El Nino is a term viewers hear every few years, but can you remind us in plain terms what is actually happening in the Pacific Ocean?
Thank you, everyone, for the beautiful birthday wishes. You're all too kind.
Aww.
Yes, indeed. It's all very exciting.
That triggers such widespread disruption around the world?
That's a great question. So El Nino and La Nina are two sides of the same coin. They're opposites. And every 2 to 7 years, it's like a pendulum going back and forth between these two opposites. They make up ENSO, or the El Nino Southern Oscillation, which begins in the Pacific. During an El Nino pattern, you have westerly winds at the equator that push warm surface water eastward. So you wind up with this pool of warm water in the eastern tropical Pacific. It does a couple things. Namely, it warms the air above, causing that air to rise, and in turn kind of influencing the position of key weather systems in the atmosphere. It also affects the oceans. Interestingly, off the west coast of Southern America, you have a reduced upwelling of the cold waters below because they're kind of squashed by that warm water above. So you get, believe it or not, less nutrient-rich water rising and less fishing down there during El Nino patterns. But in any case, the entire world's weather will be influenced by El Nino. El Nino is sort of an expression of heat. You know, you're taking this heat energy that's ordinarily trapped in the ocean and fluxing some of it into the atmosphere, and it is likely that that, coupled with the effects of climate change, will help next year perhaps be the warmest year on record.
And as a result of that uncertainty, we're seeing communities from sub-Saharan Africa to Southeast Asia already bracing for impact. How severe?
Yeah, honestly, Asia is seeing it already in like the southwest of the United States. It's going to start to ripple out, you know, and affect all, you know, the rest of the planet to some degree here. But yeah, Asia's been seeing the worst of it. With India, we saw the heat waves there, the early season heat waves of like 110 Fahrenheit, like 37, I think like 37, 38 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, Celsius. I mean, it's wild. Because like this is the very early, you know, this is fairly early for temperatures like that. And if it is foreshadowing at all of what's going to happen in India, heat wave wise, a place that already sees more than its fair share of heat waves, it's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be good.
Could this one be? And what regions are likely facing the most intense fallout?
Yeah, so El Nino and scrambling weather patterns around the world causes different effects pretty much everywhere you go. In some places, increased risks of flooding, other places, increased risk of drought. As for where it's going to be hotter and drier than average, we're expecting Southeast Asia, Australia, Southern Africa, and perhaps portions of South and Central America as well. Interestingly, the Pacific, meanwhile, will likely see increased hurricane activity because that warm water in the Pacific warms the air above. You get that air to rise. Conversely, in the Atlantic, what goes up must come down. So air begins to sink in the Atlantic, squashing hurricane activity, which is great news for folks like the United States, like the Bahamas, like the Lesser and Greater Antilles, which have been hit hard by hurricanes in recent years. And believe it or not, in the United States, the wintertime, this upcoming winter, likely to be a little warmer than drier than average. But the southern United States, especially Florida, might see increased tornado activity. So it's not even necessarily that the weather's bad everywhere. It's more just kind of a dramatic change. And
Exactly. This is what we've been saying. Things are going to get really weird because of this El Nino, right? You'll probably see less, although we've already seen some tropical storm activity. El Salvador was actually hit by a tropical storm. I think like a couple other regions, a couple of countries in that region saw some of the effects of that. But there's already been a little bit of tropical activity, but it's going to be decreased. And the NOAA has already confirmed that with a lower than normal expected, predicted number of storms, but we'll still see some. And what's going to increase are storms probably in the Pacific, which are going to hit the Southwest. And in some cases, almost certainly like in other El Ninos, especially because this one's looking like it's going to be bigger than most, you'll see storms that start in the Pacific, giant storms that start in the Pacific, that go all the way across the South, right? Straight through, Arizona and New Mexico and like Texas. It's entirely possible. On the other side of the storm activity is going to be super hot, super dry. Like this guy was saying, this will also lead us into next year, which will most likely wind up being a warmer winter from 26 to 27. Setting us up for warmer times ahead. Which I know for some of us, a terribly cold winter might sound good, but that's not good for the environment. Okay, it might make you more comfortable for a brief period of time. It's gonna be less comfortable when the oceans are, devoid of life. Because last year, we didn't talk about it enough, but last year, the coral bleaching was going on just like it was in the year before. And it just continues, these events continue to get worse and worse. And if the coral ever hits like a tipping point and just en masse just sort of starts to implode across the planet, we're just going to start seeing life in the oceans start deleting itself, because the coral was where a whole fuck ton of the very bottom of the food chain lived. Well, let's talk about something more cheery. The 2026 wildfire season outlook from California fire officials. Here's NBC LA from Saturday.
In other news, top fire chiefs from across Southern California say their departments are ready for this year's wildfire season. They say SoCal has seen the third wettest rainy season in 3 years. And all of that rain raised vegetation, which is now drying out and creating fuel for fires. They say the most at-risk areas are the Santa Monica Mountains, Santa Clarita, and the Lancaster and Antelope Valley areas. And they're reminding homeowners that creating defensible space around your home is key to protect.
Now, if those conditions sound familiar to anybody, it's because that's the exact same thing that happened last year. the 2025 wildfire in LA at the exact same conditions. An abnormally high amount of rain in that led to growth of a bunch of like the brush around the area in the previous rainy season, and then an absurdly low amount of rain in the winter, right? And so there's a bunch of shit just dry as hell sitting around, and now it's getting hot. And because of the El Nino season, you can expect Santa Ana winds at perhaps unexpected times this year. That could be bad. Ugh. See what I'm saying? Like, it's all adding up to, like, you know, some catastrophe is going to happen somewhere. Where I'm trying to keep track of where they're most likely to happen. But I mean, shit, I missed Nebraska's biggest fucking wildfire in history this year because of all the other chaos that's going on. You know, it's not good. And, you know, if anybody ever has any leads on this stuff, please always let me know in Discord. I don't talk about it enough. Probably because I have just so much other shit on my mind, but I really do need all of your help. God, and I'm moving fucking slow today. I'm not even halfway through this list. How is that possible? God damn it. Whew, 5 hours in too. And I don't think we did take a break. We might have to skip the break today. Just so I can get through a bunch of this shit. Because there's still, I'm like still dealing with fucking news from last week. I just want to make sure I cover. So I can say, hey, I did that. Let's move on now. Speaking of wildfire season in California, literally the same day as fire officials giving that outlook for the season, a fire happened in LA County. Here's MBCLA from 2 days ago.
As these fires have been popping up just within the last few hours, let's give you an idea of where they are burning. From the San Gabriel foothills all the way to Hesperia, you see 4 fires we are tracking here, but the one of the fires that caused the most concern so far is the Lemon Fire. This one is burning just south of Palmdale. In fact, we want to take you there live now. Overhead is News Chopper 4 right here. You can see they're making really good progress. You see those Phos-Chek lines surrounding that charred area on top of this hill. We do understand there are evacuation orders, but the good news here, you don't see any homes in this area, and we do understand there's 22% contained right now. This is right along the 14 freeway and Angeles National.
As you can see, or maybe you can't quite tell, but the wind, not so bad here, right? Sorry. But you can see it's moving slightly from right to left, but it's
surrounding that.
It's fairly slow moving, right? And so that makes it easier to contain this fire. But you can see it burned about 200-acre stretch of land before firefighters could get to it. Now, I don't know if they fully contained it or not. I haven't had a chance to double back to this story since I first found it. But suffice to say, this is not the only fire burning in California right now. There's been a bunch of small spot fires, as usual, starting around this time of year, as things start to dry out. It's to be expected, honestly. And all we can do is hope that, you know, the conditions aren't right for those fires to turn into massive, you know, human settlement threatening level fires, right? That's what we don't want. Towns and cities to be under threat, people's lives to be under threat and or to be displaced from said fire threat. We've seen plenty of that over the years in our covering of these kinds of events. But it's not just fire threats. Right now, California is dealing with the king tides. That time of year when the tides are highest. And with the oceans continuing to get higher because of the melting of the Arctic ice sheets and glaciers across the planet, these things are getting worse and worse. Here's KT LA5 from 11 hours ago.
King tides are still creating dangerous water conditions along our coast. Crews hope that sand berms and running pumps will help prevent flooding. KTLA's Jennifer McGraw is live in Long Beach with more. Jennifer, good morning.
Eric, good morning. It's crazy to see just how much crews have done. Now, this morning, this wasn't even here. It got washed away last night. You can see them off in the distance rebuilding a berm. I spoke with a man who has lived here for 30 years. Says this berm has always been in place and couldn't believe his eyes what he saw in this today came out here. And again, the berm is being rebuilt, but they're worried that these king tides are just going to wash it away like they did last night.
I don't know if you can quite tell there, but there's homes. Homes in the right here. Right there. And this is a naturally occurring process, the king tides. But because of the rising of the oceans due to climate change, the melting of all that ice we were just fucking talking about, we gotta do this kind of nonsense every year, apparently. I mean, this is insane. Did you hear they had to rebuild it twice? Otherwise, these waves would be breaking here, right? Do you see what I'm saying here? Without this here, right? You put this here, and then the waves, they break here, right? And so it sprays, but it doesn't crash in here, right? Are you following me? Is everybody following me? It's a preventative measure from genuine property destruction. Because if the berm wasn't there, those waves would be crashing directly into all these people's fucking properties, and the people walking, right, they would be the wave break, right? And they, instead of just getting splashed, they would be getting thrust, who knows how far, by those fucking waves. I guess not that far. I guess directly into the buildings next to them. At pretty significant force.
People who live out here say it was a wild scene. They were here on the boardwalk. They've never seen those waves come crashing over the beam into the boardwalk. They said that they ran down the alleyway. Luckily, no one was hurt, but water did run into some people's homes, even though sandbags were in place. Take a look at this video. People were dealing with flooding. They built a wall to keep the water and debris back, but still the waves all too powerful. Seawater flooding into homes. The high tides were between 6 to 8 feet in some coastal communities. Neighbors say they haven't seen it like this in decades.
Those berms were 10 feet tall 12 hours ago.
Wow, so the tide just came and washed it away?
Washed them away. And rarely you can barely see the ocean when you're coming through in the morning, and then, you know, now you can see it because it's high tide, so.
Because I live on the first floor, so I feel like, you know, the water it really felt like it could just come in and take us out.
Sadly, we've already seen the deadly effects of these tides. A woman and her 2 children swept away in Orange County last week. That resulted in the death of a young girl. And in Santa Cruz, officials say 2 young women in their 20s were napping on the beach when they were swept out to sea. Sadly, 1 woman died and the other is in critical condition.
But that woman is absolutely right. I mean, she could be swept away without those berms there that they're having to build out now. They would just be taken out. Just be taken the fuck out. as the only thing that's preventing that from happening. Otherwise, like, those waves would be crashing into the sides of her home and everybody else's homes, right? Taking out the windows and just filling up their homes with water and whatever else is in the ocean. Like, I don't mean to laugh, but you get what I'm saying. Not an optimal situation for anybody. And a deadly situation for some already. This is what we talk about. We try to talk about basically every day. Miss it sometimes, but basically every fucking day we try and talk about climate change because it's not going away and it's just getting worse, actually. And we're seeing the real world effects. Some people are seeing it faster than others, right? And not everybody can move, like Ben Shapiro says.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
All right, let's move inland to Montana. To a horrifying situation affecting prairie dogs. The plague. That plague. You know. The one. The black one.
I'm Isabel Spartz out here at a state park just outside of Billings, where some hikers have noticed a recent sharp drop in prairie dogs. Wildlife officials say it could be due to a case of the plague. So we decided to find out how this happens and what people should know.
It was a calm Saturday afternoon near the Indian Cliffs subdivision, an area Larissa McFeeters enjoys walking in the summer times.
It's a good long hike and wear the dog out a little bit.
But this time she noticed something missing from the state land.
Well, I thought it was unusual because normally I hear all the chirping from the prairie dogs and there was hardly any.
The prairie dogs that usually pop up across the land couldn't be found.
I was surprised. I actually thought it was because the weather was cooler.
Prairie dog colonies can get hit with plague.
The sudden drop has raised concerns about a possible plague outbreak. Yes, it's the same plague that we associate with images like these. But
my God.
Plague outbreak. Yes, it's...
Oh, it's horrifying. Everything's fine. Just the bubonic plague. Just a bit of bubonic plague and nothing to worry about. Honestly, though, it's supposedly not a big deal. Supposedly not as big of a deal. And apparently happens more frequently than you would know in the prairie dog population. Doesn't tend to make its way to the human population, thankfully. All right, let's go to something else that's not just sounds terrifying, but is terrifying. Illinois, where they have been getting hit by some pretty stormy weather. Tornadoes tearing across the Midwest. Last week, scenes like this. Jesus, look at that. In that one moment, it looked almost like a helicopter. Except it wasn't. It was a barn.
tornado. Oh,
Good
horizontal
God.
barn. Oh my gosh, the barn right there.
Listen to it. Oh my gosh, somehow that house is still standing.
Look at the size of that fucking thing. Oh my God. Anyway, that footage is from Illinois and Indiana, apparently. Just horrifying. Massive tornado clouds tearing through the landscape. The damage could be seen after the fact. Oh my God, look at it. Oh, the trees are all gone. All gone. Good fucking God. That is wild. Just want to go back. Good God. These trees are just ripped apart. Shredded. Ah, good Lord. Well, it is tornado season. It is tornado season, and the fact is Tornado Alley is shifting eastward further and further. Places like Indiana, I think, are going to see a lot this year. Places like this was like Tennessee, Kentucky. A lot of like the like the edges of those sort of East Coast states in the South supposedly at risk, and you add in the El Nino factor, not good. Because the El Nino is almost certainly going to increase tornado activity in places that it normally is not in. It's further south. Because the El Nino kind of starts south, right? Like around like Mexico, right? Where like meets up with my brain just fucking broke. You know what I'm saying. Let's go to El Salvador now and talk about this tropical storm, which we really didn't talk about its coming, but it happened. This is from 4 days ago.
Well, tropical depression Christina is bearing down on Central America, bringing torrential rains, dangerous flooding, and the threat of landslides across the region. Well, Christina, which was earlier classified as a tropical storm, is expected to make landfall near El Salvador before weakening further inland. Schools and universities have already been closed, and fishermen have been asked to suspend fishing operations. Forecasters warn that while wind speeds have decreased, the greatest danger comes from heavy rainfall that could trigger widespread flooding and mudslides, particularly in mountainous regions. The storm has already claimed at least one life. Authorities in Guatemala say that a landslide in the town of Nahuala killed a child, marking the first reported fatality linked to Christina. Emergency services remain on alert as residents in vulnerable coastal and hillside communities face.
This house completely fell apart. Oh my God. Yeah, you can see that the ground shifted underneath it, and the whole thing just went, the whole home just went sliding along, falling apart like piece by piece. I think it must have been built on a hill. You can kind of see it. Oh my god, this is horrible. And this is just a tiny little storm. In comparison to, like an actual hurricane, it was just a tropical depression. Okay, these are in the wrong order. Let's do some space news in the world of space this week. Well, technically last week, actually. An IPO happened on the U.S. stock market for my least favorite space company, SpaceX.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah, we know, Elon. We know. Boy, oh boy, do we know. Say a lot of incorrect stuff. But debuting on the NASDAQ, SpaceX automatically entered into the ETFs of millions of like 401ks and IRAs, retirement accounts, pensions, and the like across America and elsewhere, without a single person actually buying his company. It's the way it works when you're admitted onto one of these exchanges. And as a result, Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire. People starving across the planet. Americans struggling to pay for their rent, mortgage, taxes, food, childcare. And Elon's a trillionaire.
Elon Musk has become the world's first trillionaire. Catapulted by the historic market debut of his rocket company, SpaceX, the tech mogul has officially amassed 13-figure wealth. SpaceX debuted on public markets Friday at $150 a share, locking in an unprecedented $1.97 trillion market valuation. Ahead of the first trade-in, Forbes put Musk's net worth at $982 billion. Much of his fortune comes from his electric car company, Tesla. He also co-founded the company that later became PayPal. $1 trillion is 1,000 times greater than $1 billion, and 1,000,000 times greater than $1 million. A 1 and 12 zeros, 4 commas. Still, the number 1 trillion is hard to comprehend. So let's put it in perspective. If you made $100,000 a year and saved every penny, it would take you 10 million years to match that wealth. That means you would have had to start working when early human ancestors were first walking the earth. If Musk decided to buy every single American adult a $4 iced coffee every single day, he could keep the entire country caffeinated for almost 3 years straight.
Yeah, the fact is, as we've said before, no one can actually earn, let alone a trillion, even $1 billion. Nobody makes that kind of money, okay? Like, just to put it in perspective, like, what would it fucking take to earn that? How should we do this math? Right. Okay, right. So assuming that the average person, let's just assume that the second you turn 18, you don't even go to college, you just immediately get some job that pays you an incredible amount of money, and you work 40-hour week, 52 weeks a year, right? So you do 40 times 52, and you work till you're 65. Right, 67 is the new retirement age, right? 67. So you work for 50 years. So 2,080 hours in a year times 50, that works up to 104,000 hours worked in your life. Right? What would that mean that you would have to, how many hours, like how much money would you have to make to earn $1 trillion hourly? Right? I mean, it's insane. But it's like, it's literally like you'd have to earn, what is that? Is it $1 million an hour? No, $100,000 an hour, I think. You'd literally have to earn like $100,000 an hour. That's 1,000. That's 1,000,000. That's 1,000,000,000. That's 1,000,000,000,000 divided by 104,000. It's insane. No way, dude. It's 9. Wait, is that right? Oh my god, it's so much higher. It's still so much higher. Oh, how is it possible? 9 million? You have to earn 9 million. Wow, I was so far off. The million was so far off. And then it went down for some reason because my brain is broken. You have to make $9 million an hour. that nobody gets paid. Nobody gets paid $9 million an hour, right? The current federal minimum wage is $7.25. So it's 1.3 million. It's 1.3 million times more than the federal minimum wage. That's how much you'd have to earn. 1.3 million times the federal minimum wage per hour. Work your entire lifetime to ever even get close. That's, of course, pre-taxes. That's pre-tax income. You're fucked. You gotta make twice as much. Because you're earning it hourly, right? This is, oh, you're W-2'd. Oh, you're screwed. Because Elon, he doesn't pay taxes on his shit. I mean, granted, you won't have to pay, in comparison to the rest of workers, as a percentage, you'll be paying less. Way less. But you'll still be paying way more than Elon, who's all of his wealth is in stock and things like that. So he never pays taxes for anything. Oh, it's a perverse system that we have.
Elon Musk has become the world's first, on-paper, trillionaire. But what does his reported wealth of over $1.1 trillion actually mean? For one thing, it's roughly the GDP of Switzerland, the 20th largest economy in the world. If you were given $1 every second, it would take 34,900 years to reach 1.1 trillion. That far back in time would take you to the heyday of the woolly mammoth. Laid end to end in dollar bills, 1.1 trillion would wrap around the sun 39 times. But Musk's inauguration as the first member of the Trillionaire Club, thanks to his SpaceX IPO, is also a potent symbol of the gap between rich and poor. In January, global poverty charity Oxfam said billionaire wealth accelerated last year to its highest level on record, $18.3 trillion. That's as 1 in 4 people struggle to eat regularly and half the global population lives in poverty. In a class.
Yeah, and Elon Musk shut down the USAID program, the thing that was providing meals to millions across multiple continents. Piece of fucking trash human being, if you can be even called a human being. Such a garbage person. Let's talk a little bit more about the ins and outs of this IPO with The worst NBC. CNBC.
SpaceX launches its IPO on Friday, and the rocket maker is set to make history in more ways than one, setting the price at $135 a share instead of a range, speedrunning its roadshow, cutting off orders a day earlier than normal, and aiming to go public at an eye-popping $1.75 trillion. Traders are eager to get a piece, and soon retail investors, everyday people with a brokerage account, will have their shot at as much as 30% of the SpaceX IPO allocation when it begins trading. That target blowing past the typical IPO, which normally sees just 5 to 10% set aside for retail investors. But there's a lot you should know before buying in. All signs point to a big first-day pop when SpaceX begins to trade on the NASDAQ. Our analysis of high-performance IPOs found that even in the short term, it's difficult for companies that have a blockbuster debut to keep the momentum going. Case in point, Alibaba, Coinbase, DoorDash, Snowflake, which saw an over 100% gain on its first day of trade, underperformed 6.
Yep. No. Its IPO price was $135. Wait, it just disappeared off of my list. What happened to it? There it is. It's now trading at $192. Valuation at $2.5 trillion. And Elon owns 42% of SpaceX. So 42%. Now, like, all of his shit is wrapped up in SpaceX now. It now owns XAI, Grok, and Twitter, right? Just not Tesla, I don't think. But he's somewhere between 42 and 46%. Let's just assume 46. Times 2.5 million. That makes it $1.15 trillion ownership stake in SpaceX alone. Is utterly deranged amount of money that nobody could ever spend in a fucking lifetime. There's no reason anybody should have that much money. It's utterly just fucking ridiculous.
Elon Musk, the world's biggest loser, has become the world's first trillionaire, and people have thoughts. So in this video, I'm going to get to many of those thoughts, but I'm going to start with how this happened, why this happened, and help you understand that this is not because of hard work. Elon Musk is not a trillionaire because he worked the hardest out of the billions of people on Earth. That's not the reality of what actually happened. So let's first start with the BBC headline here. Elon Musk becomes world's first trillionaire as SpaceX soars in stock market debut. So, as they write, his total net worth now is apparently at 1.11 trillion. That's according to the Bloomberg Rich list. And SpaceX, the set of shares would be offered at 135 each, but trading opened at 150 and briefly reached 176 and 50 cents. So, as The Guardian writes here, they quote the investment research group Morningstar. So they calculated that SpaceX is worth only $63 a share, well below the IPO price of $135, and warns there is, quote, a major disconnect between market expectations and underlying fundamentals. Going on to say, with so many unknown and untested technologies underpinning much of its valuation price, particularly within the AI business.
And honestly, I think that $63 share valuation is quite high. I don't even know how they're calculating this, but that's quite high. It's not even profitable, right? Like, they lost $5 billion on an $18 billion in revenue in 2025. Right? Like they generated $19 billion in revenue. A lot of that came directly from the US government, and they still lost $5 billion. It's an unprofitable company, right? Twitter is unprofitable, right? Like the AI, XAI, Grok is unprofitable. They combined 3 unprofitable companies. And I don't know how you get to $63 a share. But in my opinion, it's even much lower than that. It's quite hard, I think, to actually value it. But if we even accept that $63 a share valuation, it's currently 3 times overvalued, if that's the case. Because like we just saw, it was at $190 a share right now.
Expectations and underlying fundamentals. Going on to say, with so many unknown and untested technologies underpinning much of its valuation price, particularly within the AI business, we think the valuation is extremely speculative. SpaceX, get this, net loss last year of $4.9 billion. A net loss last year of $4.9 billion, yet somehow now it's worth almost $2 trillion. So they go on to say at $1.78 trillion, the IPO values SpaceX at roughly 92 times its trailing sales. All right. Probably not the time to get in on the ground floor when it comes to SpaceX, but don't take my advice. Sooner. I'm not an investor. But let's get to the first reaction here from John Tufel. Says,
there you go. There's some investment advice from David Dole. Just kidding. Thank you, David, for that. Yeah, it's completely unprofitable. People are comparing him now, Elon, to all sorts of things on Twitter, though. On his own platform, people are sort of shitting all over Elon.
Aww. Elon Musk shouldn't be defending it because of how much of a loser the man is. Such an egomaniac, incredibly insecure. The world's richest man is one of the saddest people on earth. If you see how, he bought Twitter, changed the algorithm so it benefits him, tries to make him look good, as AI tries to make him look great. Like, it's so sad. We'll get to more in a second, by the way, how he, paid off gamers to play a game for him, so it made it seem like he was playing the game and that he was actually good at the game when he wasn't. Like, just levels of loser that previously not thought possible, but are being attained by the world's first trillionaire. I would argue this system isn't even benefiting him. Bug Girl writing here, in nature, if a monkey hoarded 1 trillion bananas, the other monkeys would beat that monkey to death and take his bananas. Nothing else to add here. FUI Quit said, if you earn $10,000 a day from the dawn of humans 300,000 years ago, you'd have earned less money than Elon's wealth. I'm finding it hard to even know what to say. Rachel Gilmore writing, put differently, if you made $1 every second, you would be a millionaire in just under 12 days. It would take you just under 32 years to become a billionaire. You would have to be born 31,709 years ago in the upper Paleolithic era.
This disgusts me. While we're talking about all this, I still remain demonetized on YouTube, making no ad money there. Haven't even completed the galactic content goal yet tonight. We made it like 35? We made it, God. Made very little progress on the galactic content goal. Meanwhile, Elon is making more money than I am in a year in like a fucking literal second. It's disturbing. You live in a completely fucked up world. And now, one man can have more power than an entire nation, but I don't even have the power to to get my channel remonetized on YouTube. Or enough money to pay the bills on my own birthday week.
Holy Toledo.
Injustice, exactly. Injustice is everywhere. It's a disaster. Yeah. The world's richest man continues to get richer. The same guy who went through the government destroying everything that helps anybody but him. Social Security, Medicaid, the EPA, USAID, education system. I mean, who knows what he didn't, what didn't he touch? Yet he sees zero consequences for anything he does. If anything, he seems to be rewarded for his sociopathic behavior. Yep. Meanwhile, teenagers will not be allowed on X any longer in the United Kingdom, or any other social media platform for that matter. I don't know how the UK plans on implementing this plan. But I have ideas. I have thoughts. But if you didn't hear, Keir Starmer announced a social media ban for under 16s across the entire UK.
The government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16. Illegal.
Honestly, it's just wow. I thought I'd give it like more time to think about it and like the effects it would have.
I'm absolutely over the moon. What a brilliant announcement this morning.
This is big, isn't it? This is a generational shift.
We are dismayed by the announcement that the Prime Minister has made.
This day will go down as a day of huge consequence for this country.
Suddenly, you're going to have a lot more time to fill. And what will you do?
Stare at a wall.
From next spring, there'll be no more social media for under 16s in the UK. We're going to answer your questions on how the ban will work, what it means for gaming, and what other countries are doing. Let's start with the question most people are asking. Which platforms will be banned? We know it will include TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Joe Tidy, our cyber correspondent, is with us to explain more. So, Joe, what's...
It's more than that. And the wording of this thing is quite interesting. We'll get to that in a second. But TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, YouTube, X, WhatsApp, and whatever the fuck that last thing is.
YouTube. Joe Tidy, our cyber correspondent, is with us to explain more. So, Joe, what's the full list of banned sites?
We don't have the full list, I'm afraid. We have, as you say, a short list of the big ones, all the ones you can imagine, the household names. So that is Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and X. Probably Reddit too, but that's not confirmed. The government says that they're going to ban any platform whose purpose, this is a quote, is to enable social interaction and which allow users to post material. So that does include...
allows for social interaction or for users to post materials. Now, when I thought about this for just a fucking fraction of a second. I mean, this basically prevents under 16s from basically doing anything on the internet, no? Like, am I wrong? Because if you look at the way most sites are set up, just like regular ass websites, I'm not talking about like apps. But if you just look at like regular ass websites these days, whether it's like a blog on Substack or something, or like a CNBC's webpage, or whomever else's, there's like almost always like Amazon, right? Like Amazon has a way. Like you can post on Amazon, right? Like on Amazon, right? You could buy something and then you could review it. And you could write a post on it, and then people, I think, could reply to that post, technically, right? You couldn't use Venmo, right? Because you can technically post there and interact with other people's posts there. You couldn't use... Like, there's so many apps. This includes most apps, right? Like, where there's at least some... Like, most games, right? League of Legends... Call of Duty, Roblox, Minecraft, whatever else. Like, name your pick. Like, Among Us, which the kids love. You know, are people following me on this? I mean, it's basically every single game, because every single game now has interactivity, ability to play with others, post messages, whatever else, right? I mean, I actually struggle to think of apps that could still be used. I guess, like, you know, simple stuff. I'm like looking through my phone right now, but like, yeah, like, would you be allowed to use email? That's not clear. Because email is clearly a way to send messages to people, right? It doesn't seem like you'd be able to use email, or messaging apps, right? Or like your own, like the phone messaging app. Maybe I'm wrong, because maybe it doesn't like allow people to. But like, I get spam messages all the time from people I don't know, right? Do you see what I'm saying here? Because there's still an opportunity for somebody who doesn't know a child to message them, right? Or to call them. Because these phones are fucking, you know, associated with phone numbers. Or with whatever else. Yeah. Like, what will the children be able to use on their phones is the question I'm asking.
Quite a lot of platforms.
Okay, those are the platforms that we know are banned. Which ones will under 16s still have access to, Joe?
We know that YouTube Kids is exempt from this ban, and we also know that chat apps, so WhatsApp and Signal, are also not in the ban.
And how will that ban work?
We don't know. There are lots of different ways they could do it. They said that they want to use highly effective age assurance technology. So that could be, for example, facial scans that guess your age. They might use your account history on your email that's registered to the social media account, or your actual activity on that account. So, for example, if you had an account for more than 16 years, they won't ban you for obvious reasons. But there's also been a little bit of discussion today about whether or not it will be on a device level. We don't think that's how they're going to do it. So, for example, in some countries, like in China, there is a minor mode, which is where parents click on a button basically and say that this phone is a minor's phone, so therefore they can't download any of the apps that we're talking about. But we don't know exactly what the mechanisms are going to be. We hopefully will find out a little bit more in.
Exactly. I mean, this is what this is going to be used for, is surveillance. Okay, that's what it comes down to. It's going to be used for surveillance of non-children down the line. This is just the first domino to fall, right? The powers that be see that social media is too powerful. People are communicating. And you're seeing young people, you know, communicating on apps like Discord, in a number of youth-led revolts in South Asia, Madagascar. And they see how the media apparatus is being undermined by independent media on social platforms like YouTube, and they're planning on using this to go after people eventually. Because at first it's kids, and then it's going to be other groups. Once they can identify every single person on every phone, because eventually that's where this is heading, right? It's just like they will know exactly. Because you've given it over voluntarily every time that you interact with a device, you know, and each thing that you do will be monitored, right? And maybe you're pro-Palestinian, in the United Kingdom. Maybe that'll be the next thing that gets, you know, that maybe people who are pro-Palestinian, vocally pro-Palestinian online, maybe they'll have their rights taken away. I mean, is that so far from what the UK government's currently doing? Right? I mean, they're jailing pro-Palestinian activists. Why not just remove their ability to speak online? Just take away their ability to do so. You know, you can target them. You can go through their social media history. And then you can say, look, if you can't identify yourself, you can't get online. And if you do, then of course, you know, if you're the wrong person, you no longer have access, unfortunately.
And a lot of children and parents will want to know, when will the ban start?
Well, Keir Starmer said this morning that the regulation would be in place by Christmas, excuse me, and that the actual ban will take effect in spring. So March, April, May, that kind of thing, we're thinking.
OK, for the moment, Joe, thank you. Now, the government says 9 in 10 parents support a social media ban for under 16s.
Yeah, and 9 in 10 parents are fucking morons. You know what most parents, like, this is what's incredible about this to me. It shows to me just how little parenting people want to do anymore. Like, I'm not that old, but I remember a time where I felt like people were more hands-on with their kids. And these days, I mean, we live in a society right now that seems to want to hand over to children these devices and then just be able to look away, right? Give them phones, access to the internet, and all the information in the world, and not have to supervise that. I think that that's irresponsible. That's the problem, right? Is we have a society that is fully invested, right, in a computer-centric world, but parents don't want to fucking parent, but then they complain about what happens when their kids go online and then say everyone must face the consequences of that, right? Everyone else in society must face the consequences of my lack of desire to monitor my children on the devices that I'm handing to them, right? Because here's a fun fact. 99.9% of all phones and computers given to children, or that are in the possession of children, are given to them by their parents. Yes, I made that statistic up, but I can almost guarantee it's true, right? Nearly, I'm sure 100% of all, like, what are these 13-year-olds have fucking jobs or something? Are they down at the mine? Like, what are we talking about? Where are these kids getting these phones? The parents are the ones giving it to them. If they want a social media ban, you know how easy that is? Take the phone away. If that's the problem, if you have a problem with your child being on a phone, not wanting to monitor it, or like whatever, right? Like, just take it away. It's so much easier than trying to tell everyone else what the fuck they have to do. Oh, you gotta scan your face. Oh, you gotta give your government ID. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, give me your fingerprint. You know? Like, what? Fuck off. Fuck right off. Do some parenting. I'm sorry. But that is nonsense. You're giving them the devices. It's like giving a kid a gun and then being sad that they shot someone. You know, or giving them alcohol and being sad that they got drunk. You know? Like, these are all choices that are being made. And it's coming from the United States, too. They're talking about wanting to do this right now. Conservative groups like the Heritage Foundation want this done immediately. Actually, they've been pushing for it. They don't like people being able to criticize them anonymously.
Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, social media apps that were designed to connect people and foster community have instead led to excessive screen time, addictive scrolling, depression, or far worse.
Today is a big moment for our country because today I can announce that the government will ban access to social media for all children under the age of 16.
Rare applause for an embattled Keir Starmer, who said he was convinced only a full ban would ensure the safety of young teenagers in the face of tech giants who designed their apps to be deliberately addictive.
Some technology companies want us to think that social media is unchangeable.
I mean, this is also bullshit. Social media is not addictive. There's no medical addiction. There's no social media addiction in the fucking DSM, right? It's not a real fucking thing. It is made up by the media and by politicians, okay? It just doesn't exist. Like, if you couldn't get on social media, you would not have physical withdrawal symptoms. What social media is, it is something that is important to modern human life. Right, that's the thing. Right, people are using it all the time because it's become important to modern human life. Right, because that's how we communicate now. Because we found it more convenient than calling each other. Because we found it easier to send each other pictures on our phones than we found it to send one in the fucking mail. Right, like we found it easier to, like order whatever on Amazon and have it arrive at our door rather than walking outside and going to fucking Kmart, right? Like the internet happened, right? And like we put all of the information on the internet, right? And all of our social connections are now on the internet, right? So if anything, what would be is that you would have real world consequences for not being on the internet, right? That's the world that we've created. Like, you have consequences for not being plugged in. You're not up with what your friends are doing with your social connections. You're not up with whatever's happening in the news and whatever else, because everybody else is like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, that's what's happening. You're not addicted. That's just where society is, right? Like, it's not, like, you're not a heroin addict, right? Like, you're just a human being. Right? You're just participating in society, and society is happening online. Why does every single fucking business, right? Like, on every street have a fucking Facebook profile and a DoorDash or whatever else, right? Because that's where fucking society is taking place now. Like, and it's frustrating that we talk about it like, oh, is this addiction? No, we must crack. And it all tends to be, just a certain group of people, old people, and concerned moms. But a lot of these concerned moms tend to be, for some reason, affiliated with right-wing Christian fundamentalists and stuff like that, right? And and it's because all this is, I think, to some degree, is their way of reigning in control. Right, on things that they don't like, LGBTQ, stuff that they don't think, like it's the parents who want to repress their children, but aren't able to do it effectively, while also allowing their children to have devices, right? Because their children will be socially ostracized for not having a device, so you have to let them have the device. But you don't want them to be exposed to things that you don't like, right? And you don't want to, engage in certain conversations with your child about sexuality or whatever else, or you don't want to engage, in proactively, preventing certain things from happening on your child's device. Because there's software that exists that you can download to prevent your kids from doing certain things, right? They can like monitor everything they're doing on their device, right? But it's just for like you know, people that for that's not enough. All that stuff that I've just listed, that's not enough. Like just being a proactive parent in a multitude of different ways. None of those things satisfy. They need to force the rest of society to change to satisfy their needs. But the fact is, every single person here that is claiming that, you know, kids, oh, they're being addicted by these horrible social media companies. Like they're not interested in, you know, like you know, taking, you know, like alcohol, like shutting down like alcohol shops or like something like that, right? Like, oh, you can't sell alcohol anymore, right? Because kids exist. It's a terrible time. Terrible time to live in. This is really literally just going to be used for the purposes of surveillance and preventing certain groups of people from exercising their free speech. The people who are most inconvenient to those in power. And since we have such a problem right now with the right-wing governments, people in power are a bunch of psychos who hate LGBTQ people and immigrants. Kids have to be ID'd to buy liquor. That's true. They do have to be ID'd to buy liquor. But once again, like, that's actually been proven to be addictive, right? Like, we're not IDing people to buy books, right? You don't have to have a facial scan to go into Walmart and to buy a fucking DVD. Yet. Honestly, I've been hearing that wherever this has been implemented, it has been a failure. Right? Australia just did this, and kids are just working around it. They've just moved to other fucking platforms that aren't banned. It's fucking, you know, it's a stupid fucking move. Honestly, I've seen some people who are in support of this. I just don't understand it. They really don't. Like, generally speaking, you need like ID for things that are dangerous, right? The internet is inherently not in itself dangerous. Like, there are plenty of books in the fucking library that you could read that could lead you to do dangerous things, right? The argument that's being made is effectively that, like, the existence of material that some parents find objectionable or that some parents believe lead to bad behavior from their children, right, means that everyone who uses social media needs to be monitored and their identity needs to be known, right? Because of those people, everyone else needs to be in check. I just don't understand how that works. Like, why? Because once again, it's the parents' choice to put those kids on the fucking internet to begin with. Okay? If like access to information is gate kept in this way, right? Because of a certain group of people believe that information is dangerous, then you're on a slippery slope, right? It's book burning, right? Because it's just like, oh, I find this objectionable. We can't allow anybody to see this under a certain age, right? Or, you know, like, there's plenty of people who believe that the existence of transgender people is just on its face objectionable, right? Like, you can make the claim that those children shouldn't be able to see any information, any sort of anything at all. They could be even kind of gender bendery, right? Or accepting of gay people, right? Or of interracial marriage, or whatever, voting equality. I don't know. People find all sorts of shit offensive, right? Stuff that you and I might find offensive that they find offensive, but I'm just saying that's basically the basis upon which we're going from, is that some people find offensive or, you know, difficult that some information happens to exist on the internet, an internet which they are providing to their children, right? And are then complaining about it and say that society needs to change so that their children can't see that shit, right? I just find that to be it's satanic panic. Okay. We're going to move on from this social media ban situation in the United Kingdom. Another thing that Keir Starmer was doing this week, hanging out with Donald Trump and the rest of the G7 leaders in France.
It's just too French.
Bienvenue à tous.
Oh, right. I forgot. It was first Emmanuel Macron and Donald Trump. They sat down and talked for a while here. Where does Trump start talking? Here? This guy is such a fucking idiot.
Place because this is where the king and his minister of foreign affairs at the time did support the US during years, but as well prepared what we called the Paris Treaty in 1783, which was the final point of this war. So it's a great honor and a great pleasure to have you, Mr. President, in Evian and Paris.
Thank you. So, Emmanuel has been a special friend of mine. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've worked on many deals together. I'm very happy to say, very signed, the deal's all signed, and the strait is already partially opened. As you know, they're doing a little hunting for a couple of...
He sounds hoarse. Am I the only one noticing that? I'm very tired. I'm very tired right now. Been a long, long weekend.
Mines that they've already found, but it's essentially ships are starting to go out now. On Friday, it'll be completely opened. We got along very well with Iran. It's a different set of leaders. As you know, the first set is gone, the second set is gone, and we found the third set to be very smart, strong, very smart, but we ended up making a deal. I felt badly that we had to go back on the attack for 2 nights, and I thought a third, but we made it before that happened. But I think a lot of great things are going to happen in the Middle East right now, and very importantly, the oil is plummeting down, and the stock market is shooting up like a rocket today, like record kind of numbers. And the oil has taken its biggest plunge, and we're into the low numbers, not quite back yet, Kevin, to the extent, but we're getting close to the numbers we were before it all started. And the main thing is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. They fully agreed to that with strong policing powers, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, which
Strong policing
is
powers.
what it was all about, because they probably would have used it if they had it. So we had 2 big moments when they terminated the JCPOA, that was the Obama deal, the Barack Hussein Obama deal. And when I terminated that, it was very important because it was a road to a nuclear weapon. It was a horrible deal for the United States. It was a deal where billions of dollars was given to Iran. It was a deal where $1.7 billion in cash was put on a Boeing 757, I guess.
757, I don't know. Some kind of plane. This guy is fucking idiot. He just blathers on in this meeting about how great of a deal he got, even though, as we all know, the deal is actually not good. It's probably, in fact, we haven't seen the full details of the deal, but it's almost definitely worse than the JCPOA. But, you know, Trump will never let something like that slow him down. Making insane fucking claims about everything, all the details of this deal.
But it was put on a big, beautiful Boeing.
By the way, has there been any other situations where Trump has declared victory on anything ahead of time and then turned out not to be a win? I'm just wondering if anyone can think of any situations. I don't know. Remember September of last year when Trump declared... Was it September or October? It was like September or October of last year when Trump declared the peace in the Middle East. Remember that? Remember Peace in the Middle East conference? Happened in Egypt. Got everybody. Emmanuel Macron was there. Oh, Emmanuel was there for peace in the Middle East. And now Trump's talking about the war that he started in the Middle East. It's a little confusing.
57. They needed a Boeing 747, to be honest with you, because there was a lot of cash. 1.7 billion was taken out of the banks and given to Iran. And on top of that, tens of billions of dollars was paid. So they tried to bribe them to make a deal, and that didn't work. It never works. And we've done a great job. And hopefully it's going to be a good relationship, and we're going to get along. And if we don't, we go back to where we started, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. The Iran deal that we made is going to bring a lot of success to the world, because the oil was really clogged up there for a while. He would call me on occasion and say, "Come on, please, let's go with the oil prices." But the oil is coming way down, so I'm very honored by it. I want to thank you for your help.
Remember this? Peace in the Middle East. Big, bold letters. Everybody knows we're serious about it. Peace 2025. What year is it again? I'm trying to remember. Hard to keep track of what year it is sometimes.
always been a help. And it's an honor to be with you. We had a very good conversation yesterday with President Zelensky and President Putin. And I see maybe we can do something there. I really do. I think they're both open to it. So now that this is finished, we're going to be focusing on that, see if we can get that one done. 25,000 people a month are dying, mostly soldiers, and that shouldn't happen. But had two very good conversations yesterday. We'll be talking about it.
Great conversations.
And we had a really exciting, I think maybe one of the most incredible evenings in the history of the White House. We had an evening last night with the fighters, and I was very happy. I called last night, very late last night, to congratulate you, because in the heavyweight division, a French fighter won. I don't know, is that maybe more important than the World Cup? To some people, it might be.
Is that more important than the World Cup? Maybe some people. Probably not to the country of France. He really doesn't get it at all, like anything, does he? He's a fucking idiot. Oh, God. So Trump blathered on here for quite some time. I'm not gonna watch this whole frickin' thing. Eventually, they went outside for the family picture, if you can call it that. Brigitte and Emmanuel. Trump is like just crisp. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He is like assaulting the French president, the French first lady. Did you see how hard he's grabbing her hand? Oh my god. He's just brutalizing her.
Yeah.
Monsieur le Président, à votre droite, s'il vous plaît. Monsieur le Président, to the right.
Merci beaucoup. Yes. Everybody else showed up. French, sorry, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. And his wife, Sanae Takaichi, Japanese Prime Minister. Oh, yes, very good to meet you. Oh, good to see you, yes. The ECB Commissioner, oh no, the European Council President, Antonio Costa. Yep. All the big wigs. Even Ursula von der Leyen. Of course, French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife were the hosts of this thing. Evian, I think, is where this was held. Very stable geniuses, exactly. Very stable geniuses all. Our rulers.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is threatening France. No, that's not a joke. Not with war, but economic warfare. More tariffs. I don't even know if he can actually do this. But, I mean, I guess he could. I mean, actually, I guess in theory, technically, I think with like, does it require legislation? Actually, I don't know if I have to look at the bounds of the tariff power. The Supreme Court ruling has made it unclear at this point exactly whether or not Trump could actually do this. But earlier on Monday, Donald Trump threatened 100% tariffs on French wines. Sure. I think while in France. Like he's in France and simultaneously threatening French wine. That's our president.
Yuka Way is here in studio. Yuka, you're starting off with Donald Trump. He has, of course, arrived for the G7 summit in the French Alps. He brought back a tariff threat with him.
Yeah, once again, just as global leaders are becoming increasingly wary of the US under an unpredictable president, Donald Trump gave a slap across the face to his host, saying he'd impose 100% tariffs on French wine if France didn't drop a digital services tax on tech firms. Luke Traeger has more.
Before arriving for a G7 summit, Donald Trump had already stoked tension with his French hosts. The US president told US media he'd have no choice but to slap 100% tariffs on French wines unless Paris backed down over a 3% digital services tax on tech giants.
He's insane. A 3% tax on digital tech giants. And Trump says 100% tariff on wine. How about that? He's a lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, by the way, we never completed the galactic content goal, but one person donated $15 over on PayPal. Getting us a little closer to completing the financing of the galactic deficit, which is freaking huge this month. Unfortunately, Twitch is just not making up for the loss of the YouTube earnings. You know, we were making at least like $100 a month on ads, maybe more. That's all gone. That's added to the deficit. But we are getting there. We're getting there. All right. Added that. Now, not quite leaving Europe. These are in the wrong order. Why is it in this order? It's so stupid. Not leaving Europe yet. Actually, screw it. We did that story yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, we don't need that in here. Just a reminder, everybody. Skipping this story, but we talked about it yesterday. Switzerland is considering a Swexit, a Brexit-style referendum, which could see Switzerland leaving the EU. I don't know if they wound up. I think the vote's on this. Is it this weekend? I think it's this weekend. Are we winning yet? Who's we? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we are winning. Sorry you feel poor. The rest of us are actually poor. Oh, I'm actually poor too. I mean, I make below the poverty line. I don't have some second job. I don't have some sort of second job over here. Or I'm making bank. Some pot of gold sitting around here. We're all poor. I get it. That's why I always say no amount is scoffed upon. You know, never feel like your donations are too small. I like to point this out to people. Yeah. Got 30 cents in that Cash App that you're not using? Hook it up. Can crowdfund this show. We have been doing that for years now. And in fact, there was a time where we lost the YouTube. And we still continued the show. I believe in us. Still got a half a month. It's just stressful just knowing sometimes. There's like this lurking dread. All right. Moving from France to French military actions. This time last week, I've been waiting to talk about this one for a minute. We just have not had as many streams as normal. Haven't had the right opportunity to talk about this, but the French jet was forced to shoot down a drone in Latvian airspace Tuesday last week. Here's Reuters.
A French Rafale fighter jet has shot down a drone that entered Latvian airspace from Russia, marking the latest security incident along NATO's eastern frontier. The drone was intercepted early Monday near the village of Berzgale, about 18 miles from the Russian border. The Latvian army said the drone crossed into the country as a result of Russian electromagnetic warfare, but did not say who launched it. Latvia's defense minister said NATO command made the final decision to shoot it down. No one was hurt and no damage was reported. The French army also confirmed that its warplanes had shot down an unidentified drone. Latvia's prime minister praised the swift response, while NATO says the incident highlights the alliance's ability to deter and defend. Authorities had earlier warned residents in eastern Latvia to shelter indoors.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of these lately. There's honestly been an uptick of cross-border situations. I don't know what to call them. But drones and other sorts of military hardware making it across borders into EU countries like Latvia. Apartment building a couple weeks ago. I think, where is it? Romania got hit. And the fighting between Russia and Ukraine have continued throughout the last week. Drones striking the occupied Crimean territory last Thursday. This is a clip of that, also from Reuters, 5 days ago. Now, it's not clear if this museum was an intended target or if this was a result of anti-aircraft defense system taking out a drone and then having it running into the museum. I honestly don't know. Hard to say. It's certainly not the only civilian site that's been damaged throughout this war. It's been going on for 4 years now, 4.5 years now. More more Ukrainian strikes were seen in Russia last 24 hours. And in the same 24-hour strikes from Russia seen in Ukraine. I thought this war was supposed to be over already. Right? Weren't we told that the war was going to be over? Like, for day one? Trump was saying something about that. The war, he's going to be president and then it was going to be over. All right, let's move on to the war in Iran. Making some pretty good progress here on my list. 6 hours in, finally got to Iran, which is the last thing we're going to talk about, I think, tonight. But there is a lot to discuss. Shock of shocks. Before we get to talk about the Iran deal, which we supposedly have, even though it hasn't been signed yet. Let's talk about that girls' school that was bombed, where over 150 children were murdered by what is believed to have been a U.S. Tomahawk missile. One reporter over at Sateo caught Congress people on the Hill and asked them about it.
All right, so this is crazy. Our media is soft as Charmin, and so you don't often see real reporters ask real questions and actually put these politicians on the spot, but that's exactly what happened here with Zateo and Prem Thakur. He chased down a whole bunch of politicians here and asked them a very straightforward question about the fact that our tax money and our weapons went to illegally bomb a little girls' school in Iran and massacred, I think it's 168 little girls. Mainstream media is not asking about this. They've already forgotten about this. Out of sight, out of mind, whatever. It was a while ago. Get over it. Now, if somebody did that to us, we'd never shut the fuck up about it. It would be a never forget thing, just like 9/11, of course. But since we did it to somebody else, it's whatever. So look at the reaction of so many of these politicians. Some of them don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Some of them run away. But ultimately, the takeaway you have here is they don't give a shit. They don't care. Here we go.
100 schoolgirls that were killed, Congressman. Are you proud of that, too? 100 schoolgirls? It's been 100 days since the U.S. allegedly bombed a girls' school in Iran, killing more than 150 people, including over 100 kids. I want to emphasize, on the first day of the so-called liberating U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, the Trump administration likely killed more than 100 little kids. We went around Capitol Hill asking members of Congress what they're doing in response to what may be one of the most horrific war crimes in modern U.S. history. Here's what they told us. It's been nearly 100 days since the Manab school strike in Iran that killed over 100 schoolgirls. What is Congress doing in response?
Have a nice day.
No answers on the Manab school strike, sir? 100 schoolgirls killed by...
Terrorist regime. That's a terrorist regime.
I don't know how this disgusting man sleeps at night. Somebody go...
Those are terrorist children. I mean, that's what he's saying. Look, Iranian children are terrorists. I mean, it's basically what he's saying, isn't he? Am I the only one that sees that?
For people they don't like. That's what it is. And that's what we're witnessing here.
And I'm glad that the United States is finally acting in a way in the national security interests of the United States. And
Jesus Christ.
It's in the security interests of the United States to kill children. It's weird. That's weird.
Montana, he's running. Of course he's running. Of course he's running. He's got some.
Haven't heard anything.
Okay. Do you know, are there plans to ask for the
Oh,
questions?
no, he's running. Oh, it's a Republican from Montana. He's running. Of course he's running. Of course he's running. He's got some secret gay sex to have in the bathroom. God forbid he actually try to, stop us from murdering innocent
Every
little
single
kids.
person on this planet is gay.
I haven't heard of the questions being asked on that.
I'm not on the committees of jurisdiction, so I'm not sure exactly what they've done. But I'm sure there's investigations and inquiries.
Does it concern you that there haven't been any answers yet to the strikes?
Well, there's an ongoing conflict.
There's an ongoing
Do you support
conflict,
continuing the
he says.
war given that the 100 schoolgirls were killed?
There's an ongoing conflict. He says, no shit. No, what does that have to do with anything? It's a conflict we started, you fucking moron. Oh, they all just run. Every single one. Just suffice to say, they're all runners. They just, none of them want to answer. None of these people want to answer for these war crimes, these blatant fucking war crimes committed by the United States. Not just paid for, right? It's one thing to not want to answer for Israel's war crimes that we're paying for, but when it's U.S. weapons doing it, like actual, that's a even bigger problem. I mean, they're both problems. They're both problems, but I mean, these guys are just like. It's like a rift opens up when they hear that question. Like, oh yeah, no, what, who, what? Thank, good to see you. What? Who? America? America's great. All right, now in the last 48 hours, a lot has happened. The United States and and Iran both launching strikes. And both making claims about this deal. Pakistan getting in there too. Question is, do we have a deal or not?
CNN is now learning that Israel was preparing to launch a new significant attack in Tehran when President Trump stepped in earlier this morning. An Israeli source and a U.S. official familiar with the matter say that President Trump told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to hold off on any more retaliatory strikes.
Yes. Sorry, this is old. This one is old. Hold on.
What will be a very, very good deal?
Well, first of all, the Iranians are completely denying that they called President Trump last night and demanded an end to these strikes. Several Iranian news agencies and official channels also saying that that simply is not true. And then as far as negotiating through bombing is concerned, that's also something where Iranian officials are saying that bombing is going to achieve exactly the opposite of what the president wants it to achieve. I actually spoke to a senior Iranian official just a couple of hours ago, and he told me that from the Iranian perspective, they believe that the Trump administration needs to respect the resilience.
Yeah. It's been a lot of back and forth over this last week. United States, Iran doing strikes, Israel doing strikes in Lebanon. But the timing of this deal has been in contention as well. Trump making a lot of claims on social media. Iran coming right back and saying that's definitely not what we said.
We begin with a push for peace between the US and Iran as both sides offer different opinions on when an initial deal will be signed. US President Donald Trump and mediators from Pakistan say that an agreement is scheduled to be signed on Sunday. But Iran's foreign ministry says that it won't be Sunday and an exact date has yet to be set. Donald Trump says that when there is an agreement, the Strait of Hormuz, which has been a major point of contention in negotiations, will open immediately. The president also says that the U.S. won't release Iran's frozen funds, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, as part of the deal. The initial agreement, called a Memorandum of Understanding, would extend the current ceasefire.
Now, of course, we were told by Iran that they would not even come to the table, the negotiating table, until the United States gives them $24 billion in restitution, just initially, just to get them to the table, like in Pakistan or whatever. So the fact that the United States and Trump is saying that we won't be doing that, sort of not a good starting point, since we're both so far away on a fairly simple thing. Of course, the United States has frozen billions and billions of dollars in Iranian assets over the years. An economy of many, many trillions of dollars that was able to spend over $200 billion on this war already. $24 billion is actually not that much when you think about it. Give it another 20 months, please. No. Please, no. Not another 20 months of this. That's the exact opposite. I'm not doing it. No, do not do that. We're not doing that. Now, going into yesterday, and by yesterday I mean Monday, Trump was adamantly telling his counterparts, and by counterparts I mean mostly Israel, not to blow it. That being the deal.
Hello, I'm Regina Vaidyanathan, and this is the Iran War Today. It's our daily briefing where we bring you up to date with all you need to know on day 107 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Well, we'll bring you the latest from our correspondents who are following the latest developments from the US and from Israel. But let's start with some of today's key developments. Well, President Trump says Israeli strikes on a suburb of Beirut should not have happened because they are, in his words, so close to a peace deal with Iran. Iranian officials condemn Israel's attacks on Beirut, saying they jeopardize potential peace. Israel says it was targeting a Hezbollah command center in the Lebanese capital. At least 3 people were killed and 15 were injured. On Saturday, President Trump said that a US-Iran peace deal was due to be signed on Sunday, but that's now possibly in doubt after Israel struck southern Beirut. President Trump says Israeli strikes on a suburb of the Lebanese capital earlier should not have happened. Writing on Truth Social, he said, on a day when America was so close to a peace.
This guy is fucking insane. This morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day, when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responded to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. We are very close to a deal. Sorry. Good God. We're very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon. On all sides. But he doesn't even, he clearly, by saying this, he makes it quite clear that he does not realize that Israel doesn't want peace with Lebanon. How can he be so stupid? Like when he says this. Including to Lebanon, we will bring peace to Lebanon. Like, Israel doesn't want that. That's why they're attacking Lebanon. It's not because they're defending themselves. Does he actually believe that Israel is just defending themselves? Because that's what it sounds like when he says this. Like, Israel can defend itself, but look, that was nothing. It's like a pebble. I don't know why are you doing this? It's crazy. There should be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Come on, guys, let's not blow it. Oh, God. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Space dust is causing me to sneeze. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Moving it along. Let's go here to CNN. Trump and Iran announce deal to end war.
President Donald Trump says an agreement has been reached between the United States and Iran, and that on Friday, Iran will reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow.
This is ridiculous!
Ships of the world. To all ships of the world, start your engines. Fucking, he's a lunatic. He's a fucking lunatic, dude.
For shipping, and the U.S. will lift its naval blockade, allowing ships filled with crude oil to pass through. Pakistan's prime minister says the agreement signing will take place Friday in Switzerland. Pakistan has been mediating these discussions. Meanwhile,
Yeah, here, I'll actually read this one for you. Following intensive talks, we are pleased to announce the peace deal between the United States of America and Islamic Republic of Iran has been reached. All caps. Both sides have declared the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Right, the United States is not fighting in Lebanon. The official signing ceremony will be on Friday, 19th June in Switzerland. We would like to thank the United States of America and the the Islamic Republic of Iran for their commitment to finding a diplomatic solution to the conflict. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our brothers in this mediation effort, the great leadership of the state of Qatar for their support in reaching this agreement. I would also especially like to thank the visionary leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Republic of Turkey for their immense contributions in this regard. With the agreement now in place, mediators will facilitate a series of meetings this week. These pre-implementation discussions will lay the foundation for the technical talks and the official signing ceremony. At Real Donald Trump, at JD Vance, at Sec Rubio, at Steve Witkoff, at SE Peace Missions, at Dr. Pezeshkian, at MB Galibaf, and at Aragachi. You notice that Israel isn't mentioned or added in this? I do fear. Anybody else with me on this? Does anybody fear the same thing I fear? That as with the peace negotiations with Hezbollah that didn't include Hezbollah, that this peace negotiation that includes Lebanon supposedly does not include the state of Israel? Does anybody else feel that might wind up causing a bit of a rift, if you will? Perhaps a bit of a sticky wicket, an inconvenient situation. I'm sure that won't come up later.
Iran and the United States are due to sign a preliminary agreement on Friday to end the war. So how will that all play out? What they're signing this week will focus on the immediate issues of stopping warfare and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will allow all commercial shipping back through the Strait of Hormuz once the agreement is signed. However, Fars News, which is a semi-official Iranian news agency, said Iran and Oman would continue to regulate shipping in the Gulf. The US will meanwhile end its blockade on Iran's Gulf ports, vitally important for Iran because its economy faces collapse. Iranian officials have also said they'll get some initial relief on sanctioned oil and access to about $25 billion worth of frozen assets, though this is a controversial issue for Trump and he hasn't confirmed that.
Yeah. That's one thing we've been waiting to hear confirmation on. But unfortunately, we don't have any of those details yet. The details of this deal are currently secret, and they're supposed to be agreed upon in 3 days.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oil prices fell on the news of a U.S.-Iran framework deal to end a war that paralyzed shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for the past 3.5 months. Even if the deal holds, a return to pre-war production and shipping levels through the key energy corridor could take months or longer to fully recover, says Robert Harvey, Reuters energy correspondent in London.
In general, consensus view seems to be that analysts and agencies are anticipating a staggered recovery where, for example, you may receive or return around 70% of production within 3 months.
70% of production in 3 months. Doesn't sound great. I do fear that's going to lead to bad things. And especially oil price not dropping as quickly as Trump has said it would. You know, immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not
precipitously. She's going to fall off a cliff, I believe is what he said, or something like that. Oh, no. Ooh. Now, this is, that is weird. You know, it's really weird because I remember like 30 seconds ago when I was saying I was sure it wouldn't come up. Israel not being included in the deal would in no way impact the deal itself. It looks like it came up.
Immediately, if not sooner.
With Israel launching more strikes on Lebanon. Trump blasting Netanyahu. He's such a fucking idiot. Why is he so dumb?
The president very frustrated with how the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been responding to this, continuing to launch strikes in Lebanon right before this agreement was signed. You mentioned what he told Axios, but he also said this to the New York Times. He described Netanyahu to the New York Times as a very difficult guy and went on to say, to be honest with you, he should be very thankful for us, to us for doing this, because if Iran had a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be around for 2 hours. That was a direct quote from the president. I think that just goes to show how tense this relationship between the U.S. and Israel is at this point.
Say that again.
Israel wouldn't be around for us. Very difficult guy and went on to say, to be honest with you, he should be very thankful for us, to us for doing this, because if Iran had a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be around for 2 hours. That
If Iran had a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be around. You should be thankful for everything we did. Now they don't have a nuke. You're welcome.
Aren't I a good guy?
direct quote from the president. I think that just goes to show how tense this relationship between the U.S. and Israel is at this point. The president really not wanting them to threaten this upcoming agreement, John.
Now, again, when we get that text, it'll be...
I love how all of the lies are kind of running up against one another. The lie that Iran had a nuke or was getting a nuke, was going to have a nuke. The lie that this war would end soon. The lie. I mean, so many of these things just sort of running up against all these narratives. And it seems like Trump has at least bought half of them, if not more, up to this point, based upon his comments. It would seem that he, in fact, believes that Israel is, in fact, defending itself all the time from all these nasty terrorists and not a genocidal maniac bent on territorial expansion and ethnic cleansing. I mean, the Iran war would be short. That they did have a nuclear missile, or that they were on the verge of having one, and that that any of these strikes have actually prevented them from having one. All of these happening, it's just incredible. Oh, wow.
Interesting to see domestically and around the world how it is received. Elena Treen in Geneva this morning, thank you very much. Kate?
Let's talk more about this. Joining us right now is the Axios Global Affairs correspondent and CNN political and global affairs analyst, Barack Ravid. And it's your interview that really set things over the weekend on fire with what President...
Oh, damn. We got a fish dude. We got a fish dude coming at me big time in the vertical chat, where all the most unhinged chatters go. Wake up, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. I assume that's directed at me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I talk about this every day, all day. So, yeah. It's weird. But maybe you're the expert. Tell us. Tell us what you know, fish dude. Fish dude, tell us what you know, because you're clearly the expert, please. Thank you. We need your expert analysis.
You're a moron.
Told you. And one person not heard from yet publicly, it does appear, is who we were just talking about, Benjamin Netanyahu himself. And after that extraordinary interview that you had with the president this weekend, Barack, what are you hearing today?
Well, I think Netanyahu, his people.
Wow. See, that's the kind of attitude we expect around here, right? This is a great example of, class, poise, respect. Paul, over on Twitch, going to lurk, but loves everyone, including Fish Dude. Enjoy that, Fish Dude. Enjoy that. By the way, where's your expertise? I'm still waiting for the expertise. Will you be bestowing us with any of this expertise of yours anytime in the future, or what's up with that?
And his mouthpieces in the Israeli media are all furious about this deal. The Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yechiel Leiter, has been making phone calls to members of Congress, telling them how much Netanyahu is concerned and disappointed about this deal. One of Netanyahu's key mouthpieces in the Israeli press, a guy called Inoon Magal, wrote on X a super strong post where he called the U.S. negotiators.
Why is Barack Ravid in here again? This guy has been making so many appearances lately. It's wild. Now, it's hard to tell whether it's because real shit is happening or if there's just more narrative building for whatever reason. And it's hard to tell. Whenever he shows up, I get a little bit skeptical about what the fuck I'm hearing. Is Trump actually criticizing, mad at Benjamin Netanyahu for doing the war in Lebanon still, or not? It's unclear. But Benjamin Netanyahu did come out and make a statement earlier on Monday, in response to this announcement of this deal to be signed on Friday without the express consent of the government of Israel that included the war in Lebanon. Let's see what this genocidal maniac had to say.
Citizens of Israel, dear citizens of Israel, for decades I struggled against Iran's efforts to get nuclear weapon. I can define it as the goal of my life. I was on it until now, and I will do it in the future, with or without the agreement. Iran will not have nuclear power, not today, not tomorrow. As long as I am the Israeli Prime Minister, it will not happen. I hear people ask, what did we achieve? My answer, what did we achieve? We distanced an immediate, clear and present danger along with our friends, the Americans. We went to the greatest Air Force and we crushed the nuclear infrastructure, destroyed missiles and most of the factories.
So I don't know how well everybody can hear this, but Benjamin Netanyahu is basically doing his very best Donald Trump impression right now in Hebrew. Not in English for whatever reason. This was directed at the Israeli public, clearly. Not intended for international audiences as much. But basically doing his very best Donald Trump impression, saying, we did perfect. Why? People ask me, why, what have we done? And I say, everything, actually. Actually, we did everything. No more, Iran has no more planes, no more bombs, no more missiles, no more launchers, no more, all gone. Gone. Except he's doing it in Hebrew. Gone. It's all gone. Everything gone.
We damaged dozens of infrastructure.
Infrastructure gone. Anyway, Benjamin Netanyahu came out here to try and explain to the Israeli public why Israel was not included in the deal, and why it seemed like Israel had actually not achieved all that much from this 3-month-long war, aside from a bunch of damage that has happened inside Israel and dead people as a result of this. Let's talk more about the sentiment.
Report now. There is one big stumbling block, of course, on.
Talk a little bit more about the sentiment in Israel on this whole deal. Here's France 24 from 9 hours ago.
Report now. There is one big stumbling block, of course, on any agreement that happens, and that is the fate of Lebanon. There are different takes on what is actually happening. The Iranians, as they're expressing the situation right now, say that the statement that is about to come out does mention Lebanon 3 times, and it is very much part and parcel of a cessation of hostilities. But from the American side of things, there is a different take, and they're very much saying that Israel will always have its right to attack if defended. We understand that Benjamin Netanyahu has just said that, as well as running in the upcoming Israeli elections, that Israel will remain in the buffer zone for as long as needs be. With this in mind, let's get some clarification on the situation and bring in from Jerusalem our correspondent Noga Tarnopolsky, who always manages to give us a broad view, and that is what we need right now. Noga, great to see you, and thanks as always for being with us. This situation that as it stands, do we know precisely what is in store for the Israel-Hezbollah conflict when the US-Iran deal is signed?
We really don't, Mark. The entire situation remains extremely murky, down to this strange digital signing by both the US president and the vice president, bizarrely, on a document that no one has seen. The headline that we can take out of this press conference that the Prime Minister of Israel is just wrapping up now is that he said out loud we don't know what will be in the agreement. So Israel will be held to an agreement by the United States that apparently it has not seen, just as we have not seen. And the only real news we've got at it, which did respond to almost a panic attack, I should say, that washed over Jerusalem today, was the White House statement that Israel, that there's no clause in this agreement that will oblige Israel to withdraw to the international border. That was one point. And the other, that Israel will retain the right to defend itself if attacked by Hezbollah. What we haven't heard much of is the other side of the coin of the United States accepting basically parameters imposed by Iran that grant Iran a say over the sovereign integrity of Lebanon. In other words, the Lebanese government, which has remained very diplomatic today, with the prime minister making some pretty banal statements, simply, again, reasserting Lebanon's right to live within its own borders. But Lebanon has been trying to kick Iran out of its territory. It went so far as to make the Iranian ambassador
Well, part of Lebanon has been trying to do that. The part of Lebanon that's allied with the United States and Israel, essentially. I mean, the way she talks about it makes it sound like all of Lebanon is trying to do that, but that's not true. But suffice to say, Israelis are upset that it seems that nothing has been achieved by this whole deal, that they're going to, but Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu saying, look, we've stolen all this territory from Lebanon and we defeated the Iranian military. Israelis don't seem to see that as being a win. Now, you'll be shocked to hear who else is upset about this deal. But it's not necessarily for the same reasons. One guy feels like he's being left out back in the United States. He wants details on this deal. He's a guy who's vehemently against side deals and naps. And is, of course, Senator Chuck Schumer of New York.
Senate Democrats have been unwavering in calling for an immediate end to Trump's war with Iran. And we will continue to do so until his blunder is well and truly over. For more than 100 days, I have come to this floor to denounce Trump's reckless and dangerous Iran war and demand its end. Now, it's been nearly 24 hours since Trump announced there was a potential deal with Iran, and we still don't know the details. We've been told dozens of times that this war is over, and dozens of times we have been disappointed. There have been divergent statements from a variety of people in the administration. In these high-stakes negotiations, the devil is in the details, but Trump hasn't even revealed the text of his, quote, understanding, unquote, with Iran. The American people need to know exactly what's in the deal. Trump must brief Congress and the public on the details of his understanding with Iran immediately and end this war once and for all.
Yes.
Instead, Americans still have more questions than answers. Will our troops remain in harm's way? How does Trump plan to achieve any of the stated goals of his reckless war?
Oh, yes.
What is the plan for the proposed, quote, 60 days of negotiation?
See, this is the crazy thing about Chuck here. Like, he has to play both sides so hard. It's hilarious. He's like, end the war. And how are you completing those goals of the war? Chuck, you can't both say end the war and also how are we completing those goals? But he's like, he's just got to play both sides over here. Both sides, Chuck. end the war and also get those goals done.
Unquote. There are still many unknowns about Trump's negotiations with Iran, but we know this for certain. We are worse off than before Trump began this foolish war of choice. The Iranian regime is more radical than before Trump began his war. Iran has more control over the Strait of Hormuz today than before the war began. Gasoline prices are still dramatically higher than before the war and will remain so for a long time. Americans are scratching their heads wondering what we've accomplished in Iran. Make no mistake, the longer this war drags on, the worse all of this will get. The biggest question Americans had at the beginning of this war was what would Donald Trump get out of it and at what cost? But Trump answered that question. Thus far, nothing, and at an enormous.
That was not the question we were asking. Why the fuck are we doing this in the first place? That was what I was asking. Why the fuck are we doing this? Oh, when are we going to get rid of that guy? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know when we're going to get rid of him. 2 years from now, hopefully. Like 2.5. He's still in there till 2028. Unless he somehow, resigns in disgrace for some reason. I can't imagine what would be disgraceful enough that would cause Chuck to resign. Let's go to Iran. See how they're feeling about all this. Because with all these claims floating around, probably important to know what Iran's thinking. And it would seem that there's a deep mistrust of the United States for some reason over there. Here's France 24 from 9 hours ago.
Next, the Middle East. It's understood there is an understanding that will lead to the end of the Middle East war. Or in Donald Trump's words, the deal's done. Mediator Pakistan announced on Sunday that the United States and Iran had agreed to an immediate and permanent termination of military operations, but the text of their peace deal has yet to be released. An official signing is being arranged, we understand, for Friday, and the Strait of Hormuz, Trump is promising, will be fully opened. The US and Israel, we remind you, started the war on February the 28th with their bombardment of Iran. While Trump and his allies are trying to couch this all as a victory, the fact of the matter is the Iranian leadership is now younger and perhaps more radicalized than before. Let's bring in for some broader analysis our correspondent in Tehran, Reza Saei, who's joining us live. Reza, as always, great to see you. Can you clarify for us, please? Is this going to take place? Is this deal going to be signed? Can you clarify, please?
Yeah, well, according to some, it's already been digitally signed today. There's going to be a signing ceremony on Friday, this according to Tehran.
It's a fair question to ask, though, because we've heard this many, many, many times. That there's a deal, it's a perfect deal. That there wasn't a deal, terrible. Everything they're saying is a lie. Over and over again. I think we're all quite right to be skeptical in this moment. And with Israel continuing to do strikes in Lebanon, I think a great deal of skepticism is perhaps the only right thing to do. Because with that being part of the deal itself, yeah, you got yourself a real problem. Now, of course, I guess there's a situation in which that turns into Israel losing support from President Trump, which would be fascinating to see what would happen then. I wonder if he'd lose support of Congress. I wonder if he'd be impeached. I'm just wondering. It would be fucking hilarious to see what happened. The AIPAC bought Republican Congress having to go up against the Supreme Leader. That would be rich.
And Washington, the Trump administration, the foreign ministry. So if you go by what both Tehran and Washington is saying, everything's moving forward as planned, and this memorandum of understanding is going to be signed on Friday. It's no surprise that Tehran is presenting this signing as a victory, as a triumph. One of the headlines in a state media outlet saying the signing of this memorandum of understanding by Washington is a manifesto, in other words, a declaration by Washington that they were defeated by Iran in this conflict. So,
yeah, both sides claiming victory. All we can hope for is that somehow Trump doesn't ruin it, or Israel doesn't ruin it. Because those have been the two parties that have been ruining it most. Trump with his tweets, Israel with the strikes. Also, U.S. has been doing some strikes too, which have not been helping either. On Cusham Island and a number of other places, like a port, but like a dozen strikes in the last couple weeks. Maybe a little longer than that. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu saying he's not happy. Are you trying to send links? I don't have links. People can't send links. Although I've been considering making it so that if you're a subscriber, you could have links. You could send links. I don't know. Because I know that Hassan does that, which seems like a fair option. I didn't realize you could even do that. So I might do that, but I have links disabled. Just so people don't spam fucking stupid shit or try and, pull some kind of bullshit. Make me click some harmful thing. It's France news. No, I'm sure it is. I mean, if you're in the Discord, you could post. If you're in the Discord, you could post in the stream suggestions, but I think we've already seen that clip the other day. I think it was from a few days ago. Yeah, I know Israel's not happy. Benjamin Netanyahu's not happy that they weren't included in the deal with the United States. And yeah, but you can tell that he's kind of trying to already prepare the Israeli public for it to end, because I think he knows that at some point he can't just continue this without the express consent of the United States. Right? They just run out of weapons. So, it's possible that this comes to an end. I'd love to see it. We've all been waiting. Took way too long. I never should have even started to begin with. But here we are. But of course, we know Iran has every reason not to trust the United States because, well, the United States has attacked Iran twice in the last year, both under the guise of other peace talks. So if I was Iran, I'd be going to Switzerland thinking we're going to get bombed. And these guys aren't serious about peace. was 4 hours ago? Huh. Oh, they're continuing bombing in Lebanon. Oh. No way. Well, it looks like he's testing this theory here. This theory of mine. Will Trump try to stop him? That is a good question. I think Benjamin Netanyahu is hoping that Israel's weapons don't run out faster than it takes for Iran and the United States to go back to fighting each other. Oh, God. What a terrible timeline. Now, you know who else was completely excluded from this deal? Palestinians. Or at least it would seem, at least from the initial tweet from the Pakistani foreign minister, that they are being excluded, and they certainly noticed.
These Palestinians all hoped Gaza would be included in the newly announced U.S.-Iran peace deal. Instead, they found themselves left out of it.
We had high hopes that it would end the suffering of the people of Gaza. Honestly, we are very tired. The whole world is not looking at us, and we can't take it anymore. We are living in the streets. We can't cope with the places we are living in.
Key mediator Pakistan announced on Monday that the U.S. and Iran had reached a deal to end their war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Part of the memorandum called for, quote, the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including...
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the one that we heard initially, was all fronts in the Middle East. And so... since this is just the memorandum of understanding and not the real deal, it's really not clear what's been tentatively agreed to and what will even be agreed to when it comes time for there to be an actual peace talk. Or if, honestly, it's not even clear to me that the meeting in Switzerland will be the meeting that actually ends the war. It sounds to me like it's a meeting to declare a 2-month ceasefire. But as we know, all ceasefires that have been declared up to now have not held. So why we would go to Switzerland to do such a thing makes no fucking sense. Honestly, nothing about any of this makes any sense. Right? I mean, how many violations of the existing ceasefire? Because there is an existing ceasefire that's supposedly going on right now that's supposed to be, that this is supposed to be extending, essentially. And at no time during the ceasefire was there an actual ceasing of fire. Both blockades continued to exist. All fronts of all conflicts continued. Between the United States and Israel, between the United States and Iran, Iran and Israel, Israel and Lebanon, Gaza is still getting bombed. I mean, multiple Arab countries in the Gulf getting hit, Kuwait, UAE, and international, Dubai International, fucking like dozens of people hurt in that strike. And I think at least one person killed from that one. I mean, there was no ceasing of fire at any point. So what exactly is going to be agreed on Friday is not clear to me. I think it's just that. It's just an extension of a ceasefire that's probably not going to be adhered to. It's probably not going to lead to the blockade being undone. Right? And that's what concerns me. But it's not just us in Iran. The language is supposedly at least including Lebanon. So how that can be expected to be held to, with Iran supposedly attacking Lebanon as we speak, I do not know. Wow. You know, Twitch has been like double the viewers of YouTube lately. I don't know if that's because we're being like deprioritized in the algorithm by YouTube since we've been demonetized now, which is pretty annoying considering they're the ones who chose to demonetize us. It's like, oh, you can't run ads, so now you're not gonna prioritize us. Yeah, but also, you're the one who decided to not run ads. It's been interesting though. Maybe we'll hit partner on Twitch. We'd get bigger a cut. If we can get the partner on Twitch. Like, I hadn't really been considering it all that much. But we've been getting close, like, towards the ends of these streams, like 50-ish viewers a lot of times. Like, concurrent viewers. You need 75 for a period of time. I can't remember how long. I think it's like a month. And you have to do at least 8 streams, which of course we do. But like, it has to be, you have to keep the average at the 75. But we could, if we push Twitch, we could get partner, and we could get a bigger cut of subs and bits, if I'm not mistaken. As well as ads. I can't remember exactly how that works. Should look into that. YouTube is getting worse. We have to fight to save the algorithm a bit. YouTube is getting way worse. It's because the CEO is trash. You saw it deep into your recommended. See? Yeah, they're just deprioritizing the Galactic News Network now. That's fun. All right. Last clip of the night. Live stream. Al Jazeera. See what the fuck is going on. Iran's saying 3 oil tankers have passed through the
After the
Strait.
US and Iran agreed to this memorandum of understanding, they
Three
say
whole
3
tankers.
Iranian oil tankers and 2 cargo ships passed through the waterway following the lifting of a US naval blockade. Residents of southern Lebanon's Nabatiya district have been returning to their homes to see if they are still standing. More than 1 million people were forced to flee when Israel's
You never set your notifications, but does that help the channel? I don't know if it necessarily helps the channel, but you should. Definitely hit that bell icon. The like button. Always recommended.
attacks began in early March. Israeli forces have occupied large parts of southern Lebanon, creating what the military calls a buffer zone. All right, Alex Al-Faraj.
Yes, for the last clip. Look, listen, we didn't even complete the galactic content goal tonight. We got 7 hours and 15 minutes. It's practically a full 8-hour stream for a significantly reduced price. All, I mean, wow. It's my birthday week, but I'm giving out discount streams over here. I mean, come on.
is a defense analyst and former researcher at the International Centre for the Study of Radicalisation, King's College London, joining us live now from London. Thank you for speaking to us at Al Jazeera here. I just want to start, obviously, with this signing in Geneva. What are you expecting to come out of it? Of course, you know, this is if it goes through, because anything can change from now till then.
Yeah, I think the first thing to note is that it would be a misnomer to refer to this as a deal. I don't expect there to be anything like a final deal signed in Geneva. In fact, what I think we'll see, what's most likely is the establishing of guiding principles. So there will be a framework document outlining perhaps the sequencing of the key terms. So the cessation of the
It's a very fancy way of saying a concept of a plan. Right. So I love how he switched to Al Jazeera, and the guy over here is saying literally the exact same thing that I'm saying. This is no peace deal. This is an extension of a fake ceasefire and an agreement to a concept of a plan for a framework to a possible meeting to agree to a deal. We're like 13 steps removed right now from this thing being actually over. Even with a few boats making their way through the strait, I do think we should all, you know, remain a little skeptical. Perhaps temper our expectations on what is to come.
The permanent ceasefire will be included in that. I think that's probably the likeliest issue that will be part of this this summit. I think after that we'll also see something approximating a resolution on the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think we'll get to a firm status on the Strait of Hormuz, because that will be an important source of leverage for the Iranians going forward. But what we will see is some movement on the lifting of the double blockade. Now, the United States has said that it will lift the blockade, which would be, I think, a boon for the global economy, but also for all the parties involved. And
But you just joined? Well, why didn't you join sooner? Why were you sleeping? A lot of questions right now. Why is there a G7 and a G8? There isn't a G8 anymore. There used to be a G8. Now it's a G7. G8 used to include Russia, but they're no longer in the G summit any longer. After it's either the first or the second invasion of Ukraine. Can't remember which one, but they got kicked out.
for regional powers, and then the onus will be on Iran to determine what it will do with its own blockade. Now, of course, as we've seen, several ships have passed through. So I think that could be a concrete step forward. Now, the other thing that I think is really important to note is in these sorts of diplomatic engagements, you need to have concessions. They need to be reciprocal. And I think what the Iranians will expect from the United States is some clarity on the state of the unfrozen or the frozen assets. There's some $120 billion worth of Iranian assets frozen worldwide. So I think the Iranians want 12 billion now and then 12 billion following the period of the ceasefire where other negotiations will take place. So we'll see movement on that, and then sanctions. Now, the other thing that I think we'll need to keep a very close eye on, because this will prove to be, I think, the most challenging part of the negotiations going forward once a process has been established, is, of course, the issues that will be addressed as part of the nuclear negotiations.
Right, are you talking...
Yeah, what will happen with the nuclear dust? A lot of questions around this fucking deal. We're not even close to the deal yet. No matter how much Trump wants to claim that we already have a full deal, we're not there. We're not there. So don't hold your breath too hard. You know, Space Fams? Just say. Just say. Here, I'll give you one clip. I don't know if I'm going to get shit for this or not. Hopefully not. But it is, of course, now June 16th. And one man whose birthday is June 16th is the great Tupac Shakur. R.I.P.
This world is such a, and when I say this world, I mean it. I don't mean in an ideal sense. I mean in every day, every little thing you do. It's such a, gimme, gimme, gimme. Everybody back off. You know, everybody's like, you taught that from school, everywhere. Big business. If you want to be successful, you want to be like Trump, gimme, 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 push, 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 step, 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 crush, crush, crush. That's how it all is. And it's like, nobody ever stopped. Just, you know, I feel like, instead of us just being like, slavery's bad, slavery's down, bad whitey, bad whitey. I mean, all right, let's stop that. And everybody's smart enough to know that, I mean, we've been slighted. And we want ours. And I don't mean by like ours, 40 acres and a mule, because we're past that. But we need help. I mean, for us to be on our own 2 feet, us meaning youth or us meaning black people, whatever you want to take it for us to be on our own 2 feet, we do need help. Because we have been here. We have been a good friend. If you want to make it a relationship type thing, we have been there. And now we deserve our payback. It's like you got a friend that you don't never look out for. You know, you dressed up in jewels. Now America's got jewels and they paid and everything. And they lending money to everybody except us. And it's like, you know, everybody need a little help on their way to being, you know, self-reliant. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing about the album, about the Special Olympics. Everybody need a little something and they to be independent. No independent person just grew up and was born independent. You worked and you learned teamwork and you learned cooperation and unity and struggle, and then you became independent. And we have to teach that and instill that. And why is it that they want to do that? I mean, if this is truly a melting pot in the country where we care about it, and Lady Liberty got a hand like this, she really loves us, then we really need to be like that. And it needs to be the black kids. If there's a white person who got money, then he need to help them. He need to help black kids, Mexican kids, Korean kids, whatever. But it need to be real. And it need to be before we all die, and then you say, oh, I made a mistake. We should have gave them some money. We really should have helped these folks. It's going to be too late. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when you got to pay your own karma. And that's when God make you punish. When God punishes you. Because I feel like, you know, it's too much money here. I mean, nobody should be hitting lotto for 36 million and we got people starving in the streets. That is not idealistic. That's just real. That is just stupid. There's no way Michael Jackson should have, or whoever Jackson, should have $1,000,000 billion and then there's people starving. There's no way. There's no way that these people should own planes and their people don't have houses, apartments, shacks, drawers, pants.
What do you say to people that say, well, they earned it? Now you go out and you're earning it.
If they earned it, then I think that that's good, and I think that they deserve it. But even if you earned it, you still owe. Because look at me, I don't have that mega money, but I feel guilty walking by somebody. I got to give them some mail. And if I know I got $3,000 in my pocket, I feel like it's wrong to give that person a quarter or $1. It's wrong. Only you know what you got in your pocket. And that's wrong. No matter what they do, if they take it and drink it, they take it and drink it. But, I mean, you got. You understand? And we all know how hard it is, and it's not about if you good or you bad. So since it's not about if you good or you bad, we know that because he don't got don't mean he was bad. Or don't mean he's a criminal, or don't mean he's crazy, or a drug addict, or none of that. It just means he don't got. And ain't it bad that you got 30? I mean, can you imagine somebody having $32 million? $32 million. And this person has nothing, and you can sleep. You can still go to the movies about, I mean, and then these are the type of people that get humanitarian awards.
And earlier today, we were talking about the man who is now worth $1.2 trillion, who helped to end multiple programs that helped to feed the poor and to prevent, disease around the world. Is fucking disturbing. And back 30 years ago, Tupac was all worked up over $30 million.
Millionaires. How can they be humanitarians by the fact that they millionaires and there's so many poor people shows how unhumane they are? You know what I'm saying? And that bugs me. Not saying that when I'm never going to be rich and you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it's a struggle and I think everybody deserves. And I think there's a way to pay these people. I think there is a way. It just takes to be revolutionary. And it takes to do something out of the ordinary. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that if we just said, okay, I got an idea. No more porno buildings. You know what I'm saying? Let's build houses. Or no more polo games. Let's build houses for poor people. You know what I'm saying? Or, look, okay, I know you're rich. I know you got $40 billion. But can you just keep it to one house? You only need one house. And if you only got 2 kids, can you just keep it to 2 rooms? I mean, why have 52 rooms and you know there's somebody with no room? It just don't make sense to me. It don't. And then these people celebrate Christmas. They got big trees, huge trees, all the little trimmings. Everybody got gifts, and then somebody's starving. And they're having a white Christmas. They're having a great Christmas, eggnog and the whole 9.
There you go. Tupac Shakur was born on this day in 1971 in New York City. And those words that he spoke, honestly, I mean, he was still incredibly young, but late in life, 3 years before his death, were incredibly prescient. If only the people with all of the money right now could embrace that idea of giving what is owed to society, rather than doing everything they can to prevent having to give anything back to society, let alone what is owed. Just anything. They are opposed to it. We see it every single freaking day. And like I said before, Elon Musk was one of the men directly behind that effort in the United States over the last year and a half, and who is now a trillionaire. I wonder what Tupac would say about him being a fucking that guy being a fucking trillionaire these days. It's out of control. But another individual I figured we would celebrate this week, since we're celebrating people's birthdays. Anybody's but Donald Trump's this week. All right, that's gonna do it. All right, well, looks like we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anticorporatists, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Niche, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Regan, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermetorologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzlup, Penny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., and Hecate. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.